Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembe TV and joining us for Open Forum Political Discussion Show. We are coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya. And this is one show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development in our politics as a nation, even as we get set for August 9th, 2022, when we'll all be going for the general elections to elect our leaders at all levels. Well, there is a clear telltale signs that one Deputy President William Ruto may be laying grounds to withdraw from the presidential race. We don't know what you feel and think about the same, but we would love you to look at it critically and give us what you feel and think on the significance of all these coming into play. Because if not from stolen elections, if not grounds to rig me out, or to IEBC or the other officials of government working against him, one cry after another, one complaint after another. What is cooking at the Kenya Kwanza Alliance and the UDA fraternity? That's what I want us to dive into tonight and be able to get to the bottom of all these, even as we chart the way forward in determining who occupies the highest office in the land come August 9th, 2022. And of course, we have another phenomena into our country, and that is politics of academic forgery. Politics of academic forgery. One fake document after another fake document. Did we have politicians that went to school in this country, or all politicians are fake? I want you to come forth now and be able to let us discuss this to the bottom of the same, because what is evolving here is beginning to bring us into a place of uneasiness because of our academic prowess in this country. Do we have politicians that really went to school, or everybody bought papers? Let's get down to talking. And of course, is IEBC prepared for these elections? That's one thing that I want us to also to dive into. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and be here in this very space for us to get talking. Thank you so much. Kengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi. Inawezekana na baba na mama. Thank you so much. Enoka Motiriot. Thank you so much, Honorable Peter Nzuki Mbithi. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Robert Opilu. Karibu kwa show. Matthew Chichi. Asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Hek Proman. Asante sana. A good question. Thank you very much. Peter Petrail, karibu kwa show DP the Fifth. Asante sana. Kuna Nand Robert Opilo, asante. Fatma Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Belindo Gweno, Cecilia V Yanga, Mama Kelin, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nicholas Otinda, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Eunice Halai, asante sana. Kente Kibeto, karibu kwa show. Patel Seboka Manyi, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Oh, hey, nani huyo? Stella Jones, you're welcome. Fabiano Adriano, ndani kabisa, asante sana. Kuna Jackson Ogutu, you're welcome. Stella Estika, hey, I tell you. Kuna majina lakini na majina mengine makubwa. Judith, nani huyo? Claudi, asante sana. Slidey Darling, asante sana. Nani huyu? Boniface Were Ebole, karibu kwa show. Kabunga, you are welcome. It's a Ruto withdrawing or remaining is in consequence of Baba has Haya basi, mambo ni kama haya. Abdalla Dula, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Nzioki Malika, you are welcome to the show. Thank you so much, everyone that is coming in. Please, as soon as you get us, begin to invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse tonight so that nobody is left out. Please share that link with everybody on Facebook, everybody on your WhatsApp groups, on Twitter, and every other platform where anybody that can access and be able to participate into this great program. I'm sure that is going to profit even as we get into the bottom of all that it is at play right now on our political front. And as soon as you click on the link, please make sure that you allow StreamYard to configure. If you configure for it, it will not allow you to feature in the program. And that is how I test whether you will be able to speak or not. If I can't mute your mic when you get into the studio, it means your configuration is not right. So you will need to do that afresh. Okay, thank you very much, everybody who are joining Fast and Furious. I'll share the link again. Please make use of that link. Click on the link. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio and be in this very space for us to discuss maneno ya siasa ya Kenya yanavyojiri na yanavyoonekana machoni petu. Na ngependa kumsherekea na Nicholas Mabiria, karibu kwa show. Edwin Agree, asante sana. Meril, asante sana, hi to you. Kuna Hamisi Rajabu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Ericoma Chris Cross, asante. Ni Recross. Ericoma Recross. Nakwambia kuna majina huku nje. Penina Benjamin, karibu kwa show. Olivia Kemunto, you are welcome. Kuna Lindali Firstborn wa Magi, thank you so much. Say watching live. Ilo jina ni thank you so much. Okay. Nani huyu? Kuna Arnold Sigei, karibu kwa show. Chag Mdume, asante sana, hello to you, thank you so much. Johnny Paul, asante sana. Jane Dungu, karibu sana. Say NASA is dead, the only con vehicle for Mganga to win. Ule mama atheist cannot do much. Okay, maoni yako hayo. Gumbe nani huyu? Gumbe Jax, thank you so much. He said Kalonzo is about to leave again, so be warned. Interesting times in Kenya. Kuna nani? Bernard Onjera, asante sana. Robert Wanjala, karibu kwa show. George Maganga, asante sana, hi to you. Victor Ombai Martin, thank you so much. Jeremiah the Mendu, you're welcome. To Rufena Hayo, thank you so much. Edna Ochulo, hey, thank you so much. Shaki Omar, alafu kuna Judy Tamara Williams, inawezekana na baba na mama. Thank you so much, all of you, we appreciate. Please, let's keep inviting each other and let's get talking even as we start out our discussion tonight. Is DP Ruto laying grounds to withdraw from the presidential race? From the telltale signs of the pattern of his moves of late, there is too much outcry, there is too much complaint, there is too much of IEBC these, NIS these, and that and these. Are these not grounds for withdrawing from the race? We need to get to the bottom of the same. And then another phenomenon that has hit hard our political front is politics of academic forgery. People went to school or bought papers. Who are we dealing with? Are these people capable of running the affairs of this country by reason of the academic prowess, or all of them are street smart? Na tuko kwa inji inaitwa jua kali, kwa hivyo kila mtu ajipange na endelee vile angependa kuendelea, bora maisha ama bora uhai. Okay, karibuni kila mmoja, nashukuru. Bwana Wangira, vipi?
Nzuri sana. Leo uko na furaha, ulikula nini?
Ile sapa ulituma haijafika. Hawa watu wa Bolt siku hizi, they don't deliver food on time.
Naona uko na furaha.
Nashukuru,
Anyway,
nashukuru Mungu ananipa mimi.
wacha nichangie kwa haraka haraka. Bernard,
Endelea.
let me start before I just come back to William Ruto, because he's now becoming the major subject of our debates. Bernard, let me now congratulate Kalonzo Musyoka. We are now seeing him now back on the campaign trail. And today he was telling the people of Ukambani that a vote for Raila Odinga is a vote for him. So we just want to congratulate him that he's now doing what he's supposed to be doing. On this gentleman called William Samoei Ruto, what is scrolling down there would have been wrongly phrased. You should be asking whether Ruto is preparing grounds whether Ruto is preparing ground to refuse to acknowledge defeat come the 9th of August 2022. I think that should be the debate, because I know he's not going to withdraw. But come the 9th of August 2022, he refused and say that he was never defeated. So he's just laying ground to say that, his election was rigged. So, Ruto has been raising issue after issue, Bernard, in the last 1 week or so. We have heard yesterday he was talking about the 1 million voters who are off the register, according to him, and largely from his strongholds. I expected him today to give a further clarification on the same, and I didn't hear. Bernard. You have even heard him say that he has intelligence report from the National Security Intelligence Service, when in Kenya what we have is the National Intelligence Service, Bernard. So they are now, this is a guy who is coming up with issues and issues as he prepares ground, Bernard, to refuse to acknowledge defeat come the 9th of August. And to know that this gentleman is laying ground after ground, Bernard. Today, his Secretary General, a lady called Veronica Maina, who is the Secretary General of UDM, has written to the Director of Public Prosecution, asking the Director of Public Prosecution to invoke his constitutional mandate and prosecute Minister Matiang'i, Minister Joe Musheru, Minister Macharia, Minister Eugene Wamalwa, Peter Munya, Kirieko Tobiko, and Karanja Kibichu. And, he's citing a section in the Elections Act that says public officers should not engage in politicking. And, it makes it an offense for public officers to engage in politicking. But this same Veronica Maina, who is a lawyer by training, is being selective. If you cite one provision of a statute, then you must also look at another relating provision you must look at another provision of statute that could relate to the issue that you are raising up. Like you, Bernard, you know that whenever you are preaching in church, you don't just dwell on one particular verse or one particular chapter. You need to relate a chapter with another to make your sermon become balanced. But you see, the argument is that, the Elections Act says that, public officers should not engage in politics. Therefore, getting that the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012, which is also a statute of Parliament, just like the Elections Act, exempts CSS, especially CSS. It exempts CSS, which means CSS, by Cabinet Secretary, are by law allowed to engage in politics. So whatever that Joe Musheru is doing, whatever that Peter Munya is doing, whatever that Eugene Wamalwa is doing, whatever that Kiriako Tobiko is doing, is within the law according to the Leadership and Integrity Act. And you see, here is a guy who is now writing to the DPP, now becoming so selective and thinking that the DPP will act upon such accusations on these cabinet secretaries, Leonard. This morning I was listening to Professor Manyora, and Professor Manyora said something that is very critical. You know, in politics, especially at such an electioneering period, if you see a person who every day is at the door of the OCS, complaining that he has been attacked by the team belonging to his opponent, or his opponent has or defaced his campaign material, and a number of those type of accusations, know that this is a person who is heading to defeat. And looking at the way William Ruto is behaving, with all this manner of issues around, Bernard, this is a pure indicator that William Ruto is losing this election, sorry, Bernard. Why is Raila Odinga not complaining, Bernard? I'm wondering, Bernard, why is Raila Odinga not complaining? The only time I heard Raila Odinga complain about IEBC was perhaps jokingly during his Kamukunji rally the other 2 weeks ago, when he said, wait, Chebukati, wewe tunakuonea 18. And he was not as serious as the way we are seeing William Ruto behave, Bernard. So what does William Ruto, this is a guy who has been in government. They won together with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013 in a manner that we all know that they never won. They won together with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017 in a manner that we all know that they never won. What does he know about electioneering that we don't know that makes him so afraid, Bernard? There must be something that William Ruto knows, especially in regard to the election of 2013 and 2017, that we don't know, that is making him scared. For example, I remember when we were doing numbers here with Wakina Alex and Wakina Kip, if you look at numbers in Embu, the county of Embu, and the county of Machakos, you find that there's a big number of people who voted for the president, but perhaps they never voted for anybody else. Then you wonder, how come that there are a big number of people who ended up voting for president and they never voted for anybody else? Is Ruto aware that these numbers will now not reflect on his side? And is that the reason why he's now making noise that, they're about to rig him out? Bernard, these are some of the questions we need to be asking ourselves. On the issue of IEBC, Bernard, in 2017, the Supreme Court nullified the election on the basis of illegality and irregularities. And the Supreme Court was very, very clear that elections are not events but process. And that's why I agree with the with the Chief Justice. It's time that Chebukati came out clearly and told us that they have addressed those issues that were raised by the Supreme Court, Bernard. Because if he does not address those issues that were raised by the Supreme Court, and especially at this point when we know we are going to win, Bernard, they will drag us to the Supreme Court after we have defeated William Ruto. So we don't want to be dragged to the Supreme Court by William Ruto after we have defeated him on the 9th of August, Bernard. And that's why we are calling on Chebukati to address any illegality or irregularity that could have occurred in 2017 and could be an impediment to the elections come the 9th of August 2022. Finally, on the issue of academic papers, Bernard, in this country, Bernard, everything is funny. There are ways people obtain forged documents. For example, a kid who sits an examination that he already has a leakage. How do you call such a kid, even if such a kid scores A? We also know people who bribe their lecturers at the university, Bernard, so that they can be deemed to have passed their examination. There are those who even go as far as buying papers, Bernard, from River Road so that they can hold degrees which we know they are fake. So generally, we are largely a fake society, Bernard. And that's why you find there are many people who will tell you that they hold PhDs but have never published a single paper. They have never published even a single paper, leave alone a book. Apart from the thesis that they perhaps defended in the manner that they knew how, they have never published anything. With a PhD, you're supposed to be a good publisher. You publish papers, you publish books. But you find a person calling himself Daktari, but he has published nothing. At least you, Bernard, I know you have published a number of books. Some of these PhD guys are fake this country, I tell you Bernard. Ni watu fake tu. Wacha niwachie hapo, asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Wangire kwa mchango wako, utangulizi mzuri, tunashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Kuna watu wameanza kuteta kwa comment section, sema this just as mere politics, very biased, especially the moderator Bernard. Bure kabisa. Teacher Saimo, karibu ukue moderator, tuone kama utatoboa. Lakini naomba tusonge mbele. Nashukuru. Let's keep the conversation going, keep it civil, and let's focus. Politics are looked at holistically, not from the lens of your political party or from the lens of the community you come from. You should look at the politics from all angles in order for you to judge them rightly. And so if you think that what you're analyzing is biased, probably you are the one that has biased spectacles on. Get rid of them. You begin to see the reality of what we are talking about. There is what runs into play before a political move is made, and that is laying the ground for that particular item to take place. Politics are never accidental, especially drastic moves. And so when we are talking about laying grounds for withdrawal, we are not talking about his withdrawing now. We are talking about his preparing too. That means when you get cornered, you exercise all the options you have until you settle on the best option forward. Raila Odinga refused to go for the repeat elections. And how did he refuse? He laid grounds for the same. He said if IEBC remains the same, and they are not adjusting the law that made them rig the first election, then there's no need of going into the second elections. And what happened? Boycotted the elections, and you know what happened thereafter. And so when you begin to hear that a million voters are out of the register, and these a million voters are from my stronghold, and that is something that is serious as far as politics is concerned, and you can't brush it off. So tuje hapa na tuongee ukweli, tusianze kudanganyana hapa eti kwa sababu tuna imani kwamba lazima mtu fulani ashinde uchaguzi huu. Ni lazima tutadisi mambo ipasavyo ili tuelekeze Wakenya wafanye uamuzi unaofaa. Asante sana. Chaga, vipi?
Salama sana brother Bernard na mzee wetu hapo wa Wangira. Mimi namuita mzee Wangira mzee wa busara, kwa sababu jinsi anavyopanga maneno yake, natamani ningejua huo umombo wa mzee Wangira, hapo tungeshindana vizuri sana. Otherwise, congratulations Mr. Wangira. Kwangu ni kwamba mimi kidogo nitaturudi nyuma kidogo, kwamba unapokuwa na uchafu ndani yako wa roho, na si wewe peke yako na wenzako, kisha mgundue kwamba njama kumbe iliyo ndani na ule uchafu unaweka wazi, lazima utaingia wasiwasi, kwa sababu huu mrengo hasa si kwamba na upinga, kwa sababu wote ni Wakenya. Kenya Kwanza ni Wakenya, Azimio ni Wakenya, na simaanishi kwamba na wapinga, lakini kutoka ulivyoundwa mpaka sasa hivi, mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na maswali, ndiposa nikaamua hata kujiunga kwa Azimio, kwa sababu ingawaje nilikuwa fani zaidi wa DP, lakini sasa kuanzia yeye mwenyewe na wafuasi wake wale wote ambao walikuwa ni watumiwa wote wameungana sehemu moja. Sasa nikaona hapa hakutakuwa na uhaki zaidi, kwamba watatuficha sisi wa Kenya, wataturambisha asali kwa midomo, tujisikie kwamba ni utamu, ukita baadaye hawa watu wanajificha. Sasa kutokana na hali ilivyo, kuingia kiwewe ni sawa na ni haki yake, maana mtoto akilia wembe unasema mpe, akijikata atauangusha tu. Sasa kaulilia uwembe, ni haki yake kupewa. Kwa hiyo kuhisi uoga na kutaka kujiondoa ni sawa, lakini haita affect, kwa sababu upande wetu wa Azimio tumejipanga, ingaje walikuwa wanatukejeli, wana maneno na kila aina, lakini ukweli, kapu iliyojaa ukweli huwa siku zote iko tele, lakini ya uongo kila unavyozungumza inazidi, maana chini yake kwanza ina shimo haswa. So unapoinyanyua tu basi uongo wote unabaki pale, lakini kapu ya ukweli ni nzima na tena hii imejaa. Kwa ajiondoe asijiondoe, aingie kiwewe asiingie kiwewe, aanze kutapatapa huku na huku, huu wote tu ni mfamaji, aache kutapatafu, lakini kashaona mapema ni wapi ambapo Wakenya wanaelekea, ni wapi ambapo ukweli unadhihirika, na Wakenya ambao walikuwa wamehadaika washaanza kugundua makosa yako wapi, na hatuko mimi haswa na baadhi ya wengine wenye maoni kama hatuko tayari kupotezwa na kupumbazwa kwa maneno matamu na propaganda ya hapa na pale. Hivyo ni sawa akiondoka, akijiondoa, akifanya nini, stili bado uchaguzi umefika, umekaribia, uko karibu, na dalili ionyesha wazi tu kwamba uongozi unaelekea mahali fulani, na huko ndiko Mungu ameelekeza, kwa sababu ukweli tu ni kwamba roho ambayo iko na kiongozi wetu wa Azimio sidhani kama iko na Mkenya mwingine, kwa sababu mambo aliyopitia ni kuitaka Kenya zaidi, lakini kama angekuwa tu na roho ya chuki ndani yake na makasiriko ndani yake, angekuwa na kwamba na kujienua na kujikuza kwamba kwa nini nifanywe hivi, ni lazima nitaharibu, hatungekuwa na nchi mpaka sasa hivi. Lakini kwa sababu ya unyenyekevu wake na kuiweka Kenya mbele, ndio watu waliona ni ujinga, labda pengine ni ulimbukeni, labda haile, lakini alikuwa anajitengenezea, na si kwetu sisi wa Kenya tu, lakini hata kwa mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu. So ni wakati wake sahihi. Yangu iko pale. Kwa hivyo ajiondoe asijiondoe, Bernard, mimi hilo haliniumi. Nadhani tu nitachangia baadaye, lakini kwa sasa hivi tu nisimamie pale.
Asante
sana Bernard.
Tunashukuru kwa mtazamo wako na mchango wako. Tusonge mbele. Bwana Silas Oyo, vipi?
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, Bwana Wangira Chaka ambaye ametupa maoni yake kwa sasa hivi, na washukuru sana na wapenda. Nami wacha niseme hivi, nampenda Kalonzo sana kwa kufikiria ama kwa kuwa na busara wa kurudi pale ambapo Wakenya, si Wakamba bali Wakenya walimshauri arudi. Kwa hivyo pia ningependa kusema kwamba Kalonzo alicheza mchezo mzuri sana na watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Kuna ule mchezo ambao vijijini watu hucheza na umbwa. Uko na nyama mkononi, village dogs, uko na nyama mkononi, unamshtua kwamba unamrushia lakini haurushi, unamega nyama. Huo ndio mchezo ambao Kalonzo amecheza na watu wa Kenya Kwanza, wakidhani Kalonzo ataenda pale Kenya Kwanza, ndio hiyo Kalonzo amemega nyama, wamebaki wakimeza mate pale. Kwa hivyo ni mchezo mzuri sana ambao Kalonzo ameweza kucheza na watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Nampenda sana kwa huo mchezo. Upande wa DP kujiondoa katika uchaguzi, sidhani kama anaweza akafanya hivyo. Tukiwa shuleni, unajua kuna wale walimu ambao kidogo wanakuwa wazembe, wanazembea kazini, hasa katika shule za upili. Unapata kwamba mtu tayari amegundua kufanya kazi mzuri, wanafunzi watanguka katika lile somo lake, anaanza kuwa na mambo mengi, labda nasikia nyinyi wanafunzi mmekuwa vichwa ngumu sana, umeanza mambo ya mapenzi, na vile mnaenda hivi hamtapita mtihani. Anaposema hivyo, unapata masomo mengine wanafunzi wanapita tu. Kwa hivyo nalinganisha hilo na DP wetu. DP wetu ameona kwamba tayari anaenda kufeli. Kwa hivyo anazingizia mambo mengi sana ambayo hayana misingi kabisa, hayana nguzo kabisa. Kwa hivyo pia anajaribu kutia wafuasi wake moyo kwamba ana ule umaarufu ambao hauko. Kwa hivyo anajaribu kufanya wale watu wanaomfuata waamini kwamba ikiwa atashindwa basi atakuwa amenyang'anywa ama kura zitakuwa zimeibwa. Lakini ukweli halisi ni kwamba hana wafuasi wengi sana kwa wakati huu. Kwa hivyo ndio mchango wangu kwa wakati huu. Nawapenda sana. Kile ambacho kimebaki ni mimi nawaombea Mola, nami najiombea Mungu atupe afya ili tuweze kufika tarehe hiyo, tarehe 9 mwezi wa Agosti, tuweze kushuhudia yale ambayo yatatokea, vile ambavyo tutashinda uchaguzi. Asanteni sana. Asante Bwana Bernard, asante kwa channel yako, asante sana.
Okay, asante Bwana Silas. Yes, Chaga, iko nini?
Na jambo moja tu ambalo nilikuwa nimelisahau, samahani kidogo kwa kuwa huo muda. Lakini hili ni jambo lilizungumziwa na rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta kwamba wakati huu ni wa kazi na utafika tu wakati wa siasa. Nadhani hili alilizungumzia sana tu kwa makini, gaje alichimbwa mizizi na kupigwa vijembe, lakini ishara wazi imejitokeza. Wakati wa siasa utafika, huu ni wakati wa kazi. Hilo jambo mimi bado Bernard nalikumbuka. Sasa wakati wa siasa ndio huu, ndio naona sasa huu mchecheto wote na malalamiki haya. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo rais wetu alilijua fika litafika. Kwa hiyo kunakozaliwa babako hakuna rika lako, na sikio siku zote halipiti kichwa. Sasa hayo Bernard, mimi wacha tu nikwambie hapo nipate tema la maji kidogo hapo.
Asante sana. Sikio halipiti kichwa. Haya mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba asante wale wote ambao mnatutazama, naomba tuendelee kukaribishana. Make sure you're sharing in your WhatsApp groups, share in all your Facebook groups. Make sure that everybody is tuning in and learning one or two things from what we are discussing. Today seems to be a hot topic. Is William Ruto laying grounds to withdraw from the presidential race? Is feeling the heat, and somebody said he wanted to divert attention from the Kalonzo rejoining to Azimio. I don't think so. You don't go to the European Union to do that. If you want to divert attention, you do something else. Going to European Union and talking to them about and you're unprepared in the first place, and then you say you spill the beans, and this has been going on for a protracted time. It wasn't just yesterday. Remember his trip in the US, his trip in the UK, it had everything to do with that. His complaint to Wazungus, even against his own advice during 2017-2013 elections. Now Wazungus, who are the sponsors of the, what are they called, activism, now become the good audience for him to complain about how he's being rigged out of the elections. And so this is something that has been protracted for a while, and I want us to give it that length observation so that we judge it rightly. Bwana Murunga, naomba sasa uchukue muda wako kama uko ready. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good. Naomba. Good evening to you. How is it going?
Not bad. We're doing so fine.
Haya, mawili matatu tukisonga mbele.
Sasa mimi bado niko na issue na mambo ambayo nasikia kutoka kwa yale nilisikia kutoka kwa Deputy President, especially yale matamshi yale alisema jana kwamba akiambia European Union that is high representatives. It is shameful that the whole Deputy President has started causing alarm, especially on matters of regarding elections. How do you allege that almost 1 million votes have been actually expunged from the register from your strongholds? Is there something that he knows that we don't know regarding the elections of 2017. I think the cleanup of what happened in 2017 is done now. Ile kura za hujuma zote zimeanza kuondolewa kwa register. Sasa I think hiyo ndio sababu anasikia uchungu sana, manake register inasafishwa, kutolewa ghost voters wale walisaidia 2017. So Deputy President kutamka maneno kama yale ilikuwa ni aibu, na especially kuwa number 2 kuweza kuweka tashwishi kwa ile tume ambayo inasimamia uchaguzi, na wakati anatamka maneno kama haya anajua ya kwamba register ya IEBC iko inafanyiwa ukaguzi. Yes, ni aibu kabisa, na mtu kama huyo sijui hii nchi iko na viongozi wa namna gani. Deputy President sasa amefika mahali tulikuwa 2007 tukiwa in denial. Sasa yeye amekuwa hapo, yuko pale, na uzuri ni kwamba anaanze kuprepare watu wake kwamba kuna kushindwa uchaguzi na kuna kushinda, na kwamba hii uchaguzi yeye anavyoona ni ile tu hawezi tamka ya kwamba hii uchaguzi imeenda tayari. Ile yeye anafanya ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba anapata MPs wa kutosha wa kuweza kuendelesha agenda yake baada ya uchaguzi wa Raila Amolo Odinga tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Matamshi kama hayo pia yaanze kuachunga ya kwamba yanaweza kuweka nchi katika ile hali ya taharuki, na tuaweze kuacha kutoa semi kama hizo. Ni jambo ambalo si nzuri, na tunapoelekea upande wa kuingia kwa Kalonzo kwa Azimio, Bernard, utakumbuka ya kwamba wiki iliyopita niliwaambia ya kwamba tunahitaji Kalonzo Musyoka, na kwamba Kalonzo Musyoka alikuwa njiani yuaja ndani ya Azimio. Ile kitu ilikuwa inafanyika ni kwamba Kalonzo Musyoka, unlike our Luya Tumbocrats, Kalonzo Musyoka is a good negotiator. He knew what he wanted for the Kamba people. And you see what Kalonzo did when Raila Odinga appointed him, nominated him for the position of chief minister. Kalonzo Musyoka hakukaa na hiyo nafasi na hakusema lolote kuhusu hiyo nafasi, akijua ya kwamba yeye anataka kuprepare ground Ukambani, wajua ya kwamba number 2 imeponyoka. Sasa tutafute mbinu ile tutakuja kuchukua number 2, na hiyo nafasi ambayo tumepewa. Na Kalonzo ameprepare watu wake kabisa, na akatuma professionals, akatuma makanisa, akatuma vikundi vyote vile vilikuwa vinahusika, kuonyesha ya kwamba yeye alikuwa amekerwa mara ya kwanza, lakini kwa sasa anaweza rejea ndani ya Azimio katika hiyo wadhifa, achukue nafasi ile ambayo alikuwa ametengewa na Raila Odinga, na ameichukua kwa roho safi sana. Sasa wewe Bernard ujiulize, sisi especially the Mulembe Nation, vile wale watu wawili Musalia Mudavadi na Moses Wetangula walipoingia ndani ya Kenya Kwanza, can any lawyer and especially those who have been agitating for Musalia Mudavadi to be in Kenya Kwanza tell us what they negotiated for? To be very honest, Bernard, in Kenya Kwanza Musalia Mudavadi alipeleka tumbo yake kwa sababu Ruto alimsaidia kulipa loan, na Wetangula kwa sababu alikuwa na uchungu na hasira kwa sababu ya pesa ya political parties fund ambayo yeye chama chake hakikuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kupata ile mgao ambao ungekuwa sawa na wale watu wengine walikuwa wanapokea. Lakini ukiangalia kwa ukweli, hakuna cha maana ambacho the Luya Nation wali negotiate kupata ndani ya Kenya Kwanza pale. Na Bernard, pia unapoangalia ile mpangilio wa Kenya Kwanza. William Ruto katika Kenya Kwanza, unlike Raila Odinga is in Azimio as the Azimio presidential candidate. William Ruto ni presidential candidate wa UDA. Rigathi Gachagua ni running mate wa UDA. Ukiangalia nyadhifa zote ambazo zile muhimu ambazo watu wanawania ndani ya Kenya Kwanza, wanaania kama cha UDA. Na utakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba William Ruto ya kwamba William Ruto is a smart politician ambaye ameweza kuchukua control ya hawa watu hawa Waluya wawili na wameweka mfukoni. Sasa wanaimba wimbo wake, ile kitu yeye atasema ndio ile watafuata. Kwa ukweli kabisa, mimi nitakwambia the Luya Nation wako comfortable na watapata kitu ambacho watafaidika nacho ni ndani ya Azimio la Umoja na through Raila Amolo Odinga. Mimi nitasema hivi nikimaliza, sitaki kuchukua muda mrefu, nitasema hivi nikimaliza Bernard. Luya leaders, and especially those who are in authority and those who are in a position to lead the Luya Nation, wawache mambo ya kujitakia peke yao na matumbo zao. Na ndio sababu unaona walienda peke yao, with the pockets of those who follow them, few people, and that is exactly a reflection of what we are likely to see. Sawa. Kwa hayo mengi na machache Bernard, mimi nitachangia baadaye.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Murunga, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Thank you those of you on the comment section. Please let's keep it civil. Heshima idumu. Tuheshimiane, hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu yeyote mmekutana naye kwa hapa. It's a neutral, not necessarily neutral program, but platform, but a public platform where everybody is allowed to come, and let's make everybody comfortable by ensuring that we stick with what is acceptable in how we treat one another. No reason of calling anybody any name that you would not want to be called simply because you differ with them politically. They are entitled to their politics and their political opinion, but we also encourage that let's not propel and broadcast propaganda. Let's ensure that we stick by what is true, because that is the only thing that will help Kenya move forward. Before Nyongesa comes in, I want us to listen out on this video, and then tuangalie vile mambo yanaenda. Okay, one moment. Where is the video? All right. Okay. The video seems to have disappeared, but let me get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's this one.
The commissioners wa IEBC wakalalamikia mambo ya BVR, wakalalamikia mambo ya ballot papers. Sasa wanalalamikia kwamba sijui jeshi itafanya kitu gani. Mimi nataka niwaambie hawa waungano, kwa sababu wanajua ya kwamba hawana sera, hawana track record, hawawezi kushinda uchaguzi. Wanaanza kupanga maneno ili waseme eti uchaguzi imeibiwa. Mimi nataka niwaambie hiyo ni siasa duni. We want to ask our friends to prepare for the election and to stop making unnecessary noise.
Jubilee leaders now accusing NASA leaders of trying to cause friction as the country readies for high-stakes election in one of the most polarized environments.
Wawachane na wanajeshi wetu We have a professional military in Kenya, and it has a track record of professionalism. And the people who are used to using the military to get government are known. They should not drag the rest of us into that kind of thing. Kama wanataka hata wenyewe wakuwe chairman wa IEBC wachukue. Kama wanataka kuprint ballot papers waziprint. Sisi tunajua ya kwamba Jubilee itashinda kura ya 2017.
The DP said the claims were a sign of the desperation of an opposition grouping afraid of competing. Jane Gweri, NTV.
Change that comes with time. Nyongeza, karibu.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Uko sawa, endelea.
So thank you again for this chance to talk. Yeah, mimi nimefurahia sana vile naona baba ni ameshinda kabisa. Yani mimi nimesupport baba kutoka kitambo sana. Na most of the people they usually ask me, why do lawyers not support one of their own? So I usually answer them that we lawyers, we support someone who has an agenda for the whole Kenya. Those people who support their own people, they feel sometimes it is the mentality. They have been made to feel that if someone president comes from your community, whether he's a thief or a criminal, he will help you to prosper. But the reality of the matter is that anybody from any region in Kenya, from any tribe, from any religious denomination, if he can work better for our nation, to build our nation, to build our schools, hospitals, to make everything good, the business environment good for all, we should not look at tribe or is one of our own. For example, if you look like this duo, the current leadership that took from Kibaki, they took us 10 steps back. Kibaki has brought us 10 steps ahead. They took us back. Now we are starting again. We need to start again to fix the country. There was a lot of corruption, a lot of things, because we did not elect people leadership on merit. We were electing someone to save them from maybe going to ICC or something like that. Like the Europeans want to capture our people, we shall vote them in so that we show the Europeans that these are our sons. They should not go to rot in the jail in The Hague. So this was a problem that these guys. I'm very happy that the president, through his cabinet, his ministers, and I like Mr. Matiang'i, almost all the ministers have delivered whom he has worked with from his side. So Mr. Matiang'i and the guy of the roads, I don't know, engineer, I don't know, Kamau or someone. These guys have really delivered on some things that I see, like infrastructure. If you go to any area, you see a lot of infrastructure. The president could not do this without those ministers or his team to do this kind of work that has happened. Our opponents in the other place, they tell us that we cannot eat roads. But if you go to Elgeyo Marakwet, I saw that there was sack of potato was being sold, of this Irish potato was being sold 500 shillings. Mkulima amepanda these potatoes he has used a lot of money to invest in this agricultural thing. It was 500 shillings because you cannot access Elgeyo Marakwet County by road because there is a problem there. So our to middlemen when wanaenda kwa Elgeyo Marakwet wanaambia farmer that you see, I have used a lot of petrol, gari yangu imelala kwa barabara, so hii gunia ni shilingi 500, siwezi nunua more than this. So roads, we will not eat roads, yes, but it will make our business easier. It will make everything easier. So I think the other side of the other Kenya Kwanza, they don't have ideas. Their own problem is that they are a group of looters who have come together so that they can continue looting. They will continue looting more. And let me tell Kenyans this. If you mess up by going to the ballot without thinking, if you go there to vote like some people usually say that they will vote to punish someone, they should avoid this one because it will punish all of us. It is not that those who voted for this and this. If these guys enter to the government, we will all suffer. It means, let me tell Kenyans one thing on this TV. Kama unazaa na unajua utapigia Rigathi Gachagua kura, wachana na kuzaa. You need to be castrated so that these children that you could have given birth to should not find a Kenya that is like Yemen or a destroyed country, you know. tutakucastrate so that we show you that this kind of watoto hatuzai, so we should end this generation so that the next one watu watoke nje wakuja inherit Kenya waanzishe kujenga hiyo nchi, kwa sababu tumeshindwa kufikiria kama wananchi. If you see someone like the deputy president on the other side, Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, this guy I think is I said something last time. This guy has made Ruto look like he's an innocent boy. Because if you look at the two, you see now this Gachagua is more dangerous. It is a danger zone. This place you cannot step. So the choice of this guy, it is more dangerous than anything else. Because if something happens to the president, for example, if we elect a duo, Gachagua Ruto, and something happens to the president, automatically this guy will be the president. And this guy has worked with Moi. He knows elimination methods. He knows everything. So even the deputy president is afraid of this guy. Ruto is not usually afraid of anything, but I assure you, he's very afraid of that guy. So if they assume office, Ruto will be always afraid and walking far away from that guy, because he's afraid of elimination method. He can be eliminated anytime. I'm not saying that they will eliminate him, but the guy is capable. Whatever he did in Molo,
mind the language.
Yeah, I'm saying we know history that Molo, some things happened in Molo, who was the mastermind. So the guy has all the tactics. It's not, if you go to the history, you know, the boys who were born in 2000, 1999, 1998, they are shouting the hustler because they don't know any history, you know. If they learn the history, they will know that we need to put Kenya first. We need to elect a leadership that is competent. So I think Mr. Ruto has been his own section. You see, like in Kilifi, there is one, Mrs. Aisha Jumwa. I don't think she even qualifies to be a governor, but you see, they are running people even who don't have qualifications. That lady should be only a woman rep or an MP or something, but not a governor to run a county. That's why in the Kilifi, we have people suffering there, because we need good leadership. So the people is them to think, because most of the people, like in Nairobi, I think I can share something here. In Nairobi, the governor is, whoever told this Azimio team to pick Igate, I think he saw that Nairobi needs to continue where Badi has left. It needs to continue in that step, whether Badi will be there or not. So imagine if Sakaja takes over Nairobi, it means that the Nairobi is in the pocket of Rigathi Gachagua and Ruto. It will be more chaotic in that town. The Nairobi National Park will even be taken over. They can start, you will see buildings in the Nairobi National Park. They'll start building inside. They will take everything from us. So please, guys, you need to go to the ballot with a sober mind. Ruto has lost he has lost it, because if you start crying to the Europeans cannot help they will not solve our problems as Kenyans now. It is us to vote and to choose the real government. Europeans are not our prefects to monitor what we are doing and to decide what IEBC will announce. We need to just wake up. Ruto has lost it. I think Mr. Chebukati, he used to play like he wanted to approve this Kalonzo as to vie as a president. I think if you are keen, you will notice that. But he was blocking the other guy from Muranga, because that guy, you can underrate the guy, but he can even get even 50,000 votes from Central Kenya, which is a big problem for the other Ruto team, because they know they are banking on the central vote and let me correct something. Let me correct Kenya something before I finish my submission. Rift Valley province sio ngome ya William Ruto yote vile huwa tunasema. We are usually very wrong in many aspects. Trans Nzoia, my father comes from Trans Nzoia, a place called Kiminini. This is a Luya inhabited place. If you continue to go up to Kitale, this is Rift Valley. It's not even Western, and you cannot tell me that even Ruto Konenini. It's only one constituency called Cherangani, whereby you will find that they will vote for Ruto. But Trans Nzoia County, it is too much. Even in the Sabot area, the MP is not even from that area. If you check very well, the MP himself is from another. It means these people, they don't vote on that kind of tribalism. They will vote in that. If you go to the Masai Land is not in central Kenya. It's not in northern Kenya. It's in Rift Valley. These people cannot vote for him, cannot vote for that team. And I promise you, Narok will not vote for that team. If you go to Pokot, West Pokot, they are neutral somehow. So you'll get 50-50. If you go to Samburu, it's like that. So the only counties is whereby the Kalenjins are more, like in Marakwet, Uasin Gishu, and Nandi. Those counties, they are like 4 or 5, Bomet and Kericho. So Rift Valley is not sio ngome ya Ruto yote. Tusidanganyane kabisa. Watu wanafaa muanalyze vitu, muambie watu ukweli. So yeye ako na some counties tu pale kama 5 zenye zitampigia kura. So if he can win, and let me tell you something I observed in 2017. These guys, they hacked into the system. I don't know how they got. You know, the problem with the late, may he rest in peace, Mr. Musando, what he did, he went on Citizen Television. I think this video, anyone has ever come about it. And he told these guys, I have developed this system. No one will hack this system. It's only me who can log into it, and nobody will hack this system. So these guys knew that Kenyans have mobiles in their hand. If you've managed to log into this system and you manipulate the data and show that so-and-so is leading, and also they managed to block some governors who would have won, whom they did not want. They made some algorithm for some governors. So they removed these governors. If you observed everything, you will know. The killing of Mr. Musando, it was associated with that information he gave on live TV. So it's something, if you develop the software, you should not tell people, you cannot do it without me. They went ahead and get access to the server, and they did whatever they want. So they created like 44 and 54. If you go and check the governors, they did not want it. They want 44. Like in Machakos, there was Wavinya Ndeti. If you go to Bomet, there was this Isaac Ruto. Even in the MP section, there are some people who are removed through the algorithm. So Ruto is crying because the people he worked with in that time are now talking that Raila is leading. He knows that these people, I'm not saying they will steal, but if he's crying about those guys, he knows what they are capable of because he was working with them. It's the only thing that they are not with him now. That is the problem. But they know what they did in 2017. They manipulated our minds through the results on the screens, not on the ground. We did not, the results that were trickling on the screen. If you see that if I see Mr. Bernard is leading, I will give up. I will not even question these results of elections. I will not go to the ground to see whether they announced the correct one and the one on the screen is correct. I will not bother to see this one. So Ruto knows that the results of showing the results on the TV or on the website is more good for him to win election than if he has the access to that, he can win this election. Through that only, because if you show that from yesterday, Ruto is leading. He's leading here, he's leading in Central. He can lead in all Central Province places and there, if he get access to that software. And now he don't have the access. He's crying too much because this Muchero, I don't know what he did to him. Whatever he talked, Ruto is crying day and night like a small baby. I don't know if this is the real Ruto we used to have times back. Within these 2 weeks, this guy is like a small baby, you know. Here in Qatar, we call a baby a bacha in Arabic, bacha. So this guy is like a small baby now, is crying all day and night. Wherever he goes, he's just crying. He tried to cry to Europeans. He cries in the market. He goes everywhere. They are crying and crying. I don't know what we can do now. So what I think, my dear Kenyans, go to the ballot, try to vote soberly for the future of your children. Not even for yourself, for the future of your children. If Kenya is built now, your children will have a better future, like education, everything will be good. But if we elect these corrupt individuals, wataiba kila kitu. I think the only good thing is that I heard Uhuru has made that we are extending into Congo. So we can now move. Tutaacha Kenya tuende Congo, wengine tuende Rwanda, because this place haitakalika. If these guys become leaders, hamutaweza kukaa Kenya, my friend. How you will not, because hatuna shamba. If you go to Kitale, huwa nasikia wanasema watasolve mashamba za Mombasa.
Chunga muda. We have
namalizia. We in Kitale, we have more squatters.
Please. Thank you.
Yeah, we have more squatters. So just elect people who will not, wenye hawana haja na mashamba, wenye wata distribute mashamba kwa squatters, wenye watafanya vitu mingi. Our deputy president has lost it, and we are going to win this thing in round 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Nyongesa. We appreciate it. Mambo mengi kweli. Let's keep going. Listen out to this video and then tumlete nani huyu Collins alikuwa ameanguka chini. Alikuwa ametangulia Steven if I'm not wrong. Listen out to this shortly and then Collins achukulie hapo.
Yaani deputy president ati amefika. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka who was the vice president. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa kioo. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Musalia Mudavadi ambaye alikuwa vice president. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa side mirror. Ambia yeye aulize mtu ambaye anaitwa Mudi Awori. Saa hii anaona kiti kwa TV. Hata William Samoei Ruto 2022 utakuwa unaona president kwa kioo, kwa TV na utakuwa unasikia kwa radio tu.
Wapi Collins amkune ameenda?
Yes, Bernard.
Namna gani lakini?
Poa sana, habari ya masiku?
Salama salama. Maoni yako tusonge mbele tafadhali, dakika 2-3.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here tonight. I think I'm normally a silent follower, but today I decided to log in. This channel, every day before I go to sleep, I must listen to it. Penye nishikia ndio hapo ndio nalia. And I'm happy to see Samuel Ofula, my former schoolmate. We'll catch up. To the topic, I can say that I think somebody said if you want to know the person who is losing an election, show me the one who is complaining the loudest. And this man is really complaining of late. But the problem is that in the morning he's saying that Kurake hawezi ibiwa. Yet in the afternoon, he goes and says that the government plans to rig his election. So he's flip-flopping every other time. So I wonder how will we win? Because it's just a contradiction. In the morning he says, yeah, came to kuibiwa kura. But in the afternoon, he's reporting every other government official that used to campaign with him in the same platform that they are rigging, and he's now floating the names of Fred Matiang'i, Musheru, Kibisho. But today they're also on record. They're not doing anything new. They used to campaign with them in 2017, yet they are the CSS. So I think the guy is just panicked. And before I forget, I think there are just like two things you can learn quickly as young people. Number one, from Baba and even Martha Karua, you should at least stand for something and be consistent. So don't just make quick decisions to get quick results for today that are convenient for you. In the long run, you will lose the whole game. And that is even what Uhuru was saying the other day, that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And it has actually come to pass. So the guy is like he was in a hurry to inherit Uhuru when Uhuru was even still serving in the very first year of his second term. And he went against the principle, the 48 rules of power. The very first rule, not outstanding your master. I think that has been his greatest undoing. So that's number one. Number two, on what we should learn as young people, in the same vein, you can quickly rise up, and you might also quickly fall down. So you should be very careful, even as young people. We should not just look for shortcuts to rise to those higher positions that we are not able to maintain or to keep up to them. And in fact, today I was wondering, he's running Rigathi Gachagua. went in that meeting to meet the EU ambassadors, but he never uttered a word. How is that possible? How is that possible, my friends? We saw the other day, Matakra was very eloquent. She gave her points. But today I was surprised when like in Anway Guru they were talking. Yet the second in command in that team couldn't utter a word. It means that Ruto has seen the weakness of this person. And every time he opens his mouth, they actually lose votes on their sides, and we in Azimio gain more votes. So I think for us, it is a plus for us. They should just give him a mic, because every time they give him a mic, if he messes up, we will gain from our side. And maybe what I can say about the about these certificates. I was wondering how comes a person like Sakaja is found in that mix. Hati hakumaliza ana degree, alifika dropped out from year 2 wakina Malala. So how is it a coincidence that everybody in UDA, they have some integrity issues? You see, they have some integrity issues. So it is at least it is now becoming black and white, very clear to us to see which side is. Of course, even in our side there might be some such like kind of people, but you can see the way Martha Karua said, she found with no much struggle the side to associate with, and that's why she came to Azimio. So at least it is a good indicator for the wananchi to know the other side. I think it is just built on conmanship na ukora mwingi. So at least we should keep on talking about these things. The more we talk about them, the more the people can be able to listen and even make a decision. I think I'll stop from there to give other people a chance, but I'm very happy to be here tonight, and I want to encourage all of us to keep the fire burning. This is the time for Baba. He has tried. This is his 5th term, and for sure is going to become the 5th. Thank you so much, and have a good show tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. We appreciate it. It is our duty to see to it that we contribute to the shaping of the opinion of this great country, and influence as many as possible to make right judgment, to ensure that this vote is going to be decisive and is going to be for the betterment of Kenya. One thing we can do to help Kenya is improve on its policy and improve on its advancement, not just secure somebody a job. So as we go out there to vote, make sure that you're not securing somebody a job, but you're propelling the country to move to the next level, build enough capacity to carry the weight of the entire country and be able to develop accurately in meeting the international levels of other nations. So usiende kwa hiyo booth kuvote kwa sababu kazini yako alikuomba kura na natafuta hii kazi sana, ameiombea muda mrefu,
Bernard,
wewe unataka kumsaidia.
Sorry for interrupting.
So
just half a second, Bernard. I think
yes,
there is something
it?
maybe should there is something I forgot to mention. Wafula Book. I think there is some analysis he has done today. Maybe you'll look for that and post on this page, or just put on the screen for us to send, even discuss that tweet. You did a very good analysis with regards to the ghosts or dead voters in the last 2 elections.
Oh,
yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for. We'll look onto that. We'll have a segment for breaking down numbers later on in the show. Those of you are looking forward to the same, tutakuwa na hiyo, alafu tutaangalia mengine. Tuko hiyo season ya watu kutokana na watu kuchambua mambo wakijaribu kuvuta kamba kwao, lakini ni muhimu kuface. The only way for us to help this country is face what is wrong and be willing to correct it. Like this forgery business, we need to face it and be able to correct it. We can't have fake doctors, you know, they are the ones handling our sick people because they have fake papers, they are not qualified, and then we are handing them our entire life for them to take care of that. This academic forgery has to be arrested. And if we have it in politics, we must be having it in nursing, we must be having it in medicine, we must be having it even in teaching fraternity. Kwa nini watoto wetu wanataka kuiba mtihani, kuibiwa mtihani? Kwa walimu wao wanafanya kazi gani? So ni wakati ambapo lazima tuanze kujiuliza maswali ili tu insist kwamba tukuwe na nchi ambayo inaweza kujitegemea. Nchi inayojitegemea ni ile nchi ambayo iko na watu ambao masomo yao ni sawa, uwezo wao ni sawa na wanaweza kujisimamia. Si eti wewe ndio unaenda kwa serikali kukata contract, unachukua hiyo contract ya mabilioni, alafu unaenda kutafuta mjaluo ambaye anajua kufanya hiyo kazi, na kwa sababu hana makaratasi so unatumia akili yake kutengeneza hela, alafu unamlipa peanuts. Hiyo masuala lazima yashughulikiwe, and this forgery of papers is what has run this country down. We need also to look at it keenly. Thank you very much. Let's keep the conversation going, and if you're able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people to join the discussion right now. Anywhere in the world you'll be able to get Mtembei TV. All you need to do is connect to the internet. If you can connect to the internet from anywhere on the globe, you'll be able to get this show live and direct. So watch peke yako, wake up your mom, wake up your cousins, wake up all your community. Let them tune in and be able to follow what is happening from this end of the world to the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Let's keep moving. Stephen, namna gani?
Poa sana Ben, habari ya leo?
Niko salama, karibu.
Asante. Okay, nitaanza na is the DP laying grounds for to withdraw from the race. I think he's been doing that since long time ago. Hii story alianza kutuambia tuweke Oburu Odinga chairman wa IEBC. Sisi tuko na Mungu na wananchi. Kumbe sasa amejua kuwa kwa Mungu si kwa mzungu, ama kwa wazungu ndio kwa Mungu. Ameanza kujua leo. Hiyo kitu tuko na yeye. Raundi hii ana experience vile vitu tulikuwa tukipitia. Unajua wanasema malipo ni hapa hapa duniani. Si uongo Ben. Si uongo. Hata we ni pastor na unajua. Mbinguni ni hesabu inafanywa. Lakini ile malipo yote, matendo yako yote utalipwa tu hapa hapa. Juu tunaenda tu kuhesabiwa. Hapa ni malipo utapata tu hapa hapa. So I think I feel happy to see how he's becoming timid, how he's becoming now. The arrogance is gone. Ile kiburi imeanza kupotea. Ameanza kuwa mtu kama amenyeshewa. Amejua ile wembe ilitumika. Ndio hiyo sasa imetolewa kwa kabati na ni yeye sasa anakatwa na hiyo wembe. So it's so happy to see that finally the deputy president, with his hypocrisy, with all this bravado and these things, is now facing the reality that he's going to lose this election. Nobody's going to rig him out, but he has no numbers on the ground. Hesabu yake haingiani, hata ukipiga vipi hesabu yake haiwezi ingiana, because Raila Odinga has consistently been having 44% since 2007, 44% 2013, 44% 2017. So Raila is just looking for 8%. He has never contested. He has to look for 50 plus 1%. So it's dawning on him now that he will never win this election, come what may. So hii Ukora ameanza kuongea mambo mengi, anajua hawezi shinda hii kura. Okay, about if IEBC is ready to run this election, I think I will always say IEBC is not ready. Chebukati is not ready to handle this election. Going forward, I think if the military can be given this job, it's going to streamline the elections. Lakini with Chebukati, his indecisiveness, he's just he's looking confused. Yani hana msimamo, leo anaongea hivi, kesho anaongea vile. So I think IEBC is not ready, but let's pray that they'll be ready come August 9th. Okay, about the forgery of papers, it's so sad to see that honorable members forge papers so that they can become honorable. it's just not making sense eh? Kwa nini mtu si usome? Pesa uko nayo, wakati uko nao, akili uko nayo, why don't you go to school, get genuine papers? I think this year IEBC should stamp authority. Whoever has fake papers or questionable papers should be struck out of the race as early as from now, so that this can be a lesson to others who will contest in the future, so that we can clean this country as from now. Hii niwe mwaka wa mwisho watu wenye questionable characters kupata hata nafasi ya kusema wataingia, watapigania kitu yoyote. It should be the last year we experience this. Somebody who has been impeached is trying to come back to say he wants to stand for anything. No, it should be said clearly. Hakuna haja ya kuenda kotini. We should implement chapter 6 na hii mambo ifanyike, na chairman wa IEBC awe strict. Mtu ambaye anashukiwa na anything asiwe cleared na iishie hapo. Leo sina mambo mengi, nitaachia kwa hapo sasa. Thanks. Felix, uendelee. Ben naona amepotea kidogo.
Asante sana panel, nimewasalimu jioni ya leo, habari zenu? Bernard.
Yes,
asante sana
no problem.
Kwa hii panel. Nitakuwa very brief. Nataka kuongelea hii the headlines yenye umepeana sahi. Sana sana I'll dwell majorly on the first one. Is DP Ruto laying grounds to withdraw from the race? I think this one happened a long time ago. Alianza kitambo actually from the everything alikuwa akisema, because before ukiona kwa political rally akimention story ya deep state are planning, sijui few people wanakaa kwa maofisi kupangia watu, sijui serikali yao. Alikuwa anafanya in a very hungry manner actually, but he knew actually this thing had to happen. If I look the recent utterances, first of all, juzi akienda US aliaccuse our democratic country, akasema sijui our country is not democratic, and the Kenyan government is planning to interfere or manipulate the 2022 general election. I think this one is just trying to create some alarm to show people outside there that kuna shida na Kenya, which actually in actual sense there's not. If you look keenly, the guy has just considered a defeat in a way. The problem is it cannot. The guy has been stubborn ever long, so hawezi dokeza waziwazi kusema ati the has lost the ground, because if you try to do simple mathematics with numerical values na votes, you'll start as questioning yourself, Ruto atashindia kura wapi? Because it's like akona some mentality that even Ruto won the election, of which they never won. So it's like Ruto is trying to gain, alikuwa nafikiria is going to regain the algorithm they used 2013 and 2017 election, of which akikuja mbeleni akapata these things is not going to work with him. So he started using the populist system of politics, and hiyo pia inaona it doesn't make sense So it's like anataka kuweka the, how do you call, incitement. Unaona, whenever you feel you are defeated, you start incite people so that you lay some grounds. Sijio, they did this, they did this, they did this against the will of the people, which that is not the case. If you are to have been keen on social media, niliona post ya Moses Kuria today. Moses Kuria said it's like he was trying to gain to get some complaints from their supporters. Ati whoever is registration process for IEBC has been tampered with, to SMS him. It means these guys, there are some data they have started collecting to lay the grounds that the 2022 election is not going to be free and fair. Secondly, Ruto, as niliona kwa presidential communication team, wakasema is not going to attend the presidential debate. This one should really worry the supporters, because main reason, I think Ruto is not contented using the running mate, because just like one of us said, lazima running mate atapewa chance ku address, but that guy ni mtu mwenye anazaibisha hata Ruto mwenyewe in front of the presidential debate panel. Finally, I'm going to touch just to now a sentence or a line with the issue of forgery. Bernard, this issue of forgery is a very serious issue, and ni kama inaingia kwa hii political space and is going to interfere with the leadership. Then I always ask myself, why is all these ill-mannered characters only pointed at one political affiliations? Because so far, the few people who have been mentioned about the issue of forgery, they're only alienated to one Kenya Kwanza affiliation. People have said, there are some people have been saying that the team is like a criminal enterprise, because if you find, you'll try to look for any weird character, you'll get in that coalition. Issue of forgery, Kenya Kwanza. Issue of murder, Kenya Kwanza. If you go to corruption and all the scandals, Kenya Kwanza. So you ask yourself, why is these weird characters only alienated to one political affiliation? And these things, they have been proven. They are not just allegations. Some of them have been proven. So, like case of Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi's case has been proven that guy never gone to school. They always say that they are being politically targeted, but this is not the case. So if we go to the ballot booth, people, we should just look for the leadership we want. Actually, you should try to choose the best leaders and the best presentation of the leaders you need for us, for our children, and the children of our children. I think for today, that's my presentation. I'll leave for the other people to give their submission. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Felix, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for that observation. We look forward to engaging further. Wakenya wenzangu, asante sana wale ambao wana join, tafadhali, na especially on the comment section. Liandikwalo ndilo lidumulo. whatever you write there, if you are not able to stand by it, just be sure that internet doesn't forget. It will remind you over and over. And so say something that you can stand by and defend it completely. And kuna wale ambao wanateta kwamba we are always talking about one person. We are not talking about one person. We are talking about Kenya. Okay? If William Ruto did not say he wants to run the affairs of Kenya, we would not be discussing him. Why are we not discussing your grandfather and the rest of your villagers? We're discussing people of interest because they have shown their quest to be in charge of this country, which is our business. Kenya is our business. When you say you want to run it, we must interrogate you, we must check you out and scrutinize you. So if you're on this particular platform to defend the undefendable, you will soon be tired. It is important for us to check everybody who is asking for the leadership of this country. Anybody who has not said he's vying or he wants to be president, we are not discussing them. We are only discussing people who wants, like this banky man. He said we should replace all the flowers in Nairobi and on the highway with banky. I mean, I don't understand what is happening in Kenya. And he wants to be president. He wants to be president of supplying banky. Yani naambiwa hii nchi yetu hii. So lazima tujitahidi, na ukikuja kutetea mambo, tetea kitu ukifikiria. There is something Nyongesa said here which is very important. Na President Moi pia alisema alisema kama mtaki kujenga shule, acheni kuzaa. You shouldn't, at this point in time, be going to vote for the sake of the person you're voting for. Vote for Kenya, vote for the future, choose people credible, because you know that this country needs to be well managed, because the future depends on how it is managed now. Usikue ile mtu anaenda kuvote mara ya kwanza, wale wanaenda kuvote for the first time, they are just excited about voting and they want to vote for anything. Now that you are sober, you're mature, you need to go and vote with a sense of responsibility that this vote I'm casting is securing our children and our children's children, our education system, our health sector, and every other aspect. Lakini wewe unataka tu kutetea kwa sababu tunaongea kuhusu mtu. Sisi tunaongea kuhusu Kenya, na ukitaka kuongoza hii Kenya lazima tukuweke kwa msasa, tukuchape vizuri ili tukue sure kwamba unaweza ama huwezi. So it's important that we do that. And nobody should be here to defend any tribal. Hii nchi sio kabila, nchi sio kabila moja na sio region moja. Na mtu akitaka kuwa president, huyo mtu anataka kusimamia rasilimali ya nchi nzima, anapokea tax, the tax being paid is from all corners of this country. So nobody should be exempted from being checked out. And the deputy president saying he's not going for the public debate, that also doesn't score for him. What is he running from? He says tusiongee kuhusu historia, hata kwenda public debate akuje. Okay, na kihepa tumeshamweka hapa. We are debating him already. So he should come and defend himself of all the things that are being leveled against him. Thank you very much. Sheria mpya inasema kwamba ukifika hapa lazima uwe kwa both video and audio. Okay, kama uko nyuma ya curtain, I can see Ndeto mheshimiwa ame leo ni leo, asema kesho ni uongo. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ndeto himself. There is a Ndeto who has been receiving a bashing for your sake. I'm arresting you officially until that Ndeto comes, because ile vita amepigwa kwa sababu yako. Mheshimiwa, namna gani?
Uzuri sana Bernard.
Good to see you, long time.
Wow, long time bana. Hata mimi I'm so happy to see you. I've been following you You people, you are doing good. Kenya needs you.
Thank you very much. So tegea hapa tunarudi kwako. Samuel
Karibu,
Wafula
karibu.
vipi?
Yeah,
Unmute.
I've unmuted. How are you?
Great.
Nashukuru sana kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Okay, I hope I'm being heard by everybody. Am I being heard?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. I think this platform, I don't want to overemphasize it. Most people have said that it is our duty to always discuss these things so that Kenyans can be able to listen to us. We have a huge constituency of voters who have never voted in this country. From 2017, maybe they registered as voters in 2018, and it's now 4 years down the line. It is our prerogative as, the intelligentsia of society to be able to shed some light on some of these things because they don't understand the history of this country, the reform journey, where we are and where we want to be. Very quickly, I think I want to start off with a quote Wamalwa said in 2002. Wamalwa Kijana, the late VP, said, Gari Tosha. He was alluding to the fact that, you see, the Rainbow Coalition, the bus was packed, everything was okay. At this juncture, I can be able to categorically say that the Azimio bus imetosha. With Kalonzo on board and everything, tumesha tosha. We don't need rocket science. Nobody needs rocket science to know that Raila will win these elections. To the contrary, if you want to know the person who will lose this election, you look at the people who are backing, a lot, complaining that sijui sita attend, sijui interview ile presidential debate, my votes are being rigged. And what I can just say that we are going to witness an end of campaign. You know, this country, wakati Uhuru na Ruto walishika kiti 2013, Ruto never stopped campaigning. He has been campaigning for 10 good years. I don't even remember any day in Kenya, wakati wa Kenya, they are discussing of, topical matters, pertinent issues affecting us. It has always been tanga, sijui kieleweke, this, Ruto defying his boss and what have you. I think this is the most, the closest opportunities Kenyans have to start working and stop campaigning. And it starts with Martha Karua and Raila's government. We are going to have an opportunity, of course, to work for Kenyans. I think point number 2 would be regarding the profile of the two sides. You look at Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. You look at the profile, the kind of people, with questionable character, credentials. You look at Kenya Kwanza. Yes, Kenya Kwanza. Yes, Azimio also has, characters who have not been palatable. Their profiles are not palatable in the eyes of the public. But on the other side, we're looking at crooks. Hii team inaitwa wash. People who are being accused of so many things. People who looted public funds, people who have never graduated from any institution. And to that point, I think IEBC should be independent as we had envisaged in this constitution. This constitution, these institutions are running on borrowed, delegated powers. We have delegated them the powers. IEBC is independent. We don't care whether you are in Azimio, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza. If at all you do not qualify by virtue of your academic certificate, you do not qualify to be a candidate, you shouldn't be spared in any way. That one we need to agree as Kenyans, because you cannot say that you're going to oversight the executive, you are going to manage resources, you are going to represent the people. If you don't have, the academic wherewithals, it is high time also academic institutions not to be partisan. We need to expose the underbelly of people who have never gone to the school, to school in this country. Yet we have very many professors languishing, and very experienced managers in institutions, in in private sector, who can be able to fill those shoes. But because these guys have stolen a lot of money, cut underhand deals, they have the upper hand to be able to appeal to the masses. I think IEBC should crack the whip, remain independent, and there's nothing like they are not prepared. This issue of not being prepared, I think it comes from politicians. Politicians know when to scare these independent institutions. Ukianza kuona Ruto anasema IEBC itatuibia, sijui what have you, they are trying to make the institutions panic. For the only person who can be able to point out that, see, this institution is not ready, I think is Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has always been justified, because whenever he has said in the past that we do not believe that these elections will be credible, his assertions have always come to pass. But there is a cohort of politicians in Kenya Kwanza. Their essence is to ensure that IEBC panics, and we get to election in a panic mode and create a necessary tension, in Kenya. But far from it, we are going into these elections bullish, assured that Raila Odinga is going to win, and there's no way you can be able to threaten these independent institutions. As I close to, as I edge to the end of my submission, because I believe other members also want to contribute, I'd also look at the profile of Gachagua. I think there's somebody who said, I think it's Nyongesa, who said, in the unlikely event that, God forbid, that maybe Ruto assumes office, then he's incapacitated or he dies through attrition in office. Then we are looking at this guy, known as Gachagua, assuming to the duties of president. It is unfathomable to even think that Gachagua can become president. And even to date, I really wonder, it's surprising to see how he was able to get to the top 2 in this country. He's now a discussion. The fact that we are even discussing about Gachagua in itself is a problem in this country. We cannot discuss such a character. This is a guy, he has a very dirty past from the times of Moi. The guy has been cutting deals throughout his life, from 2001 when he retired from the provincial administration. So even the fact that we can have a discussion surrounding, people like Gachagua, it lends credence to even, the fact that Kenya is a country, under capture like South Africa. Gachagua, the likes of Gachagua, hao ndio watu huko South Africa wanaita, there are these brothers in this state capture report. Sijui wanaitwa aje South Africa. If you find characters like Sonko, Gachagua, Waititu, the guys wako side moja, jua hapo kuna shida kabisa. Otherwise, it's very important that we keep on illuminating these things. Bernard, you've been doing well. We have always been telling our people, you need to tune in, listen to conversations here. I might have, a certain, viewpoint of a certain event, but you see, columnists here and contributors in this show, they are very, very open-minded. I've never seen, anybody making an assertion. If at all he makes an assertion, or she makes an assertion that is not substantiated, members are quickly to flag them off, even if you are Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. So I think what we are doing here is good. We need to bring more people on board so that they can subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Samuel, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunashukuru kwamba tuko na nafasi ya kuchangia katika kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika, na kila mmoja akiwajibika, basi nchi itasonga mbele. Tukijaribu kutafuta mtu wa kulaumu kwa nini hiki akifanyi, hiki akiendi, tutakwama hapo. So what really makes us leaders is when we accept responsibility. And leadership is all about accepting responsibility, owning up what needs to be owned up, correcting what is wrong for the sake of the future. And that is what is on the ballot. That's what's on the ballot, the future of this country. It is not I heard William Ruto saying it is the economy. It is not the economy. It's the future of this country. Are we handing it to academic forgery politicians? Are we handing it to people who want to cut deals? Are we handing it to people who have no sense of responsibility of how many children were born today in Pumwani and around the country? Do we have education for them? Do we have health care for them? Do we have food for them? If that is not an issue to you, then you should be kept away from public office by all means. Hata kama tutaweka barbed wire around the public office, we should do that. When you ukipita karibu tu tunaweka barbed wire, because mimi siko na huruma yeyote kwa mtu yeyote ambaye hana sense of responsibility alafu anataka kuwa kiongozi wa nchi, awe MCA, awe MP, awe women rep. Hii mchezo tumecheza miaka mingi. It is about time we held people to account. Thank you everybody, and please let's keep inviting each other. Usitazame kipindi hiki peke yako, endelea kukaribisha watu wawili, watatu, wanne, watano ili tumakinike pamoja. Usiachwe nyuma. Amsha mtu yeyote. Hii ni TV moja ambayo unaweza join mahala popote ulipo, as long as you can get internet. You were in the Arab world, you be in the diaspora, the other Western world, Eastern, whichever place you are. Please let us all call Kenyans for a feast at Mtembei TV so that we all share what we need to share and be on the cutting edge. Naomba tumsikilize Muga mwenyewe, alafu tusonge mbele. Eric anaendelea kukuja akianguka. I hope his internet will allow him to stick. Haya, Muga mwenyewe, vipi?
Niko salama bwana.
Haya, karibu mchango wako.
Asante sana. I just want to thank all of us in this panelist. I've been longing to join this group so that we can share ideas na tuchambue these leaders whom we want to select to be our leaders. It is a great moment. I love this discussion. And let's keep the discussion going. What I want to say is this. We are in this race, all of us. And we have to stand for this, our nation, Kenya. If we select bad leaders, my dear brother and sister, all blames will be on us. Let's note that Kenyans. Now, now when I go back to the topics which we are discussing at the moment, I can see in the election, people have started crying fool. Hatimara Huwe, the election is going to be rigged. All this is just going to create a tension for our nation, Kenya. What we are praying, we have to stand up, and the IEBC must style up, so that we as Kenyans, we need a credible election, a credible and verifiable election. That's what we need as Kenyans. We don't need Pythagoras theorem, what not, and the rest. We have to bring IEBC on board. We have to bring all the stakeholders on board, so that we may set grounds, so that we may get the leader who is God chosen. And everybody, let's stand with Kenya, and let's pray for first of all, let's pray for this nation, so that God can give us a leader who is God chosen. We may want Raila to be the president. We may want Ruto to be the president. But if God has not allowed Raila to be the president, who am I to say yes? And if God does not allow Ruto to be the president, What can you say? So furthermore, Ruto must be told. I can see on the television even today, he's crying for this cabinet minister that they're campaigning for Raila. Where was he 2017 when all this cabinet minister was campaigning for him? He was really jovial. He was really enjoying the sweet moment. When Matiang'i was really mobilizing the police, watu wa NASA walikuwa wanapewa tear gas. There was a lot of rejuvenation. Hakujua ya kwamba siku moja wembe ni ule ule. So I'm really praying that may Ruto come back to his senses. And I heard what they were also campaigning here in Nairobi. I attended one rally, the one in Embakasi East, and all whatever, if they stood, they were just mocking Raila. Nothing, even a point, what they're going to do for the nation Kenya. It was all about mzee wa kutendawili, mzee wa kulala, wa kuzinzia, all those. What are those? So Kenyans, we have to wake up. Let's come to the reality. Each and every one of us, let's come on board. Let's come on board and we see who is going to lead this nation. I think I can leave it in that point. And then I want to add more on the forgery of academics certificates. I'm really, it's really painful. For example, me, I started medicine for almost 6 years, just studying medicine. And somebody somewhere just go to River Road and forge a certificate so that it can be an MP or it can get a job. May God forbid. And it is very, very painful. You studying for all those years and haujaajiriwa, it is very painful. I think that's all what I can say for now.
Okay, thank you Muga mwenyewe. Asante sana kwa mchango wako, and we really appreciate it. Leo tunakutanisha ndugu wawili ambao mmoja karibu apelekwe korokoroni. So due to public demand, David himself, he says anataka kumsikiliza Ndeto. Na leo tumeleta Ndeto Martin na Ndeto mheshimiwa. Ndeto Martin amepokea vita mingi sana kwa hii platform kwa sababu ya hiyo Ndeto mheshimiwa. So ningependa niachilie hawa wawili wamalizane leo.
Bena kwanza Ndeto. Yes. Ndeto mheshimiwa sana nimemuulizia.
Bernard, unajua hivi masaa yangu niko mahali, niko kiwanda. Sasa huko nimeambiwa bwana Martin kuja Ndeto ako hapo, ule tunakupiganga kwa sababu yake. Unaona hata nimekimbia conference room nikuje nijifiche kwanza nisalimiane tu. Sitaongea mengi. Mimi nikimpata hapo baadaye. Wewe Ndeto umefanya nikapigwa sana hapa wewe. Lakini nakusikiza. Salamu.
Hii ni siasa bala. How are you?
I'm very good. Nasikia ulikuwa na MCA, ulipata?
Not MCA. Why lower me that level bana?
Sijui napigango hapa, niliambiwa mimi ndio naenda MCA. Nikadhani wewe.
Ni wewe lakini yangu ni MP.
Ai, ulipata?
So far so good because I'm an independent candidate. So hata kama wametufanyia kazi ikuwe very hard, mimi pia nimeingia ground kwa sababu watu watu wanataka niwaongoze. They have given me the signatures, they have given me the photocopies of IDs, and I can tell you with pleasure that I'm cleared. So I'm on the ballot, and hata kama whatever happened in the nomination, so
UDA nomination iliendaje? Tangu UDA nomination sijawahi kuona Ndeto.
Bernard, let me just say bye for now. I'll listen from the other side. Bernard, let me just say bye for now. You know this is not the right time. But Ndeto, is nice to see you. At least sasa mmejua si kuna Ndeto wawili. Moja iko na double T, ingine ni T moja. Mwache kunigonga mkidhani ni ule mwingine. Anyway, nice to see you guys. I'm listening.
Thank you for being a soldier.
You can easily be mistaken identity. So Kenya iko nini?
Bernard,
yeah.
I'm really so happy because of my brother Deto. And let me just give a word of encouragement to my brother Deto. You know, it's a good move. I remember the first day I told you, go independent. Now you see, that's the way you are supposed to be. Nitakupata baadaye. Sasa nitakuja.
Wow.
Sawa basi.
So Bernard, can I take over now?
Mawili matatu tukisonga mbele tafadhali. Let's save time. Ndeto,
thank you.
Give your submission, please.
Ai Bernard,
Okay.
Unaniruka kwani unaniruka kwa nini?
Mimi subiri kwanza bwana Julius, nimeona wewe na wewe ndio next.
Sasa hapo
Mheshimiwa Ndeto sijamuona tangu UDA nomination. Nataka kusikia
ya IEBC. IEBC walianza corruption hivyo. It's not good. We have to go by order. It doesn't matter who that is not
okay, because
I will give him to continue, but it's not good.
Okay. Sorry for that. You know, it happens.
Take it easy.
Yeah, so yes. Wow, thank you.
Kuonea ni vile tu Ndeto nataka kujua nini kilifanyika kwa nominations za UDA, kwa sababu kama kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa the icon of UDA on this platform was Ndeto. You couldn't say anything against UDA or the deputy president, and we knew kama kuna mtu atapewa direct ticket ya UDA must be Ndeto. So kusikia Ndeto ako independent, there is a story behind there. I want to hear that story. Ndeto, go ahead.
Wow, thank you, Bernard. And like I said earlier, I've been following, and you are doing good work. So because I've seen very many young people who love this nation, they spend up to late nights discussing about the issues that we are getting through as young people, also as generally Kenyans. And to come to the point on nominations, you know, this country, I think it used to be said that it has owners. But I've come to discover if there is something that is really wasting young people, young upcoming leaders, it is the issue of corruption. Because everywhere you go, without enough money or adequate funds, you find in a way you are not allowed maybe to progress in some processes. So I think I would not talk much about maybe the UDA nominations. Whoever won, he did it, and I have accepted that. But I am here to tell you that because it is not the few leaders who are in the party that chooses who will lead where, it is the people. That is why Ndeto has been given another chance as an independent candidate. Getting to the ground, people signing for me, I can tell you the process was rigorous. It is tiresome. You spend a lot of money, you spend a lot of your time, you feel exhausted, you feel drained, but we have to keep moving because we have a vision for this nation, we have a vision for Africa. So I am happy to report to you tonight that I have a certificate of independent candidate. That is Kinangop constituency in Nyandarua County. So I'll be on the ballot. I've started my campaigns and I'm faring on so well. So, but I've also not changed on my presidential campaign.
Okay, Paul and Reto. Neti imekukata. Utarudi baadaye. Julius, inaonekana unatetewa, basi endelea.
Sitaki kutetewa, ni haki yangu, sitaki kutetewa na mtu mimi. Because nilikuja hapa peke.
Haki lazima ikuwe na utetezi wewe, acha siasa.
Hapana, unajua saa zingine. Okay. Unaona sasa hiyo ndio ile Ruto anasema unaona Mungu amejibu maombi.
Wewe Julius, wewe umekuwa mkuki kwa kidonda cha Ruto sana. Hebu tuliza. Sasa hii Ruto anaomboleza, wewe unaanza.
Anyway, Bernard, asante sana kwa wakati huu. Imekuwa I'm always naingiaga mimi weekly Saturday and Sunday because of time difference. Huko inakuwaga ngumu kuingia during weekday, najitayarisha asubuhi za zile naenda job, ndio nyinyi sasa mnaanza. Anyway, but niko behind na niko messaging ama nasikiza because I love the program. It's very educative and at first, mostly before I say anything, I want to thank Mutembei TV surely. You Bernard yourself. Kwanza ya unajua zingine tunakujaga hapa tukiwa walevi. Na unajua Ben, let me tell you one thing. Sijui kama ushai kunywa pombe. You know there is one thing, sheria ya mlevi. Number 1. Hakuna siku hata mlevi umtoe kwa matope, ameanguka chini, umuulize umekunywa, akwambia akubali amekunywa. Hawezi. That one they will never accept it. Anasemanga pana, sijakunywa, nimekunywa, umeninunulia. That's always hiyo ndio wanasemanga. So unajua kitu imefanya nikasema kuhusu kuna wakati mmoja niliona jamaa mmoja alikuwa hapa and akashambuliwa ati akasema anakunywa coke. You remember that story? So Ben, don't wait. Hata kama mimi nakunywa, hata ukiniona niko na pombe kwa mkono, hakuna siku mlevi atakubali ati nimelewa. Hawezi. I don't know why. Sheria imetoka wapi? Anyway, for your Ben kukaa late time mpaka na mostly at like Sunday asubuhi lazima uingie kanisani. Kuna pia waekesa group yenu yote, surely you are doing a good job and I want to congratulate you guys and give you a big up. You are doing a good job and I'm very happy because of this Mutembei TV I got a chance to speak to. I've met a very wonderful people. Very wonderful people who contribute only hata sijui nita explain aje, but I'm really happy and thankful to Mutembei TV for giving us this wonderful chance to share ideas and even to actually get to meet new people is something that you cannot take for granted. So before niingie kwa mada ya leo, ningelipenda kuongea maneno mawili matatu hivi. Kwanza, kuna siku hapa niliona jamaa anaitwa Duke akiongea, ili nichoma hata siku hiyo nikiwa kazini, nilikuwa nataka kuingia, ngawaje kazini sometimes is very strict. Nikajaribu kuingia, ikawa bahati mbaya studio ilikuwa full. Alikuwa anasema ati kitu inamfanya hamwezi kumpenda Raila ni kwa sababu Raila alikubali handshake. and anataka ule mtu ako constant. So nikashindwa, huyu jamaa kweli, na ni kijana amesoma, you cannot be politics, you cannot be constant. after all, hata maisha ya kawaida wakati unatembea, ukienda kwa barabara, you cannot just look forward at mahali unaenda uangalie nyuma uone nini kwa nyuma. Unaweza kuwa nyuma kuna hata umeangusha kitu na mtu anakufuata nyuma akwambia umeangusha wallet na uangalie nyuma. So at times when you are walking, ukiangalia mbele lazima uangalie nyuma kiasi. So that was a lame excuse. After all, the handshake, mtu alikuwa Nairobi angejua ule umuhimu handshake ililete Nairobi. Mostly wale watu wa Nairobi kwanza ndio walijua umuhimu ya handshake, because Nairobi ilikuwa watu walikuwa wamepata hasara, business people walikuwa wamepata hasara kubwa sana because ya demonstration nini na nini. So actually when something good happens, I think ni shetani tu ndiye apendi amani. Shetani tu ndiye apendi, anapendanga watu wapigane, lakini wakati amani inakuja, people should embrace it. Let us, anyway, again, hakuna saa zingine naangalia wanaume wa ladies and gentlemen wa UDA wanakuwaga na they are wako pole sana. I can say pole sana, because ni ngumu sana ku defend DP Ruto, because DP Ruto mwenyewe unaweza mtetea hivi asubuhi usikia ile maneno ulikuwa unamtetea amebadilisha. So unaona aibu wewe mwenyewe. Sio rahisi kumtetea DP Ruto because mambo yake inaenda mbele na nyuma. It goes all sides. So ni ngumu sana. And by then nimeona nani sijui amepotea, naitwa nani? Kimere anatoka Kiambu.
I don't know, but he will be joining. He was here, I think. He's here.
Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, sijui ni yeye ndiye anatoka Kiambu. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza shida ya Kiambu inakuwa ni nini? Because kuna
Julius, yes. No. Kimere hatoki Kiambu. Kimere is Bernard's lawyerist.
No, I'm asking.
Mimi nimetoka Laikipia.
Mimi sijui si ati nani ile nilikuwa nataka.
Hakuna shida.
Kiambu, unajua Kiambu inanicheka.
Kamau ndiye ambaye yuko ndiye ametoka Kiambu, Kamau.
Okay, sawa, asante. Sasa politician wa Kiambu ananichekesha sana. Kuna mtu anaitwa Kuria. Kuna mtu anaitwa Kabogo. Sasa hao two politicians wanang'ang'ania ugavana. Sijui hawa jamaa wanakaaje. Kabogo hujui yako wapi. Kabogo at times unaona ni kama ako Azimio, kidogo at times ako kwa Ruto. Yaani huwezi jua ako wapi. Haya, Kuria, you remember Kuria ndiye alikuwa anateteaga Ruto akisema ati helicopter. Unakumbuka wakati ile nani anaitwa nani Kalwale akiuliza Ruto chopa ya kwanza ulitoa wapi? Chopa ya pili ulitoa wapi? Unakumbuka hiyo story? Nani Kabogo ndiye alikuwa anamtetea mpaka anasema hii helicopter ni yake. So ukijaribu kuangalia Kabogo saa hii, Kabogo Kabogo na Kuria, Kuria ndiye alikuwa anasema hii helicopter ni zake. So if you look into these two guys, kuna wakati Kuria alikuwa darling wa DP. Nakana squeeze is no longer, is not there in that category. Sasa they look Kabogo and Kuria wanakaa kama inaitwa, kuna mnyama mmoja ambaye sio mnyama na sio ndege. Unamjua nani Bernard? Anaitwa Popo ama anaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Popo. The bat.
So mimi I can Kuria na Kabogo na waeka kwa category ya Popo, because ukijaribu kuangalia watu vizuri, they are no longer now, they are not that into UDA, na pia hawako Azimio na hawako kwa vyama vyao, because vyama vyao sasa like they are, hata unakosa kuelewa na Kiunjuri pia in the same, but siku hizi ameanza ku backtrack. I don't know what is happening to them. Popo, unajua popo ni mnyama mmoja anakaa kama ndege na anakaa kama paka, sijui paka kama panya. So anashindwaga, ndio unaona yeye alienda akahang mahali kichwa inaangalia chini. That is the way they decided to live, because you know, like kichwa ni chini lakini miguu iko juu because inakaa kama ndege. They look that way. Anyway, mada ya leo, unajua DP Ruto inawezekana ata withdraw because you know, mimi by then kuna jamaa aliongea jana akasema we have to tuapishe tu baba, hakuna haja tuende election. Sasa tunaenda election kufanya nini? Surely tunaenda kufanya nini election? We don't have to waste the resources. Hiyo pesa itumike, IEBC itapewa ya conduct election, tutagawa kwa baba care na hii ya 6,000 tuwekeweke mahali hapo hivyo, because we are not, I mean, I don't see the reason why we are going for elections. The mahali tulikuwa, because tulikuwa okay, of course baba alikuwa mbele hata kama Kalonzo hakuwa, lakini tulikuwa nataka tushinde na mbali in ile that mtu hawezi kusema ati naenda Supreme Court. Na Kalonzo amekuja na, by the way, I want to apologize to Ndeto wa Double T. Tulikuwa tumemgonga hapa, akatuambia tungoje Kalonzo anarudi, anajua mahali alikuwa, lakini siku nyingine Ndeto, don't keep us waiting. Alituweka tukawait sana, so Ndeto angemwambia kuja mapema so we start a journey together. Lakini sasa anaenda kumficha mahali Ndeto. That was not good. It was not good at all. So anyway, you know, hii maneno ya IEBC also I wanted to talk about. Hii sasa imekazirisha Ruto sana, imemwingia kwa roho sana, and it's feeling bad because unajua zile sasa votes zile walikuwa wameongeza milioni 1 2013 2017, ndio sasa nani Chebukati anataka kuzitoa. It's not going down well with him because he knows, unajua hizo obviously ilikuwa ni kura zake, sasa sikitolewa, unajua clean up ya register. That is why you see the man is so mad. He's very disappointed. So the only thing mimi Bernard, tumeni tu angalia vile mtafanya tu, we just do maneno moja mbili, we saw in Raila, hiyo story isha, tuache gharama mingi kusumbua serikali, kusumbua Wakenya asubuhi. I mean, this thing is done. So for me, I think we don't have to, you know, to go for election because after all, hata mwenye mpinzani si ndio inawezekana labda sasa kina wabangi ndio watakuja kunini kama Ruto ameogopa, because definitely he is fearing. Anyway, for now acha niachie hapo, ndio wenzangu waendelee, bado tu tuko pamoja. Asante Bernard.
Right, okay, thank you so much Julius, we appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele. Hii nini inanichanganya, sio kunichanganya, ni kuna watu walikuwa hapa wakatupwa nje wakarudi, so lazima tuwapatie consideration ili to justice prevail. Ndeto, ulikuwa unasema wewe hujabadilisha rais lakini uliface corruption, na hiyo tiketi yenu inakaa kwamba ndio image ya corruption. Sasa nashindwa, we Ndeto unataka nini? Hebu endelea na hapo network, mpaka network ikakasirika uliposema tu hujabadilisha your support for your presidential candidate. Hebu endelea kidogo.
Okay Bernard, thank you so much for considering me, and I was saying that I've not changed my stance. My presidential candidate is William Samoei Ruto for various reasons, which I will tell you at the moment. Why Ruto for president 2022? You know, very many people are concentrating on the con side, where they are talking about they are talking about corruption and such. But I can tell you, there is no leader in this nation who has not been involved in various processes that maybe that lead to misappropriation of the public funds. So if that is the major, why Ruto should not be voted in, then I wonder why he is still a free man, because it should be in the custody. So why I will vote for Ruto, one, is because you know, it has taken us so long to hear of a leader who wants to bring an economic revolution in this nation. For sure, if you assess well, you'll discover that we have very many young men and women with the degrees, with the diplomas, and even some hands-on skills. But what they are lacking is some startup kits, some little money for capitation of their business startup. So, and because one of the manifesto in the UDA, it is to keep 100 billion aside, which will support young people to start up businesses, which will also help women to be able to expand their small businesses like farming or such. So I think that is one of the things that we should consider when we are voting the next president. Another thing is inclusivity. If you check maybe among the leaders who are surrounding William Samoei Ruto, you will see if there is a coalition with many women almost equal to men, it is Kenya Kwanza, as well as young people. You know, when you check those people who are vying with UDA tickets, you can say that almost 30% are below that 5 years of age. As well, majority of them, you may find there are a lot of women. So, and I think if we talk about inclusivity, as well as people living with disabilities, if we talk of inclusivity, we need a young leader to speak about issues of young people, not a granny who is fighting for the rights of young people. So, to me, I think despite not making in the nomination, being given another opportunity to vie as an independent candidate, I have the same energy, and I will still focus that if given a chance, I will continue to push for the bottom-up economic model, because that is the only solution that can come to maybe curb some of the issues that our people are facing here. I would like to rectify some of my brothers. A brother who said that, you know, Ruto was using Matiang'i in 2017. Now that Matiang'i is against him, is not a good man. Let me tell you, an eye for an eye will lead to a blind nation. And, you know, I know the reason why this man, Matiang'i, is swaying. It is because of money. All of us here, if even Deto is given money to maybe interfere with the peace of one Raila Amolo Odinga, I will try my best, because I have money and I have the security that I need. And that is what characterizes the environment of one Matiang'i. So today, you know, he may be in the government.
Ndeto, hold on.
Yes.
Unajua wewe ni mheshimiwa na nataka
Yes.
usipoteze heshima yako hapa, okay? Unataka kunaambia kwamba Matiang'i amepewa pesa kuharibia William Ruto jina? Amepewa pesa na nani? Kwa nini? Saa ngapi? Mbona 2017
Okay.
alikuwa amepewa 2017 alikuwa amepewa pesa pia?
Let me answer you, Bernard.
Quickly,
when you check where this man has been, he is in the government, and we know the government is on which side. The moment our president said that he is the patron of the Azimio, and even during Madaraka Day, you heard him talking about we are anticipating to get the first deputy president being a woman. You see, this is a man who is using every way possible to ensure that Azimio will win. And he is the incumbent president. Meaning, maybe we can even experience some loopholes in the election process. And that's why you are hearing the Team Kenya Kwanza, they are whistleblowing so that if there is any loophole from the ICT, from the security, because we know these are the same systems which has been used in the previous elections to bring some barriers towards.
So, Deto, between Deputy President and Minister for Internal Security, who is the boss of the other?
By constitutionally, it is William Samoei Ruto, but by design, it is
No.
Matiang'i.
If you are Deputy President, you are entitled to so much that even the minister is your servant. So the influence, and then the CS has said, we are in this to see to it that we have a free, fair, and credible elections, just like we did in 2013 and 2017. So what is wrong with that?
The only problem I see there, Bernard, is you see, CS Matiang'i is a public servant.
Yes.
Same to CS Mucheru.
Good.
But these people are turning their positions into the political kind of atmosphere. Which
it is not political.
Also,
they are a president's appointee. They are supposed to serve their boss. So
and
is Deputy President William Ruto. So Deputy President William Ruto revolts against his boss and he wants people to follow him there. Is that possible? Wakati wewe utakuwa member of parliament of Kinangop na umeweka ofisi ya CDF, alafu chairman wa CDF aenda kinyume na wewe, alafu anauliza members of staff wasikufuate wewe wafuate yeye. Are you going to encourage them to do that?
I will not, Bernard. But let me explain something.
Whatever you are supporting here is not tenable anywhere, including in your own house. So are you not, you're being insincere. Although, wacha niruhusu maswali mawili matatu, nitakupatia muda kuconclude. Nianze na Julius. Briefly, please.
Mheshimiwa, you know, sometimes I don't know how you people you just talk about 100 million. That means, you know what you are telling us? You are telling us that not every, is it every county or every market? Because mama mboga wako kwa market, ndio. Mtachukua hiyo 100 million katika market ya Marsabit huko ndani. How are you going? Because just saying that you will put aside 100 million, does it, you know, how are you going to do about it? How are this mama mboga going to benefit about it, please? Because we have been hearing this for long, and I'm very surprised. I'm not surprised walikunini, because you know, sometimes unajua ukweli, it's good to speak the truth most of the time, because even God will be in your side. The truth will save you, will set you free. But lying is not good, because that is a big lie. Because if UDA was really wanted to help Mama Mboga, wange support these county inaitogaje whatever the word is not coming, but definitely that is a very big
Julius, the word is BBI.
They are BBI. I wanted to talk about BBI. Sorry. Thank you, brother. Wange support BBI so that BBI was having even word fund. Ndio sasa hiyo sasa ndio mashinani kabisa. So wakati when you come here and talk about 100 million, it doesn't. It doesn't. Mani vya Mike ya mtu on. Bernard. So,
Can I answer, Bernard? May I answer?
Poleni.
Wacha tuongee kwanza alafu ndo tutaanza.
Let's do this. Ndeto naomba utulie. Tutakuuliza maswali wote alafu ujibu mara moja ili ukifanya conclusion yako. So naomba nipatie mzee Mndua nyumba kuulize swali alafu Kenywa alafu Wycliffe, then you respond at once. Sawa sawa? Hata yes. Kimere pia ako na Ndeto umeibua maneno. Haya, Mndua nyumba, endelea.
Asante Bernard, na wasalimia wote inclusive ya Bernard, mmesalimika. Usiswanza na salamu. Bwana Ndeto, let me put this way. Mine will be very brief, not even as long as Julia's purpose. Number 1, una kizungu mingi. Number 2, nasema tusi, all your statements are not followed by factuals. They are theoretical. All of them. Mesikia nimeko congratulate kizungu uko nacho. Lakini kile yote inatoka mdomo yako is not followed by facts at all. Nimemaliza. Asante.
Okay. Kimere.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, ningeambia Ndeto.
Roja nyoba.
Acha nimalize kwa sababu nilikuwa nikiongea, tafadhali. Nikuongeza pointi moja tu Bwana Kimere.
Hurry up please, Mndua nyumba, tusonge mbele please.
Ndeto, na kuishi wewe huko kwenu Nyandarua, na usalimia hiyo governor rafiki yangu Kimemia. Ni hivyo tu.
Okay, thank you. Kimere, mbio tafadhali.
Okay, yeah, hi everyone. Nitakuwa mbio kabisa, and actually I'm happy to see Ndeto, by the way, because I have been wondering aliishia wapi. After nomination he disappeared. Nataka kuuliza Ndeto, and I think you had asked him this question, Bernard, about, he talked about corruption in the first place, yeah, and yet he is still supporting that side. Arafu ameongea mambo ya pesa. So there are two things I don't understand this from. Umeongea corruption, that's why you weren't actually you failed your nominations. That's one. Second, umeongea mambo ya pesa, tunajua inchi mambo ya pesa. So does that mean, have you had given any money? That's why you still continue supporting the other side, even knowing they are corrupt. Because you see, we know that there is that kind. You feel like sort of indebted, and you can't go against them because you are compromised. But be honest. What watakuchagua? But you know, for people to really wakuchague Ndeto, yeah, this is the time that we tell the truth. Unaambia watu ukweli, watu watakuchagua juu ya ukweli Ndeto. Believe me. Because Kenya Kwanza, they are losing. That one, there is no doubt, they are losing. So for you, for yourself, you decide, for people of Nyandarua, kama unataka kuambia ukweli, uambie ukweli, watakuchagua. Lakini ukienda kudefend undefendable, you will lose. There is no doubt. Na tulikuwa tumekuambia hapa, wakati ulikuwa unasema unawania na unde na nini, and you continued defending them, they kicked you out. Luckily, manage kuingia as independent, but don't go on that of protecting the undefendable. Unless uko na shida na you have debt that you know, you feel like you owe them something. Thank you.
Okay, quickly, Kenywa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Let me first greet everyone on the panel. First and foremost, I think I'm disappointed with Ndeto for the first time. You know, Ndeto calling people grannies, you want to show us that the elderly people they have no value in leadership. And what I would say, if I can manage to go to Nyandaro right now, I would tell anyone who is elderly, even his parent, should not elect him. Because, Mr. Bernard, that you cannot leave a child to take care of a child. That's point number one. Where's acha mtoto atunge mtoto? So Deto and his Deto want to show us that the elderly are not needed in leadership. The youth are needed in leadership. Deto, I think you are lost. And even if I was in Nyandaro now, before I could have given you my vote. But according to sentiment, and the same sentiments are coming from UDA people, I think it's not viable, and that is very bad. You have to withdraw that because it's not good. The elderly, they are needed. You see, like Nyomba, it's an old person. It's a grown-up person. If we don't have the elderly people, how will we manage ourselves as youth? So I think that thing should be taken very serious. That, from the beginning, I've never had a problem. But for today, I'm disappointed with you because of the sentiment, saying that grannies, calling people grannies, they cannot manage the affairs of the youth, parents, and our leaders. If they were not for them, we cannot be here today. So they still matters in our life, whether in leadership or not. So, Mr. Kutu, the statement is not good.
Bernard, I ask for forgiveness, actually, because Kenya just brought that was my first thing I want to tell. That's about it skipped my mind, because that's I wanted to ask Deto whether he has parents, and I wanted to understand how he was brought up, because for him to grow up, there must have been an older person than him bringing him up. So actually, just echoing what Kenya is saying, it doesn't make sense that what you are talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Wycliffe, quickly, please.
Hello, can you hear me, guys? I'm Jambo Kabika.
Jambo, karibu.
This is the closest I've been to a UDA supporter, and hopefully once I give you my 2 cents, relay to your boss, because he can't let me close to him. He blocked me too. So let me start from this, right? The fallacy of 100 billion. I don't know whether you sit and think about that even for a moment. This man, he is a promise monger. Where are the stadiums, right? Is there any that was built? What has this guy, all the promises that he used to give, what did he accomplish? If you're going to stand and promise something, you take responsibility of it. What did he do in any of that term? So you can tell that 100 million is just 100 billion is just a term that is just throwing it out there, which doesn't make any sense. Then you talked about issues with young people. That he's young, so we should follow him. Remember, this man said he made his wealth selling chicken, right? You want to tell me there are no young people in Kenya that he could have taught how to sell chicken to be billionaires like himself? That it's a job that he knows. Why? Who has he taught that? That you can say that here he has built this group of youths or whatever it is that are now doing the same thing he did to become a billionaire, so that we can see truly that billionaires can be built from selling chicken. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Then the other thing about, I think the last thing I'm going to talk about is you talk about Matiang'i and that he's a public servant. Give us a break, okay? I mean, we were there during the last 2 elections. Were public servants, did they get involved in that election? Or because they were on his side, then it was okay for them to be to be part of the election. And they as public servants, they work for the president. Ruto decided to go against his boss. So even certain when the devil went against God in heaven, he was kicked out with all his angels down to earth. God did not sit there and entertain them. If God did not entertain the devil up there, why did you want Ruto to sit and entertain this man who everything that he says is wrong? Let us be real. This man is a fake, and we will discover that he is. The sooner you do, especially if you're running for office, the better. My 2 cents.
Okay, asante sana. I will just point out one thing before Ndeto responds, and that is William Ruto sold chicken until he became a billionaire in a trickle-down economy system. And now he wants to offer us the bottom up as a quickest way to get to the top. I don't get it. Because if trickle down made you a millionaire, I think that's what you need to be sticking for, because it worked for you. Unless he was doing bottom up in a trickle down, that is how he got his millions. Ndeto, I want you to weigh on that even as you respond. Nashukuru sana. Karibu. Ndeto mheshimiwa.
Okay. Asante sana Bernard na pia the other panelists for your good questions. Let me start with the question number 1 about the 100. It is not a million, but a billion. So what this means in terms of distribution, if you distribute to the 290 constituencies, that means per constituency, we will have 344 million. So, and this money, you see, there is what we call this Youth and Women Fund. I think some of us have heard about it. There is also Wezo Fund. It is not money that is coming to start from nowhere. We are coming to add into this basket to expand so that those people who are capable, like the people who have gone to the university, they have their degrees, they are just waiting to be employed. Instead of going to university and wait to be employed, I think the skills that you have attained from there, you can be able to get some loans at low interest rates and start up a small business. For instance, if it is research, you can open up an office and you start helping maybe some graduates or other. There are also even online accounts or even online jobs. So, but what young people are missing is money. Same to even our mothers and also our women, our wives. So what we are saying is we need a government that will bring money to the bottom heavy, the majority. You know, unlike the European kind of population pyramid, where the majority of the population are the elderly, in Kenya, you'll find the heavy bottom, it is made up of young people below that 5 years, over 70%. And if you have a president who is not considerate on that, I think that is where we are losing the point. The other point is about, someone noted that I'm so theoretical. Maybe it is a Kenyan style that majority of our leaders are so theoretical, but we need some logics, because when you pump in 1 billion to Mumia's sugar company, which employs like maybe 1,000 people, and at the top managerial, you find there is a very corrupt person that will bring that company to collapse within a short time. Why not use the same money to empower more than 10,000 people? People who will broaden the revenue base and pay taxes where necessary. I think that's what bottom-up economic model is about. Then point number 3 is that if I've been given any money and I'm shying off from maybe betraying my presidential candidate, let me tell you, I am a patriot, and no one can even be able to give me money to support him or her Let me tell you, if today you give me money, you are supporting my agenda, what I am doing, but you cannot buy my loyalty because you don't know the next minute what I will be saying. What I'm saying is this: as a young man, I have gone through a lot, and I know I represent a big majority of this nation. So if we support an ideology, a model that will consider young people, I think that is all Kenyans need, so that if my life is transformed, I will be able to help my parents. Let me tell you something that maybe some of us may not understand. Why I'm championing for young leadership and not maybe those people who are so old. I did not mean that by saying Glaney, I'm so disrespectful. Today, I am a young man, below that 5 years. I have parents. Bear me witness that those brothers and sisters who are behind me, I support them in school. Even my own parents, I support them to some capacities. Meaning, if you do not empower me as a young man, the whole family system will collapse economically. So, and that's why I am saying, if we have a government that is concentrating on young people, they give them even chance in leadership system, instead of maybe fixing one person who is a bit aged and who may be thinking about the retirement benefits and such. I think that is what I mean when I talk about young leadership. I did not demean anyone. I did not disrespect anyone. And that's what I'm championing even on the ground. And people of Nyandarua, people of Kinango, they are very ready to vote for me. The other point is about the stadiums. Someone said this same William Ruto is the one who promised about stadiums. Let me tell you, William Samoei Ruto is the deputy president of this nation. I know he chairs what we call IEBC. This is where the money that goes to the various counties is distributed. But before you could see, those people who are supporting him, like Kimani Ichung'wah, used to chair the committee that deals with issues of money in the parliament. Today, we see Kanini Kega, there is Gladys Wanga. Those people are changed. And let me tell you, anything that is proposed, whoever signs on that document to approve if that project will go through, it is not the deputy president. It is the president, because he is the CEO of this nation. Deputy president is just but principal assistant of the president. So even if Ruto had good plans to come up with stadiums, I can tell you, without the goodwill of the president, nothing will happen. And if he never achieved, actually, we should not blame him all 100%. It is Uhuruto. So, and because the one who is dealing with the machinery on the money side, it is the president, we should also ask him. And one big question I've been asking about from Azimio is this. You see, we cannot say that Uhuru's government has been so successful. It has some drawbacks. And you see, Raila Amolo Odinga is about to inherit the very same machineries. Nothing will change because these are the same people. This is the same system. So if it is corrupt, why are you so sure that also your presidential candidate will not be manipulated? Why is he inheriting a government that is full of crime, that is full of corruption? In 2014, he whistleblowed about the Golden Bag issue. Remember, this administration, if it has been corrupt, then we can also agree that Raila Amolo Odinga is also part of the game because he has the know-how of what is happening. I wish he was so far from the Jubilee's administration, other than moving around the nation, using the government vehicles, using all these things supported by the government, and yet we are talking about that.
Panelist, I think I've listened to you and I've heard you. Nothing much has changed in terms of taking advantage of the opportunity to sell the UDA agenda on the show. of which you are entitled to. But between okay, our deputy president has been deputy president for 10 years now. Okay, if he was so much on the youth agenda, okay, how much of that has been accomplished now that qualifies him for another 5 years in leadership? That when he was deputy president, he initiated this youth program, and this youth program has helped 1 million youth who have gotten 1 million jobs. And if we give him that opportunity, he's going to deliver even better. Are you able to cite any of that in terms of what has changed in the lives of young people when deputy president who is youthful and the president who is youthful have been in power for 10 years? You are a proponent of young people in leadership. We have had young people in leadership for 10 years. Okay? Give me the comparison. Give me the comparison of the 10 years of Kibaki, the old man, okay, and the 10 years of Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto, young leadership. And we will, from there, I think we will know what to do.
Bernard, kidogo tu please. Kidogo tu please, Bernard.
Yes. Quickly please. Nataka tusonge kwa mtu mwingine. Yes, Julius.
Bwana Ndeto, kuna kitu kimoja umeongea kuhusu youth, which I want to add something and like a question, because those youth actually, when the Jubilee government came in, they promised primary school tablets, right? Now those you promised, they promised tablets. Actually, now they are voters, if I'm not wrong, some of them. And if, for now they are voters. The DB came back, he did not fulfill the promise of tablets. Hawakupata. Now, our wamekuwa voters, they are now voters. But now, because it's DP Ruto is seeking for the top seat, he came and give them a wheelbarrow. You see, those youths you are talking about. So how is that empowering? You know, you people sometimes you think the internet or something will forget, but you will never forget, surely.
Okay, quickly in that, please, in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Bernard, for those good questions about young people. I will tell you, during Kibaki's administration, he improved he increased the number of universities, which accommodated more young people to gain professional skills so that they can be able to get to various careers in their lives. During the Jubilee administration, since 2013, William Samoei Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, they have concentrated more on the technical and vocational training institutes. You can imagine when 2013, I think there was something to do with the 400 VTIs. Currently, we are having over 2,000 VTIs. And you know, these are people who finish Form 4 and they fail in their KCSE exams. You see, for Kibaki, he concentrated on the 15% that make it to the university. But the Ruto part and Uhuru, they concentrated more on the 85% that do not make it to the university. As well, electricity connectivity has increased tremendously in the nation. This also opens up many opportunities for that young girl who want to start a salon, for that young man who want to start a barber shop, you see, welding and such. These are opportunities created for young people through the Jubilee administration. And if people cannot see that, then I do not understand what we should discuss about this government of Jubilee have empowered young people. So I think those are some of the areas I can cite. Look also at the Vijana Mtaani program.
Question is the life of Kenyan youth better off now than it was during Kibaki's time? And if that is the case, okay, then deputy president deserves another term. But if the young people now are worse off than they were during Kibaki's time, then deputy president needs to go home.
I think, Bernard, that's a very good question. But I think there are a lot of factors that to consider as we answer that. For instance, during Kibaki's government, there was no much
answer, no explanations. Just tell me, you are a young person, you are a representative of young people. Tell me, as a young person, are you better off now than you were during Kibaki's time, or you're worse off? Then from there we can make judgment, because finding an excuse for every situation, that is very easy. Anybody can do that. Thank you.
I would say at the moment, it is not so good comparing to the time of Kibaki. And this could have been attributed to some factors. Like, you see, issues like maybe the market trends in the country, as well as how favorable is it for a young man to start a business?
Bad governance. Call it by the name it is. Bad governance, poor leadership,
good.
Okay? Corruption.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly. Let me ask you.
By the very person you are supporting. So that's what beat my logic, it beat my understanding, that somebody has sat in class for 5 years, has failed an exam, and you want to promote him to the next class and give him another 5 years to proceed with his career. In the pretext that
he's known for selling chicken. That is something that he sold until he became a billionaire. How many people did he transform? Give that skill to, or he just wants to die with it?
The only challenge
let's do this. Ndeto, we are here for 8 hours, so we'll discuss further on that. I want us to change gears and be able to continue with the debate. But this is what I would say. There is no record anywhere in the Google or Wikipedia or in the recent history writings, even on the newspaper, on how William Ruto sold chicken until he became billionaire. If you have found that information, please forward it to me. I would love to read it. But one person that cannot be studied on how he made his money is one William Ruto. Even he himself, when that question is posed to him, he's very uncomfortable answering it. That means the money he has came from somewhere else, not from the chicken. So the chicken is an excuse. That excuse does not add up. And even now, as we speak,
Bernard,
it is not viable to say that one becomes a billionaire by selling chicken. It is just a story. Yes.
During Matiang'i, the other day we saw Matiang'i carrying out some audit in the parliament when he was called to answer some questions, and he said that in a response, I heard William Samoei Ruto talking about 200,000 chicken, which can bear roughly 150,000 eggs, which translates to 1.5 million per day. Meaning in a good month, this man can make 45 million. So if you go like 3-4 months maybe some 12 months.
That's an invitation into imaginary stories. Okay?
That's a billion. That's a billion.
You're confirming that you're a theory person.
Hold on. Well, before we get to 200,000 chicken bearing that 45 million, where did the 200,000 chicken come from? Did they drop from heaven? Did they nini? Now, if he has a chicken farm in Eldoret or wherever that has 200,000 wherever chicken, how much employment has he created, how much of that has been replicated in counties, so that the young people who is talking about to have circles and be given money to do business can go and understudy under his farm, so that they can replicate the same business and be able to give him competition in supplying eggs to more university, so that more university does not go down for receiving eggs from only one person. Thank you very much. Let's leave it there. We'll revisit later on. Naomba hivi. We are going to play one video, then from there we'll hear from Nani. It's Wycliffe. Eric, wewe ni mzee wetu, subiri hapo hapo. Lakini ukipewa dakika 2-3 tafadhali tumia hizo 2-3. Ndeto tulimpatia hiyo kwa sababu alienda tangu nomination, so we needed to hear what nomination made of him.
Wetu wa Dubai, mimi na yeye nikamwambia usiniulize mimi nataka nini, sitaki chochote. Mimi nataka ni ugawaji wa rasilimali igawiwe kulingana na wingi wa watu, na hiyo kitu sikuiona kwa hiyo maandishi leo. Na nimempigia William Ruto nikamwambia, ndugu, nataka ufafanue hii maneno nimeona. Nimeona mmegawa viti mtabaki sijui na nani 30%. Mimi sitaki hata 1%. Lakini nataka wakaaji wa mlima, sio wa Kikuyu, wakaaji wa mlima Kenya waweze kusaidika na hiyo serikali yao. Kama haitafanyika, sisi tutaondoka. Hata tukiondoka tukiwa wa 10, mtakuta kujua ni nini nilikuwa nimeona. Hata pesa kwa usaidizi wa kufukuoka ya Japan, tukatengeneza mahali pale, the only one in Africa. Pisha tukapata pesa ya World Bank, na hiyo pesa najua imekuliwa. Sasa ni alikuwa Senate bado, alafu huyu ndugu yetu Jangu bado bwana hajakomaa. Unajua wakati wa ukweli lazima usemwe. Yeye alisema kazi yake ilikuwa ni kazi, niliwaambia ni kazi ngumu kwa mtu ambaye anataka kuleta maendeleo. Lakini kwa mwivi ni kazi rahisi kwa sababu
okay. Wycliffe ameenda.
Umeniwekea popo.
Pole. Sasa msikile Kenya alafu tuende kwa Kimere tukirudi hivyo.
Thank you Mr. Bernard. Nimekaa nimedropiwa na internet, stima imeenda blackout, imerudi, but at least now I'm safe. I think let me just congratulate everyone who is in the panel. Na nikaribisha hadi Kip. Asikia ako amekaribishwa tu. Bernard atakupatia chai hapo juu Kip, so usijali, ni mkono tu utainua akupatilie. So let me just go direct to the topic. I've not submitted anything since the time we started. About IEBC prepare for these elections. You know, we have been here in 2017, in 2013, we have been here, and I think IEBC knows very well after every 5 years we have elections, general elections. So we don't have to be coming at this point to start chasing for them, asking them whether they are prepared or not. And they have been there for 5 years, and they knew very well. They are the one who set the date. So for the IEBC, we are watching them, and they should know in this general election, the people who are competing this time round, Simba ako na the person who will be reading hatakuwa na kura za mchezo.
So hawatakuwa na option rather than to be clear on what they say. Another, let me just go direct to about the academics. You know, I've come to see that vying for any seat, it's very easy. Because I think there is one thing, this thing called rule of law. In Kenya, I don't think it's being followed. And that's why most of the people in Kenya Kwanza, they are frightened by the Karua ticket. Because this issue of rule of law, it's inachukuliangwa tu hivi hivi. Then the same people, we know them as people, public, who just give them the job. We know them and we normally elect them. You understand? Because the IEBC will obviously say, we have no reason to bar this person because of what? He has appealed and the case is still in court. So we cannot bar the person from vying for this seat. And definitely that person has an allegation of stealing maybe 200 million. And trust me, the guy will use that money and you will get elected again. So on top of that thing, even us people, public, we should be very, as voters, should be very serious on it. Let us not vote for someone to punish another one. Let us vote wisely, because that issue, you are the only voters who can solve it. Because the IEBC will say Article 257 or what, says this, and the interpretation into a layman, it's very hard, because these politicians, they cannot interpret for us out here. They don't interpret about those articles in Constitution. So we'll find ourselves giving wash votes, and they will be in the parliament, and you don't forget they are the one who are making the laws. So definitely they will do what will favor them. So about the academics, we should be very careful on that. If you are Ruto, I think DP, he has a problem. And this problem, I don't know how it will be resolved, because DP Ruto is on his way to withdraw from the race. Because if he see that he will lose miserably, he must look for scapegoats and say, I'm not going to vie for this. I withdraw myself from the race because the race will not be pure. There will be irregularities. So you want to lose on that dynamics. But DP was there in 2017. The time the same CSs who are campaigning for them, he was very okay with that. And another thing I'm going to say, as from the way I understand, the CSs, it's a political thing. Also CS, they were appointed, it's a politically appointed CSs. They didn't apply for job. They didn't apply. They were appointed. That's, I miss it's a political thing. Not like the way I drop my papers, I apply for job, then I get called for interview, all those. They were appointed. Political. So, and they have their rights for whoever they want to support. Unless if we say they are not going to vote.
No, Kinyo, no, they're exempted under the law. Other public servants are not allowed to do politics except for CSS. CSS are allowed. They're exempted.
They're exempted. But now, you see, just look back in 2017. Was this law still there? It was. In 2013, was it there? It was. But what happened?
There's a subsection they're always missing, except for CSS. CSS are political appointees, and they're not breaking any law. It's like if I was working for, if I was working for the Public Service Commission, I'm not allowed to do politics, but cabinet secretaries are allowed.
That is it.
Prosecuted.
So for that purpose, let us focus on the pure campaign. Let us not mind about the CSS campaigning or what. Wacha Ruto aendelee kulia na huko. siku zinaendelea tu. The more he cries, the more days are going by. The more he cries, the more days are going by. And finally, we will have the good governance and the leadership. Another point, Bernard, I'm going to talk about. You know, sometimes I feel so bad and so annoyed when I get some views from these young leaders who call themselves they want to vie for electorate seats. I feel so much disappointed with them once they see no reason of elderly people being in the government. It's like elderly people, they have no business in this country because they want to say that youth. You know, sometimes I call it, this youth is nonsense, because sometimes these parents, these leaders who are mature, they are the ones who made Kenya to be where we are today. So to try to rubbish them and say hatutaki watu wazee, I think hao ni wale watu wafikirii na ni wale watu Ruto ameharibu. Anawaonyesha ufai kuheshimu mtu mzee, ati wewe ni kijana, unafaa kumake decision zako wewe peke yako. And that's why I keep on saying, huwezi achia mtoto amchunge, because hakuna mtoto akona interest ya mtoto mwingine, kila mtu akona interest yake. The guy Deto here, I remember the first day Deto came here, nikamwambia Deto, run away from UDA, go independent. And if I'm from Nyandarua, I can give you my vote on that ground. But in a group you are going nowhere. And I keep on asking that. But today nimemuona na nikapata ako independent because he was drawn outside. Na anajiita youth, ako kwa group ya youth, kwa UDA. So those are the people that if I was to say something, ningeambia watu wa Nyandarua wasichague mtu kama huyo kabisa. Apei watu wazee heshima, na hao wazee ndio wamefanya hii nchi iendelee vizuri, na palipo na mzee hapaharibiki jambo. When we want to do something, like me, if I want to do something serious, I normally involve elders. Why do I do that? Because elders, they have wisdom. And those are the things that in UDA, they don't value wisdom. They don't value the leadership. They value as long as you have a big mouth and money. Big mouth for insults and money to disrespect people. You qualify to be in UDA. So those are the things that youth we are supposed to be looking at. And Deto, if he is listening and watching, I think we have the Mount Kenya Forum, the other side. Nataka akuje huko apatane na sisi watu wa Mount Kenya, tumuongelesha na lugha ya nyumbani ndiye aelewe nini tunasema, because kizungu mingi haitasaidia. A layman will not understand, na hiyo ndio kitu wanatumia confuse layman. Wale watu wa huko chini hawajui constitution vizuri. They need someone who can interpret constitution very well without faking things, without doing propaganda. So Mr. Bernard, I think for my submission today is that, but I'm not happy with the Deto for the first time. For the first time, I'm not happy with that guy. He's very young, and he needs to ask for wisdom from elder people. Hatutaki watu kama hao kwa serikali. We don't need those youth in government. They will mislead this nation. Kuna zile places inafaa watu mature. The presidency, the governors. Governor wezi pia mtu kama Malala governorship. Aenda kufanya nini huko? Those are the people we don't need. We need leadership. Watu wamekomaa. Watu wamekomaa. Hizo uongozi haitaki vijana hao wadogo. Wakienda huko hakuna kitu kufanya.
Kinyo achana na anaitwa
Okay.
Onyango.
As I close my remarks, Bernard, you asked Deto about the chicken, about the DP chicken farm. He said that he collects 1.5 million in a day from eggs. There is one thing I'm going to say here. My mother has got 300 chicken. 300. And he managed to pick 120 eggs in a day. And trust you me, those eggs, they stay in the store, because where are you going to sell them? We try. I normally go home, I carry them to the city, and you find still they are there. Ruto anauzanga mayai yake wapi?
Uganda,
Kama
Uganda.
sisi,
Uganda.
kama sisi mayai,
Uganda.
kama sisi mayai 120.
Julius, Uganda wana kuku. Wanategemea kuku za Ruto peke yake.
Mayai 120 in a day.
Anauza Kongo hakuna. DRC hakuna kuku.
You know, these are the things that these UDA propaganda people are bringing us here. Na tulishachanuka. Saizi tuko hapa na wao. Tuko hapa kwa hapa na wao. And I swear tutawanyorosha. Hatutaki watu wakora sisi wakuja kutuhangaisha with this nonsense of saying youth. Ati tunataka vijana, Vijana kitu gani?
Thank you, Bwana Kenywa. Thank you, everybody. It's getting interesting. Yani, mayai inauzwa Uganda, kuku zote Uganda zilikufa, kuku zote DRC zilikufa, zinategemea shamba moja tu. Mayai itoke Sugoi ifike huko. Interesting times. Keep was time yako inafika ama ni swali uko nayo?
It's very quick. Hii kitu ya kuku imenisumbua kichwa bana. The only billionaire for chicken ni KFC. And he was only a billionaire after he died. And if you're a billionaire, your brand will be recognized around the world. Where is Ruto Chicken Factory or chicken restaurant? You know, I would have seen a restaurant for Ruto kukus, and you'd have many of them around Kenya. Watu wangekuwa nakula kuku ya Ruto. Ama utaona packaging.
Keep hata farm hatujui iko wapi, hiyo farm iko wapi.
Si hata hivyo, hata mungeona hata at least packaging ya Ruto. Packaging yani at least unaona Ruto chicken. Then you know he's a billionaire. Hiyo nitakubali. But where are the chickens being sold? Hiyo ndio swali people need to. Hata akipatia maths juu ya 200,000 chicken, whatever it is. I want to see where they are sold. Inauzwa wapi? Or wholesale. Yes, they still packaging. Utapata kwa nyumba hapo. Hata utapata ya Blue Band. Hata kama kitu iko wholesale, utapata packet hapo. You'll see something there where is Ruto Industries or whatever he wants to call the name. We would have known the name. Secondly, tell me one employee except for the GSC ndio anachunganga hiyo kuku. I don't know anybody who said he's worked in any of these factories. There would have been a very big factory of this chicken. You can't have 200,000 chicken without a factory, honestly speaking, people. So there are two factors here. To be a billionaire chicken, you have to be an old man and then die. Secondly, you have to have restaurants. Thirdly, you have to have packaging and branding, and everybody should know that brand. Then I'll accept you're a billionaire from chicken. Anatuchezea hapa hata mimi nasema my friend. Wacha.
So thank you, Kip. That's a good one, a good angle to look at it. Like, you know, tumebebwa wajinga miaka mingi, lakini wakati umefika tuanze kuuliza maswali, kwa sababu it really doesn't add up. Tumesimama kando ya barabara, unaomba watu wanunue kuku. Wamenunua kuku mpaka wamekuwa billionaire. Uchinji, usupply, na una wafanyikazi. Mayai from 200,000 chicken, you will need 1,000 people to collect. To be collecting the eggs. At least we'll have employment around Tarbot, around Sogoi. Mtu anasema mimi nafanyanga kwa deputy president kuokota mayai.
Kwani hizo kuku hazizeeki zichinjwe?
And it should be in every family.
Let's hear from Kimere. Naomba hivi tunajiandaa kwa story ya hesabu. Nataka tumsikize mzee Kimere alafu turudi hapa chini. Karibu.
Bernard, nimekaa sana, ulinisahau leo. Bernard, tafadhali.
Kweli?
Sijaongea na niliingia kitambo. Sijaongea hata.
Hajaongea,
Bwana Nyumba, I gave you opportunity to make submission.
It
You
was a
said you're going to
question.
be very
It was
brief.
a question, not a submission. Bernard, please.
Okay, haya tutamalizana na wewe. Wacha Kimeri amalize alafu tumalize na wewe ndio tuende kwa hesabu. Thank you.
Bernard, umezeeka wewe sasa.
Sasa ukianza
ni ubaguzi, si kuzeeka, ubaguzi tu ndio iko mingi.
Hapana, Bernard ni mzuri. Kimere kidogo
yani mkianza kunipiga mawe namna hiyo mtateremsha usingizi yangu tu saa hii.
Bernard
mkitaka hii mkutano nje.
Bernard kidogo Kimera aingie. By the way, jana kulikuwa na debate ya Narok governor. Uliona?
I didn't watch it.
UDA hawakuingia.
Hao wamesusia madebate.
Wamesusia debate, hawakuingia. Ilikuwa tu ni Kenta peke yake.
Sawa, hata tusubiri vile kutaenda. Bwana Kimere, I had already pronounced you, so mtu wa nyumba atakuja after you.
Okay. Thank you. Hata mtu wa nyumba alikuja nyuma yangu lakini ni mkubwa wangu kwa hivyo and I like the good thing with this platform, yani tumechanganyika. Kuna watu, there are our elders like Mundo wa nyumba, there's Jake Dube, there's Penny, then there are the middle people like me, then we have the youngsters like Keep and Kenywa. Those are our little brothers. So it's a good thing. Hey, Deto. He is gone already, is he? He has disappeared. Okay.
He's watching. You can still address him. He's watching.
He is watching. Actually, I'll comment on the debate, but I want to go on a different tangent now to ask about what happened yesterday in Kirinyaga. I knew Mother Karua was in Kirinyaga yesterday. We never had any videos. I just saw probably 10 minutes video clip today. And then, so it would be good to know what's happening around there. DP Ruto lying, of course. We know the man is a liar, that's why we keep calling him the master of the double speak, because he lies continuously. He says one thing today, tomorrow he says another thing, and now about this register thing. And the good thing is, because I'm still worried with IEBC though. Sijaelewa bado whether there's a game between them two, Ruto and the IEBC, because Igawa may accuse IEBC about the register, the 1 million registered voters or something like that, and IEBC may deny hiyo kitu, lakini we still don't know whether it's a game they are playing. Juu hata Chebukati mi simuamini, and let me say the truth, I don't trust that man at all. Yeah? Naruto simuamini pia. So, but on the other hand, I'm confident. I know we are in a good place, and people keep comparing, saying about how it. I know, as long as, and this is not si kupigia Uhuru debe ama kusema that, because a lot of people might misunderstand me or misquote me. As long as Uhuru remains the president until he passes the baton. And that's why I'm not worried, because until another president will be sworn in, he will still be the president. And I'm sure he won't take any nonsense. Kwa hivyo, hiyo ndio tu inanipa confidence kidogo. Hata watu wakicheza michezo mingine wako nayo kwa mind, I know the guy will stand with the country until the last minute. So I'm very confident on that. Kwa hivyo sina wasiwasi. Of course, he doesn't want to participate on the debate. The questions will be tough. You know, hiyo si campaign rally. Hiyo ni maswali, unaulizwa swali, unajibu. Kama unajua, unajibu. Kama hujui, you are embarrassed. And na hataki kuwa embarrassed. Kwa hivyo, that's why he doesn't want to participate in the debates, because he can't sustain any answer, really, to be honest, because what can mimi pia maswali yangu hawezi answer Ruto, by the way. Nasema mimi as in a common person. Sisi wote tuko hapa tunaweza muuliza maswali ambaye hawezi tujibu. Why? Because maneno yake yamechanganyika sana. Kwa hivyo hawezi sustain he doesn't have any sustainable answer. Juu ni mtu wa kulukaluka. About the forgery, I think that one we need to be serious about that. And people need to be honest. You know, like we say, wisdom is one thing, education is something else. Hata kama huna academic qualifications, it doesn't mean you are stupid. It doesn't mean that you are not a wise person. However, you don't need to lie. Kwa hivyo, hii mambo ya kuforge documents, I know it's a legal requirement. Kwa hivyo ni lazima mtu kama requirement ni degree, you must present a degree. Na tunajua hiyo ni shida imekuwa Kenya for a long time ya kununua kila kitu. And that's why, for example, I remember in the 90s, Kenya ilikuwa imeshukuliwa juu sana in foreign countries. Ukiwa na passport ya Kenya in the late 80s, early 90s, it was something. Kenya ilikuwa unaweza ingia anywhere na passport ya Kenya. From mid 90s ikaanza kuwa shida kwa sababu waligundua a lot of people were buying Kenyan passports, and that's why we have and I don't want to be misinterpreted here kama ni ubaguzi ama nini. There was a lot of passport selling amongst the Somali community. Kenya walianza kuuza passport zao, and that was the Nyayo House had a very, very, very dirty affair. Huyo wakati wa Nyayo, ukikuja with $1,000-$2,000 ulikuwa unanunua passport, wewe unakuwa Mkenya. You can't even speak any indigenous language in Kenya. You can't speak Swahili. Some of them couldn't even speak English. Bora utoe pesa ununue passport, wewe unakuwa Mkenya. And the Western world realized this. Ndio maana wakaanza introduce visa and all that, because before then, before 95, 96, you didn't even need any visa to come to go to the UK, to go to many countries in Europe. Wakenya hawakuwa wakihitaji visa. That's how we were accredited. Lakini wakati waligundua hii mambo ya kuuzauza, everything is viable, and that's the same thing that we are now with driving licenses. You know, we have become a so corrupt country that tumeanza kuretiwa chini, you know, and we need to reverse that. We need to reverse that, absolutely. So nafikiria hii mambo ya IEBC needs to be serious on this one. Na wasitafute any scapegoats. Kama mtu hajatimiza ile inatakikana, then they need to be kicked out. It doesn't matter who they are, whether it's Sakaja or whoever else. So I think that we need to be serious about those academic credentials. If it's a requirement, then we must fulfill it. IEB's preparedness. I repeat again. I'm not very satisfied with them. And I like what Chief Justice said today. I don't know whether it was today or yesterday. She talked about the IEBC has to explain to the Kenyans how they have addressed the issues which led to the nullification of 2017 elections. Kwa sababu tunakaa tu, sometimes we don't interrogate these things. Wakenya tunakaa hapo mpaka shida itokee, ndio sasa tunaanza wote ku protest. But we need to start interrogating those things now. We don't want surprises. Kwa hivyo IEBC lazima itueleze vizuri ile mambo yote ilifanya the 2017 presidential elections ikuwe cancelled. Have they addressed that, and how are they prepared to hold the next elections? Hiyo ni muhimu sana, especially to us, because we know we are going to win this election and we don't want anything in between. Kwa hivyo lazima IEBC kuja clear, ituambie wamejitayarisha vipi, wameaddress vipi all those failures they had with Maraga. So those things are really quite important. I think that's crucial. Alex, you're not driving today, yeah? How are you? Good. And I want to thank you, Alex, Keep, Makiadi, for the numbers. Deto, we are very happy about that. So Bernard, I don't know whether you get mad with me, because I want to ask the Mount Kenya guys here, Kenya, Nyumba, Kamau, because I think I'm planning to kick off the other side, because I think Njiro wasn't available today. I might start it myself at the back there. So I will need to take them with me, if you allow me.
How before we talk? How can you do that?
After you talk. I'm just alerting you.
Thank you so much, Bwana Kimere. We appreciate it. Nobody is under Siege here. But both channels are our channels, so there is no even competition. So kama uko na wanafunzi wako hapa utawabeba tu, peleka kwa hiyo klasi ingine, fundishia huko, utanirudishia mimi niwapatie mtihani. But let it be after Nyumba has made his submission. Thank you.
Do I submit, Bernard?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I greet you. Are you greetable? No, I know English. You are greetable. Nimewasalimia wote.
It depends on your proximity from Mlembe Nation.
Thank you. I think I'll be very brief. And maybe I start si kwa agenda ya leo. Ya kwanza, kabla Kenya hajachukuliwa ni Bwana Kimere, I'm very impressed, Bwana Kenya, at that young age, a lot of wisdom comes out of you. It encourages me, quite encouraging, because it's not always that wisdom comes from age. Sometimes you can see an aged man who has no wisdom, an educated man or a woman, school-wise, but no wisdom. There's a gift in you, Kenya. Continue that way, and I'm very happy. Now, secondly, there's a technology wizard here called Keep. Keep, please bring that background to mine, please. Mine is very boring. Your background, just push it behind me, please.
The bigger sim.
Kindness, please.
The bigger sim.
I know you are able. You can do
Yes.
it. Yeah. Now, offline, the elderly needs to be respected,
But there's some things happening. Let's give you an example like Coast, Kilifi, where the elders are killed every other day. They are termed witches, and they're not witches. It's only the young people want to grab the land. You are termed a witch, and I think it also happens in Kisii. Alex, you may confirm or not. You are termed a witch, you are banned, because the young people want to inherit that land. They don't want to sweat. You sweated, maybe it's even uncensored. So some of things actually, they are really bad, some of these things that happen. Instead of respect, they are termed witches, and they're even killed. Not even killed, burnt alive. Those are serious things. You need to respect the elderly. Yeah.
Bernard, sorry. Can I add something on what Nyumba is saying about the witches? Just to make that, because like, for example, it's a problem that has been in the United Kingdom, in Scotland, and in Ireland.
Hold on, Bwana Kimere. Hold on.
Yeah.
The right to be informed is a reservation of Mr. Nyumba. So you request that you have information you want to inform Mr. Nyumba, and Mr. Nyumba will either accept to be informed or not. That is the formal way of going about it.
Thank you.
So Mr. Nyumba, uko tayari kupewa habari na Kimere kuongezea kwa masuala unayosema?
Nakubali kwa sababu Kimere na Jakendube walisema watanilipia niende Europe. Mimi sijaenda Europe, so wacha achukue jukumu. Endelee.
Sasa hapo sitasema kitu. Kimere, kwa vile unanunua ticket, basi ongezea hii habari.
Okay, now on a lighter note, I just wanted to say that this witch thing is everywhere, because even here there were some cases not long ago about people being persecuted in Ireland and in Scotland. So we shouldn't be very much surprised about people because at the end of the day, we know people have been victimized with because it's what's a witch really. So it's just a way. It's like you put you direct the debate where it favors you, and that's what they are doing, and that's what they have been doing with Raila throughout. So even when we were growing up in the village, I remember where I was growing up in the village, there were some houses where we were told, no, don't pass through there, because, and then those people stayed with us. And I think that the last woman, which was living in one of our neighbors, I can still remember, I think she died at the age of 90 something. So it's all rubbish. Thank you. Sorry, Nyumba, I hope I have helped you.
Thank you. But is the offer still standing? The offer? Okay, let's continue.
The offer always standing. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I think I'll be very brief on the topics at hand. DP Ruto laying grounds for withdrawal from the race. No way. There's no way Ruto will withdraw, because he believes he's entitled to be the president of Kenya, come what, come rain, come shine. And it is so entrenched in his mind that he has to be. And if he will not be, the only reason that he may not be, by his perception, he will be rigged out. That's why he's laying the ground that the IEBC rigging out the cabinet secretaries and all that. Yeah. In our language, it's difficult to translate. Ama tunasema hivi, Bwana Kimere, you confirm, maybe you can remember the saying, bara yake rimore, naona kama wako hapo. Yani vita ya mjinga haishi, unapigana na una nguvu kumshinda, unamgonga ngumi anaanguka chini, anaamuka anaendelea na vita, unamgonga ingine anaanguka chini, anaendelea anaamuka tena, muendelee, haishi unless akufe. tunasema kwa kikwetu, hiyo ndio vita ya mjinga. Mtu clever ukigonga ngumi moja kama mimi naweza kukugonga na niko na hiyo nguvu, waanguke chini, weka hapo chini, usiamuke, atuendelee na vita. Kama you are clever, but hii Ruto asikubali, unamgonga anaanguka, anaamuka. Nimemaliza hiyo. That translation, Koge, you know it, please. So you know that saying, yeah.
Now, no takuga muingato na kihoto. Koguo twa muingata na kihoto ndagacoka.
Exactly. Hiyo nayo kama ukitumia the truth na mtu asikie umemweza, ni kweli. Lakini kuna wengine ni ile ya kiboko tu, na hata hiyo kiboko asikii. Haya, naendelea. Kwa hivyo hasikubali, there's no way he's going to accept. And finally he will say it is rigged. And that's why I was talking of peace the other day, because that sets a very, very dangerous precedent or occasion whereby his followers, some will believe him. And I quoted in an earlier forum in the channel that some Republicans in America, and maybe Alex can actually vouch for this, they still believe that Donald Trump was rigged out, because Donald Trump all the time entrenched that idea in his followers that he was being rigged out. And there was a case in almost every state arguing that the elections were not fair, and he was defeated because the truth was that there was no rigging there. So Ruto is taking the same direction. The only thing now, there's no Capitol Hill to be invaded. I don't know, but it can also cause some problems. I plead, let them not play that game. Now, I got the other one, politics of academic forgery. We have been with the forgeries for a long time, but the king of this is Sudi. Sudi, I like he is an expert. He went to the extreme. The secondary school he was in, his papers and all that. Okay, I can't comment more. There's a case in court. But it's so obvious. You know, in Kenya, courts take so long, even some things that are so obvious. In the school, assumed that he went and said there's nothing like that. Even the name of the school is different. But you know, the court has to take its own course, the case course. But as you remember also, even the education system was full of fake certificates, fake exam results, until Matiang'i came in. Matiang'i stepped so hard that all the A's that are being obtained in some schools, they didn't. There are a lot of D's and E's in those exams. That's the KCPE and the Form 4 exam. He did something good, but at the expense of so many. Things had gone haywire. Even those schools, especially the private schools that were performing so well, they are buying those results because they are in business. The better the results, the more candidates they could get, and the business was actually now doing very well. So Matiang'i did good for this country. And there are so many others, Kina Malala, Waitito, and all that. There are many. With let me stop there because they can accuse me. I have not said they are fake, but I've said cases have arisen out of them. IBC preparedness. Kebere, I beg to differ. IBC, you know, they don't have to keep on shouting what they are doing. And as human beings, we cannot be 100% correct. That's human element, okay? I said my field is architecture. I'm an architect. And sometimes we like that deformity, the human hand, okay? The sculpture, okay? Maybe there are some things cut with machine. They have their own beauty. But there is the beauty also of the human hand, the art in it. That's more deformity because you use your hand, okay? So we cannot, how do we expect IBC to be 100%? They can't. All of us, we are actually failures at a few here and there. But arranged or predetermined failures, that's what we don't want. And I don't think you are going that way. You can see why now Ruto is crying. Ninyamaze, nani amesema hivyo? Wacha nimalize, Bernard, namaliza. Kuna echoes, yeah. Now, inasema hivi, nani angekuwa akilia Ruto kama IBC na Chebukati, they are arranging to something funny. Now, maybe they are strict. Maybe the things he had arranged, he has been caught and headed, and that's why you cry wolf, because he has been caught. I think the IBC are still doing good. Let's encourage them, even if there are problems. Let's encourage them to solve. It is too late. Suppose, to ask a question, can we throw Chebukati out at this hour? No, it can't. It wouldn't work. However bad he is, we can't. It's too late in the day. But let's assist the system, the failures we are seeing, so that they can rectify. I think I'm almost through. Yeah, the issue of being a billionaire from rearing chicken, I think is on a mold, but I would have gone for tuition at Dr. Ruto's place because I also like to become a billionaire by rearing chicken. Instead of kwenda kusoma unasoma hiyo alafu you don't even become a millionaire, not even a thousandaire. So it's good to sell chicken and become a billionaire. So I would have gone for tuition from him. There is a farm called Mogoko. Mogoko is in Kiambu. There's a man, he became a millionaire, but he started his business of chicken way back, I think after independence. And he was serious about it. Many years, over 40 years. Yeah, but he didn't become a billionaire. So that's fake news from Ruto. Let me finish there. Kemere, maybe thereafter I can escort you, but I still remind you, I keep on reminding you, tell Jakendube, I'm still hopeful of that. You're good men, men of your word. Thank you, Panelist and Bernard.
Asante sana Mndua Nyumba. We appreciate it and all the best. I'm sure your trip will work very well. I would want to carry your bag along so that when you reach at the airport, I will I'll fill the entry form for you. Asante, lakini naomba tumsikilize. So Bwana Kimeri, you can carry your students muende huko muanzishe moto, but I would want that platform to be well organized. When you are not available, you should communicate in good time so that the show begins in good time. Sahi inaonekana imechelewa sana, but all the same, let that be done.
Yeah, you are right, imechelewa, and I'm not even sure actually we'll be able, because I'm still waiting for Mutembe to because he has to text me the code or something like that. So I'm not very sure about it, because Jiro was supposed to generate Jiro host does the hosting.
So you do through the back office,
yeah.
Even while you are still here, confirm if your crew is ready. I can start for you on the other machine. And then you run, but nitakuwa nakuja kuongezea wateja mpaka ile time mtamaliza. But you need to give me a predictable timetable, because naona saa ingine mnafanya mnafanya 3-4 shows katikati ya wiki.
Depending na ile kitu inatokea, normally. But Rose was proposing that we do it every day, but I don't think it will be sustainable every day, because you see.
Locally here we can. Every day no.
It takes a toll on you. Doing it every day.
Yeah, because there must be someone hosting it.
Allow it to grow. Twice a week, thrice a week. That will be okay, more sustainable. Or you do weekend only. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then throughout the week,
you're right.
Rest.
Yeah, and because personally, I would favor actually starting a little bit, instead of waiting until the 9 o'clock news. I would start it at like 7:30 or 8, the latest 8 o'clock, because that will involve more people. Because I have seen that when we started after the 9 o'clock news, that's about 9:30, 10. A lot of people, even in Kenya, are quite sleepy at that time. you know.
Why can't we do this? Since it's already after midnight,
Yeah.
put off the program. We'll do that. Do it Saturday. That is instead
Tomorrow.
of today, which is today already.
Yeah.
But now you begin early. If you want 7, no problem. Just let
Yeah.
me know in good
Yeah,
time. If you have a
7:30.
problem of logging in, then we arrange that.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Yeah.
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 So let it rest there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to receive submission from 2 people, and then we go to the mathematics. King Dave na Mr. Kamau. King Dave, enda kwanza, please.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all. It's been a long time since we have been together. I've been busy, didn't have any time, but I was with you backside of the bench. I've been listening to one of our topic regarding chicken, regarding those business, and I just want to bring some topic for these 2 unemployment leaders who are coming for us for looking for job. We are like a jury for them. They're submitting their CVs, and we are the one assessing their CVs. So when we go back then and look to 3 things between the action of the person, vision of the person, and then the leadership of the person too. So between Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and Ruto, if we look back then the action of those 2 people in history, we'll find out that someone like, for example, someone like Ruto, when it comes to YK92, that the person who forged the not called Jirongo, and they had that machine then for making money, the fake money. And this thing came through to 2013 and 2017. And it caused the sitting president to change the notes because of forging money, the fake money. That is the Ruto. We have now the chicken guy, the selling chicken and egg guy. So the action of the Ruto is not accurate to this country. And when we see the action of Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, he gave us this freedom we have now here. You see the freedom of speech. He gave us a lot of freedom back then. He fight for us those seasons. So when we come now to vision of these 2 candidates, when we look for their CVs. In other side of Ruto, he doesn't have good vision for this country, because we have already saw it in YK92. We have already seen it in 2013 until to date too. From 2017 to date, we have seen his vision, and it caused a lot of damage when it comes to our economy. Now we are paying for loans which they took on 2013. They took as a corruption. They freeze a lot of things. Okay, on 2017, the vision of Raila, he came through handshake and advise the sitting president, now this is the way, if in order for you to save this economy, in order for you to save this country and to have a great vision, this is the way now you have to go. Now, when you look in a CV of these people, the two peoples regarding leadership, now that is a crucial topic when we see the vision of Ruto. When it comes to leadership, it doesn't have, for now, it doesn't have leadership material. The only observation we observe through him, it's a dictatorship material, which is dangerous to the country and which is dangerous to the generation to come, which is dangerous to our economy too. And that's the CVs we need to underline deeper. When we look to the leadership of Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, if we look through that CV deeper in our leadership part, this king as well, this king, he can lead. He has the spirit of leadership through him. He can lead 48 to 50 million. He can create a lot of jobs. He can prevent a lot of resources not to disappear just like that, the way it disappeared 2013. So between those two CVs, the only person we can rely our life, or we can bet our life and our generation to come, it's Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. But for now, Ruto, until then, he has to go to the bench. Okay, another topic, it's about May 26. On May 26, we noticed something through National Prayer Breakfast. And that is the day before now started the officially campaign. And I will go through the scripture if you guys may allow me to do that. If we go to the book of Job, chapter 1, verse 6, it says that one day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. So when we picture the scenario of 26th May last month, it was a scenario which we see the sitting deputy president took himself the protocol and outshining his boss and do things backward to extend that he undermined a lot of leadership, a lot of priests, a lot of pastors, and it shows something weird when it comes to someone like that to lead the country. It shows the picture. It pictured the picture of dictatorship inside him. And I had a lot of now when we come now to Madaraka, we had a lot of complaint, a lot of accuse, a lot of people they were accusing presidents. He broke the protocol. He didn't invite the deputy president. But we have already seen his characteristic starting from late Kibaki's funeral. He outshined his boss. He took the matter to his hand. We saw him even introducing the cabinet, and that is the funeral. And he did the same thing in a National Prayer Breakfast. And according to intelligence, on Madaraka Day, the guy was planning to resign in front of national public because of the effect of Mother Karua. So he wanted to take that show, and he imported a lot of people from Rift Valley all night to come so that he can get that support, the crowd support. But the intelligent, they have already known about that plan, and that's the big and the reason why they didn't invite him there. He wanted to outshine his boss and national say, okay, from today, I'm resigning as a deputy. And he wanted to give us the explanation, which they're not there. And when that secret came to light, after that Madaraka, the bitterness, the evil bitterness came through that guy with his team. And it's over now for him. It's over, which is true now. He needs to submit, of which the way he wants to submit, he wants to reject the election. But I remember there's a time our leader, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, did the same thing. He wanted to, he actually rejected the election. He strike about it, he protested, but the election went on. Come rain, come shine. It will happen the same thing to this guy. And I love scripture the way it says that ni msumeno ya kukata kiwili. And this is the case of this election now. When you see the picture of those 6 or 7 CSS and PCs. Back then, they supported sitting president and they supported deputy sitting president. Now is questioning that for his own benefit, but it will not work for him. And we still have we are counting only 60 days to go. And remember, I told you, I think it was 3 weeks or 3 weeks ago, I told you that the election will be only one. It will not having any runoff or wherever. It will be like that. Come rain, come shine. And what I will say that for those 2 candidates who presented them the CV to us, the only one we can rely our life, our children's life, our resources, our economy, our country, it's none other than Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We don't hate the supporters of other side. We love them, but now they don't see the truth. Some of them, they see the truth, but they just deny. They live in a denial lifestyle. Why? If you see deeper, you'll find out that majority of supporters from other side, they are working the same shoes of corruption, looters, like I'm sorry to use this word, like the money which the guy was given to I don't want to mention those places, the places of worship. You see, majority of them, they are lacking that. Some of those who have been using God's name to get money. So it will be so difficult for this guy in the next coming 20 years. Sorry, I'm sorry to that. In the next coming 20 years to be in that seat, it will be very, very difficult. And I'm sure 100% and one, when 9th of August, in the next coming 60 days to come, when Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Mother Karua, our upcoming deputy, and our upcoming prime minister, the first Kamba prime minister upcoming, the first female deputy president, and the first Luo president. This guy and his team of lootership and corruption, my friend, they'll return a lot of money by force. So my last word is that we have to choose wisely. We have to educate our children, the generation from the 1997 to 2002. Majority of them, they're the one supporting this guy because of what? Because of lust. They used to get money faster. I heard my brother says about Kibaki's the regime of Kibaki. People, they used to get money, but they don't mention before Kibaki we used to get this money or not. It was difficult. So this generation, they need to go slow. They need to understand that they have future to come. But how can we make this future for them? We need to use a great leaders who will prevent our economy to secure our country so that they can have future to come. So my submission, my last one is we have to choose wisely, and the only person is those three pillars. Thank you, guys.
Okay, asante sana King Dave. Twende direct kwa Bwana Kamau. Bwana Kamau, vipi? Haya, kama Bwana Kamau haonekani, basi naomba nipitishe kipindi mikononi mwa Kip, endelee na hesabu mpaka wamalize sehemu ya leo, alafu tutarejelea debate baadaye. It seems Kamau is not there.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, we're going to go through the usual process of data entry. So a disclaimer. I don't think today we're going to do the polls. We're going to look at Nyanza province. And I think there's some interesting things that has happened in Nyanza province that you'd find very interesting. So I'll start off with the numbers. As usual, I'll ask the same question always. Can you see my screen?
Okay, hold on. There is the general chat that I'm supposed to air. You say something on that before?
Yeah, general chat. So to answer to the disclaimer.
Hello. Hello, Ben. That is the Nyanza chat. The general chat is the one before that one.
Oh, you want to do that one? Okay.
Sure. The overall summary. Yeah,
okay.
That one. Now, that is our national summary of what has happened. You can see that these are the 8 regions that comprise the entire country. Now, the numbers they're actually placed there in order of their strength. You can see that before the cleanup in February, Rift Valley is in the lead with 5,344,000 voters, which represents in the entire country, that block is 24%, followed by Central at 3.1 million, which represents 14% of the entire vote in the country. Number 3 is Nyanza at 3 million, also representing 14%. Eastern, 3 million, representing 14%. Then Nairobi is number 5 at 2.5 million, 11%. Coast is 1.9 million at 9%. Western is 2.1 million, 10% of the entire vote. And last but not least, Northeastern at 866,000 voters. Now the total as at February, March, before the cleanup is 22,152,000 voters. Just to give you the overall picture of what is at stake each region in the country. I think we can proceed from there.
All right. Thanks for that, Jose. Alex, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Keep, I can't see your chart. Oh, it's here. It's here. Let me add it. Okay, good.
Yeah, as you saw in the national tally, we have 3 regions that comprise of 14%. That is Central, Nyanza, that is, and the other one. So Nyanza again controls 14%, which is about 3 million votes, 3.0 million votes. Previously in 2017, we had 2.6 million votes. And as you see, we had an increase of 15% of votes all in Nyanza. It is interesting that we have 6 counties, but the figures in Nyanza are quite interesting. That's why I think Kip will let you know later. Kisii County in 2017 had 546,000 votes. In 2022, it went to 638,000 votes. It had a super increase of 17%, one of the largest in the country, 17% increase in votes. So it ended up being the highest voter in Nyanza region. Then Kisumu came in second with 539,000 in 2017. In 2022, it has 616,000, an increase of 14%. Third was Homa Bay. 2017, it had 476,000, an increase of 13%, which brought it to 537. Siaya came in fourth. In 2017, it was 457,000. 2022, 518. And it was 13% increase. Migori too was interesting. 2017, it was 388,000. In 2022, it's 454,000. Also a super increase of 17%. The last born for Nyanza is Nyamira County. Usual suspect. They said in 2017 it had 278,000. And 2022 it has 316, and it had a 13% increase. So the total votes, when you add up tally in 2017 is 2.6 million, 2022 it's 3 million votes, an average increase of 15% in Nyanza. So I will go and I will start with Kisii, which was the firstborn of Nyanza. And I will repeat, Kisii County was interesting, and there are many things we couldn't figure out, but we'll give you the figures, and then you connect the dots, you form the line, a straight or a zigzag line, because even us, we could not understand it. We are using the IEBC data because that's the only one we had. And in 2017, Kisii is comprising of 21% of the Nyanza vote. The governor, the senator, and the women rep were all from ODM. The governor is James Ongwae Omariba. He got 402. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes.
He got 402.
Senator. Alex, we can't hear you.
The senator?
The senator, I don't know the name, but the senator had 405. And then the women's rep got 403. And then the total number of votes that were casted for MPs were 361.
Yes.
While the MCAs was 402. Is Alex still there?
Bernard, tell us. Bernard, can you confirm if Alex is still there?
Alex, just proceed, he will recover.
Okay. All right. So he'll come back and explain what happened to the MPs. All right. The party with the largest votes here was, remember, there was 3-piece suit with Orange Democratic Party, right?
Yes.
What we have is the Kenya Congress. The Kenya National
Alex is
Congress.
back now. Alex is back now.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. So the governor was from ODM, the senator was from ODM, and the women rep was from ODM. The governor is James Ongwae Omariba with 402. That's the amount he got. The senator, Professor Ongeri, got 405,000, and the women rep, Janet Ongera, got 403. The usual suspect is the members of parliament, which was only 360,000. People who went to vote for the members of parliament was 360,000. But for the MCA, we have 45 wards again. But again, the number went back again to 402,000. You can see that the people of Kisii County went and elected the governor, the senator, the women rep, and all their MCAs with the same figure. But when it comes to members of parliament, the figure went down by 40,000 votes. So 40,000 people did not vote for the members of parliament. Now, you can see in 2017, Kisii has 9 constituencies. And in all those 9 constituencies, remember, it is 3-piece already. The governor is ODM, the senator is ODM, the women rep is ODM. In 2017, in all 9 constituencies, there was nobody who was elected by ODM member ticket. So all the members of parliament were elected from different parties. Now, we are going to see who they were. In Bonchari, the person who was elected in 2017 was John Oyoka, who was in a party called PDP, who died later, and that is when Pavel Oimeke was elected about a year and a half ago by the ODM ticket, the only ODM member of parliament in Kisii. In Bobasi, the member of parliament is called Innocent Obiri. He is from PDP party. In Borabu, Bomachoge Borabu, the member of parliament is Zadok Ogutu. Is an independent member of member of parliament. In Bomachoge Chache, which is also a suspect, the member of parliament is Alpha Miruka Ondieki, Kenya National Congress. In South Mogirango, which also figures were not making sense, the member of parliament is Silvanus Osoro, Kenya National Congress. In Nyaribari Masaba, one of the largest constituencies in Kisii, also the person running under UDA was taken by Ezekiel Machogu from a party called National Agenda Party of Kenya. In Nyaribari Chache, the member of parliament is Richard Tongi from Jubilee. And it has the heaviest wards, the wards with the heaviest electorate in Kisii County, which accounts to 1/3 of all votes in Kisii County come from Nyaribari Chache, where Richard Tongi, who won the Jubilee ticket. Kitutu Chache did not feature in 2017 election because one of the contestants died before the election. He was shot right before the election. No, he got an accident right before the election.
And therefore the election was done, the election was done after the contested 2017 general election, which was later won by a person called Richard Onyonka under a ticket of Ford Kenya. Lastly is Kitutu Chache North, which was won by Jimmy Angwenyi under the Jubilee Party. So it was difficult to put even the numbers, because the numbers how they won, I think, Kip, you have those numbers. Can you quickly spell them out? I don't have my glasses.
So, Bobasi, we've got 25,000. Bomancho, we have 19,000. Kitutu North, we have 16,000. Nyaribari, we've got 15. Bomanche, we've got
Bamachoge.
Yes.
Bamachoge.
Yes, cool. Bonchari, we've got 11,000. South Mujirango, we've got 11,000.
So when I was looking at the figures, you could see that the margin of how they won was, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, IEBC portal is screwed up. You can go yourself to the IEBC portal and you see how the members of parliament won in Kisii.
We've got
And,
two Jubilee MPs, 2 Kenya National Congress MPs, 2 People's Democratic Party MPs, 1 independent, and 1 National Agenda Party. So no ODM, while we've got 3-piece suit here. At the top. Orange.
So, and most of the MPs went to contested court, but most of them were denied because everybody wanted to go to court in Kisii because there was a lot of contestation. Therefore, I think because the server was never opened, it was difficult for people to contest. So up to there, I mean, that is what we could do for Kisii. There is nothing more we could do there. And from my personal opinion, people will say what they think later on. Yeah, as you are watching, you can go to the IEBC portal for Kisii, and you can check out and clarify what we are telling you. And that was Kisii. Now let us go to Kisumu. Mr. Jose, I don't want to say anything there. I want you to start, and then I will continue.
The starting point being the registered voters.
Wait a minute. In Kisii, can you give us in presidential? Yeah, Raila won by how much?
Numbers.
Yes, the presidential.
The presidential numbers were also equally very interesting.
Yes.
The registered voters, okay, you already got that, but
for Kisii, don't go to Kisumu yet. Just go for Kisii. Kip, can you give us that number
for Kisii?
Yeah, for presidential, Raila got how much percentage, and Uhuru got how much percentage? I have it here, but I want you to say.
For Kisii, the Raila got 223,000 votes. 155, which represented 55%. Now, the turnout then, okay, I have to go to Uhuru. Uhuru got 174,213, which represented 43% of the votes.
Yeah.
Now,
yes,
that was based on a total turnout of 406,701.
Yeah, which was almost 75%.
Representing 75%.
Yes, which was 75%. Yeah. So you can even see the presidential was, you people can conclude. Now that was Kisii County. Now, Kisumu is a little bit interesting.
Interestingly, Alex, Kisii had the highest number of spoiled votes in the region.
Exactly.
At 3,000.
Yeah, Kisii also had the highest number of spoiled vote again in the whole of Nyanza.
Yeah.
So let's go to Kisumu.
In Kisumu, registered
Kisumu
voters.
represents how much percentage?
Okay, to 539, which went up by 14%. In absolute terms, 77,000. To stand now at 616, the way we have been told, 1,000. Now, in terms of the elections,
Let's not go to the elections first. Wait, let's not go for the elections first. We'll
you want to go to
the governors?
Governors first, yes.
Yes, please,
Alex.
Yeah, so the Kisumu represents 20%. It's neck to neck to in terms of percentage. Kisii has 21, Kisumu has 20%. Now, again, here we had a three-piece. And we, as a disclaimer, we got these things from IEBC. You can go to the portal. They do not make any sense to us. So if they don't make sense to you, don't hit us. The governor was won by Anyang' Nyong'o. The senator was won by Frederick Otieno Outa. And the member of the women rep was Rosa Akinyi Buyu. All of them were ODM. The votes that were cast are almost relating. 434,000, 434,000, 434,000. For the members of parliament, again, all of them, the votes that when you tally them, they come to 434,000. But for the MCA, it goes down to 422,000. Kisumu has how many constituencies? Kisumu has 7 constituencies.
Yes.
And in the 7 constituencies, ODM managed to get only 5. Our sister NASA got 1. And of course, there was one independent candidate. And Kisumu East, and the independent, was won by Shakil Shabir, the Indian guy. The Kisumu West was won by John Olango Aluoch from Ford, Kenya. Kisumu Central was won by Fred Ouda. Muhoroni was won by James Onyango Oyo. Nyakach was won by Joshua Aduma Owor. Nyando was won by Jared Okello. And Seme was won by James Nyakil. Now, we come to the interesting part now.
Let's keep this figure in the mind, yeah?
Yeah. We come to the interesting part, and that is where even the IEBC doesn't want to record most of these things in their portal. The turnout for voting the governor, the senator, the women rep is 82%. The turnout for voting the MPs is 82%. The turnout for voting MCA is about 79%. But when it came to presidential, Raila only got 369,000 votes. And
that's 70%.
Uhuru got 7,400, which means Raila got 97%, Uhuru got 2%. Yes. But according to the figures that we are getting in Kisumu, there are 60,000 people who voted for Anyang' Nyong'o, who voted for Fred Outa, who voted for the women rep, but decided not to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. The turnout for the ticket for the governor, the senator, and the women rep is at 82%. The turnout for presidential puts Raila only at 70%. And those are the figures you are getting from IEBC.
So
well.
So what happened is as we're doing the analysis with Alex, I'm going to stop sharing. It got a bit, the numbers were not adding up. So, I mean, that is Raila's home. How can 70%, where does 60% go? How can
60,000 votes?
60,000 votes disappear? Number two, how come in Kisii there's a 3-piece suit and no MP for Orange, not even one, hata ya kuonja? We were going to do further analysis and to see what the number two, which probably would have been any of the NASA candidates, would have gotten in
Kisii.
Kisii. But we saw we were going to spend a bit more time, and rather than doing that, we thought that we'll revisit that later and do better analysis with Alex and Jose, so that we present you better data. So we said we wanted to stop at 2 counties for now, because hata tuliona the other counties were looking a bit funny for us. So
Migori is worse.
Yeah.
Nyamira is even worse.
Homa Bay.
Those figures don't make any sense. And to be sure, you are not even getting the data from IEBC very well. When you are Googling, you get from Tuko, you get from others, but it's not, IEBC is not giving you that data very well. So because of that, I mean, we can only give what we could have verified from IEBC. I mean, that's all we can do. We can't give figures from other sources that are not verified. Yeah. So we will continue to research on the Migori, Homa Bay, and Nyamira. Probably by tomorrow we'll come out with the figures. But from what we saw, Kisii, suspicious. Kisumu, 60,000 people went and voted for the governor, senator, women rep, but failed to vote for the president. And I don't know what now. We can go to the politics of it. Bernard is not here.
Bernard is here.
We stopped there.
Bernard is not there.
Bernard did not even hear that. Bernard,
I think.
Bernard, you can now take the politics. The numbers don't make sense for us. We couldn't verify them from the IEBC. 60,000 people voted for Nyang, but they did not vote for Raila.
Arrest, please. Don't say numbers don't make figures. I mean, don't make sense.
How does 60,000 votes disappear? I don't know. How do you vote for governor, not your presidential candidate? Do people
then in Kisumu, of all places.
So when we tell you that results from IBC were coming from Karen, mkasema eti sisi tuko na siasa. Hii watu walicheza na akili zetu. Sisi tuliamka asubuhi. Mimi nilikuwa by 3:30 I was on the queue. 3:30 I just vote outside here. So we went and voted and wished each other tukutane Canaan, only for us to be told that the Canaan journey has been cancelled. And then they feed us with this fake information.
Do you remember the Supreme Court asking whether some people walked home with ballot papers in their pockets?
I don't want anybody messing up with this country. Let the country elect their leader. Let them be led by the leader they have elected. This imposition has to end, and let that also apply at all levels. At all levels. Ili nikisafa chini ya huyo MCA wangu, ikuwe ni ujinga wangu ulinifanya nikampatia kura na kaingia. Si eti nilipigia kura mwingine. Nyinyi mnaniletea kaka Titmas akakuja kunisumbua na mimi sijui kule kalitokea. So let's do some politics around the numbers. So Kisii, the members of parliament, all of them, I think ODM were locked out. It's not that the Kisii people did not vote for ODM. It looks like there was a circular letter given out that we shouldn't have any ODM member of parliament, so that we cut to size the majority issue in parliament. So we notice this strange hand almost, in those sections. So I really, it's strange, very strange. So nani ataongea kwanza? Penny amefika. Penny huyu ndio mzee wa Kisii. Kuja Penny, kuja, njoo tafadhali tuambie.
Hapo ni kweli kijana yangu, mimi ni mzee ya Kisii.
Yes,
na huko Kisii nobody tells us what to do. Vile hao vijana wamefanya hiyo kazi, congratulations. You keep bringing those numbers. Ile speech nyingine nyingi mnasema ni propaganda, lakini numbers ndio zinafanya kazi. Thank you very much young guys for coming up with those numbers. Those are the numbers most of us see and watch and know that Azimio has no chance in Kisii. But I know I'm speaking to the Azimio group. But since we are very independent, and you saw the other day, Bernard, when Msenyecha was kicked out with these billions. So you cannot tell us what to do and what not to do. And for the record, I come from Nyaribari Chache. Na hapo, nikikuja hapa nikiwatembeleza namna gani, wananiambia ya aina Amerika kutoka etikeni. You know, they say so many things. Lakini, thank you, congratulations for the guys, and do the job that you are doing. Wakisii, tunafanya ile tunataka. Sio lazima tuambiwe na fulani. But ile ni
mimi nataka tu nielezee kwa nini 405,000 voters voted for governor, voted for women rep, voted for senator. But when it came to members of parliament, the number did not reach 400,000. It dropped to 300 something. How does that make sense? The president had 405, the governor 405, the women rep 405, the senator the same. But ikikuja kwa member of parliament, their total number drops. So tell us, kuna watu ambao waliingia wakavotia tu awa magavana na wakaenda ama kuliendaje? Now, why is it that is on member of parliament only? Because even on the MCAs, the number agrees. Tell me.
No, if I say anything, I will be guessing. But the best guess is that we are very independent and we do what we want. If they never wanted to vote for whoever they did, they just didn't. That's all I can say. Because if you psychologically analyze what it is that they did, you have to talk to all of them. But yangu ni kusema kwamba ile walikuwa convinced kuenda kuvote for, that's exactly what they did. That's the best answer I can give you. Na moja tu nimalize.
Do you know the reason why we vote general elections in different seats is to help us be able to curb the because if it was whatever the way they do in the other countries, we'll have a day we vote for the MCAs only, then a day we vote for members of parliament only, then a day we vote for this one only. We combine them so that it can help us compare and contrast. So when there is a huge disparity between the president and the members of parliament, then there must be something wrong with the elections. It has nothing to do with independence. And I don't think this is more independent than Western.
And I forgot to give a figure there that we gave last time. The latest opinion polls in what is called TIFA, it shows the one for 23rd, not now the one that came yesterday, that is circulating within Kisii. It's not been shown nationally. It was 74 on 23rd. And the one for yesterday, it is at 78% for Raila, and Ruto is almost going down. For Kisii County, it's going for 1 digit for the disclaimer. Let Penny Nyagaka know that.
Thank you. So, Penny, make your submission. We move on. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to say one more word, and Alex, thank you very for the numbers. That's good. So we'll know the answer, and clearly, you guys of the numbers, please come back and give us the numbers again after August 9th, 2022. Yangu ya mwisho ya kusema tu nilikuwa nataka niseme ni kwamba I really respect the Ruto for not taking the debate, for taking on the debate. I agree with him 100% because the debates are organized by the parties, and yes, the newspapers can be as independent as they are, but you have to accept who are the journalists that are going to ask the questions. But they are organized by the parties. But this time, somebody from somewhere is inviting you for debate. That's exactly happened in 2017 with Kenyatta, and they refused. It is true. But any country that you have seen the debate from both parties, say for example, I know very well in America, it is the parties that accept who journalists asks the questions, and the journalists can ask those questions from anywhere. But the parties have to accept who those journalists are. Like for example now, how can anybody in UDA accept a journalist from Citizen when they have shown exactly who they are? They have even given their insignia, everything to Raila, and you go to a debate like that, you're going to be killed. So yangu ni kusema kwamba the next elections, 2017, let us be very clear, organize the debate 6 months before the election. 4 months ago, after yesterday, what were you doing? You were looking for Mheshimiwa Kalonzo. You are not ready. You are being organized from anywhere. So I really want to say that I want to see the debates in Kenya. I want to see Kenya develop to be a meaningful society that most of us can go back and enjoy life. We're not enjoying here in America. Here in America, is you can't go anywhere. You go to work, you come home. You go to work, you come home. Let them tell you what they do. Kenya, we have a social life. Ingawaje watu wengi wako na njaa, wanakuambia tupatie hii na ile. Let us organize. Bernard, hii show, mimi challenge yangu ni kwamba 2027, let us organize a real debate where both parties can accept that let's also ask the questions, and we go from there. Thank you very much, Bernard. At least you give me time. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. But wewe unataka kwenda kukalia mtihani, tena unataka kupanga NEC ndio ikusetie mtihani, tena unataka invigilator wewe uchague. Yani wewe mzee Penny unanitisha kwa sababu ukienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule.
Kuna vijana wengi ambao
Hold on. Wewe ulienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule, okay? Ambapo walimu walikuwa wamejitolea kufundisha watu, na kuna vile hata headmaster angehusika katika kuset mtihani. Mtihani ilikuwa inaletwa kutoka Britain, imefungwa kabisa, inafunguliwa, headmaster anashangaa kuiona siku hiyo kama vile wanafunzi wanashangaa kuiona siku hiyo. Mbona sasa nyinyi mmebadilisha maneno, mnataka sasa wanafunzi wachague vigilant, wachague examiner?
Mimi nilisema mtihani mmoja, mtu yule anasema mtihani mmoja hakuna nyinyi, na hiyo sisi sasa tukupali kwenda kwa hiyo mtihani kwa nini? Sisi unajua tumeanguka. I'm glad you guys
mtihani ulifanya ya kape, okay? Si ilikuwa inatoka Britain, imefungwa. Nyinyi mlikuwa mnachagua ile mzungu anasema.
No. I'm just giving you a practical example for now. Ile mtihani ilikuja kutoka Britain na kweli.
Mimi nataka ambia Ruto ukweli, asiogope kisu. Akishasema ni siku ya kusimama mbele ya kisu, asimame, sisi tutaimbia yeye, tusindikize yeye. Aache kuogopa kisu. Ashajitolea. Mama Selina alisema hapa.
Mama Selina, waje nimsalimu kidogo. Na nataka Mama Selina waambie juu ya Tonche, General Tonche. Ndiye alitusaidia Kenya. Moi, Biwott na Sali walikuwa wanataka waendelee. General Toja akakataa. Mama Selina, tuambie habari yako.
Sawa, asante Penny, thank you so much, we appreciate it. Mama Selina akija atajibu hilo swali lako. Tumsikilize Okay, Julius ndio tuende kwa Jose.
Asante sana Bernard. Kwanza kabla nichangie hesabu ya kina Kip. Huyo Penny, unajua ubaya UDA wanakuaga na wasiwasi. Sasa mzee kama huyo Nyakaka akai chini kama mzee atuambie, yeye ni mzee, tunamheshimu, anakaa chini anatuadvise vizuri. Hata kujificha ficha mnaogopa nini? The watu wa media ni professionals. They have gone to school to be a professional. So if you don't trust your people with their profession, sasa tutawasaidia namna gani? Jana wacha hata Ruto, Bernard niliongea kuhusu hiyo. Narok governor aliogopa. Hakukanyaga huyu anatafuta wa UDA. I mean, and by the way, Kip, kuna kitu kimoja nilikuwa nataka ni request kidogo tafadhali, kama mtaniruhusu kidogo tu. Nini ya Narok, wakati mlifanya Nairobi ya hesabu ya Rift Valley, kidogo ya Narok ndio nilikuwa nataka niguzie kidogo tu.
Unataka kuiona? I have it here. Unataka kuona?
Because hapo mnasema Kisii ndio kulifanywa mambo na Kisumu. Narok sasa.
Wacha niangalie on the background alafu nikwambie. Nitaangalia tu sasa. Yeah.
Sawa, asante. Mzee Nyakaka, ni mzee, kaa vizuri, ukae kama mzee, utuonyeshe uso yako. Don't hide. Why do you hide and you are old man? Kwani what kind of old man are you? Kaa utuonyeshe, advise like an old man. Sasa mzee hataki kuona watoto wake. What kind of a mzee are you? Hapa nini, unajua mzee ukiwa usipokuwa mkali watoto hawata kunini, kwa sababu you are always moving. Yes, we respect you no matter hata ukiwa UDA tunakuheshimu, wewe ni mzee and hatuwezi toa hii, we cannot remove that. Na sisi sio kama watu wa UDA wanasema ati Raila
UDA wataki wazee, sijui Penny anafanya nini huko.
Ndio nataka kumwambia, actually I was coming there. Sisi sio kama UDA, watu wa Azimio tunapenda wazee na tunawaheshimu. It doesn't matter where you are from. We respect
Bernard, chunga Penny asitoroke.
So Penny hakuna haja kutoroka. Wewe kaa kama mzee, of course you have your right to choose who you want to vote for. But hapana kwa kaa simama kama mzee. Wewe ni mzee, uko na familia. Unatuonyesha roof, unatuonyesha steering ya gari, saa zingine naonaga unatuonyesha hii barabara. Yes, we want like that.
Nilikuwa naendesha gari bwana, ndugu yangu, kijana yangu. Mimi I'm very busy sometimes. Lakini show yenu ni mzuri sana. Nataka kuisikiza sana na ile dipani saa ingine mimi nataka kuanza the question. Thank you though.
Unajua mimi sio kijana yako, hujazaa kijana mkubwa kama mimi. I'm almost 56. Uko na kijana 56.
Hapana.
So
kijana, lakini sio kijana yangu. Kijana yangu uko 26.
Julius, the only suspicion I have here, lakini si mbaya sana, ni governor alichukua 284,000 votes, alafu wala wengine women's rep all the way to MP walikuwa na 280, alafu ya MC ilishuka chini sana to 277. So governor, I don't know who's your governor.
It's Tunai.
Tunai is the one who had 4 extra votes, more than Raila, more than the women's rep, more than the senator, and more than the MP. So your 4,000 sijui ilitoka wapi, kwa sababu Raila alikuwa na Raila's vote, not Raila, sorry, the presidential vote was 281. So governor ndio mtauliza ya swali.
Alafu Kip, ODM iko na wabunge wangapi?
ODM, just a moment. ODM has 3 Jubilee, one mtu wa chama cha mashinani, hata sikuwa najua amekuja huko. Alafu
kuna jamaa moja ya.
Alafu kuna mmoja wa KANU.
Yes.
Alafu kuna mmoja wa ODM. Alafu kwa MCAs mulikuwa na 13 from Jubilee, mashinani walishika 6, ODM walishika 4, independent walishika 3. Chap walifika huku. Me, I don't trust Chap. Chap had 2 MCAs, KANU had 1. Alafu kuna party in sijaisikia, the National Vision Party walichukua moja.
Unajua Chap wakati hiyo, unajua Chap iko Sotik, so it's neighbors. We are neighbors.
What should concern you is the fact that Jubilee, in terms of MPs, took 51% of the votes, yet in the presidential race, Uhuru lost. So Uhuru lost where Raila had 200. Uhuru won by less. So Raila had 129,000 votes, and Uhuru had 149 votes. So that's almost 50-50. So if that was the case, would have more ODM members of parliament or NASA members of parliament. So it would have been a 50-50 split in terms of parties there. So unachukua NASA principle, whereby principle amechukua almost half or 45% of the presidential seat, lakini tukikuja hapa kwa MPs and MCAs, Orange only has 25%, because if you look at it, chama cha mashinani waliingia hapo kwa Jubilee na chama cha mashinani na KANU walichukua chama cha what do you call it, chama cha NASA. So if you see that, if you combine 51% plus 11 of chama cha mashinani plus KANU, that is over 75% of the votes went to Jubilee, while in the presidential race, the NASA principles had less. Had more. So my confusion. Let me start again. My confusion is, and I get where you're coming from. My confusion here in what you're talking about, Narok, is the fact that the presidential race had about 45% for Raila and then 55% for Uhuru. Yet in the MPs, we had over 75% of the whole Jubilee ticket. When I'm talking about Jubilee, KANU, chama cha mashinani, na Jubilee itself had 75% of the MPs. That does not make sense to me.
Chama cha mashinani was in NASA.
Ilikuwa NASA. Chama cha mashinani ilikuwa NASA.
So let's remove that 12% from there. That is still 60%. It's still a bit.
It doesn't make any sense. Kwa sababu ukiona nani senator alishinda na percentage gani?
Senator alishinda na 120,000 votes. The governor is still a bit. Orange. Orange walichukua Senate with 122, and women's rep. Who took the women's rep?
Jubilee.
120. But the governor is the one that took 146,000 votes. So that man must be very popular in Narok.
He's not popular, because if he was popular, the ODM senator could have not won.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. So that's about
But
20,000.
the 26,000 votes for governor, where did they come from? Because if Senate is 120 and the women rep is 120, they have the same constituency, the same number of registered voters, the same number of voter turnout. How come governor has 146 while the rest have 120?
It's because the total number of votes across the 5 tickets, governor had the most. It had more than the presidency. So that's why I said the governor alikuwa ameorganize hiyo kitu. I said it between my teeth, sorry.
So governor was the returning officer and he was the
Yeah.
and he did his additions to secure the seat, and I'm sure he had lost it.
Na hizi vifaranga ni kina nani? Vifaranga
Anyway, we are not surprised. We are not shocked because 2017 election, definitely we know that they did what they did. That's why they are worried right now. They are, unajua hiyo clearing, unajua sasa nini IEBC inalazimisha kutoa clean the register. That's why you see wanaanza kukataa hata debates. I mean, a debate is conducted with professionals. Watu wamesoma, wameenda shule wakasomea mambo ya journalism. And after all, wale watu wanaenda kuuliza maswali ni naitoga media association, something like that, au hizo media houses wote zinachagua watu wale wanaenda kunini kuuliza maswali. You don't choose yourself today it's me. So
the questions are uniform. Every person responds to the same questions. It's only leading questions that may go personal, but as a media house, we ask general questions. We say, what is your plan on infrastructure? What is your plan on healthcare? So you give us. Somebody Maganga here says, Ruto anaogopa kuulizwa what is bottom up and corruption scandals. Yes, because the question on bottom up will bring a lot of confusion on that platform. Because everybody has his own definition in their own way. All the same, naomba sasa turejelee debate. What is it or say?
Oh yes, good evening everyone.
Carry on, please.
Maybe it's unfortunate that Penny is not there. Bernard, you have let us down because I told you Penny was at Atoroka. Now you see.
Penny is always online. He's always watching. If he's not spilling his bits on the comment section, he's here. And ni mzee wetu, lazima tumuelewe. Na tumuvumilie pia.
I know, unless I'm corrected. Penny is not in Kisii. And he came here and started telling us how the ground in Kisii, what it is now. How many grounds can he be at the same time? You cannot re-verify. He's come here telling us how the numbers in Kisii are going pro Kenya Kwanza. And now he's not there to answer anything.
But Jose, you seem not to be appreciating that UDA have a similar script, and it is some very early in the morning. Kip will begin by forgiving me. In the Catholic Church, we used to have same reading from Vatican all the way to Lutazo village where I grew up. Same reading, same sermon, same songs, only that they are sung in different languages, but it's same. So it seems to me that UDA people are given a script in the morning on how to respond to questions, and it doesn't matter which question you ask, they will still give you the same answer they were told to give you. Nowadays, they don't even look for how to put it. They just put it on you. You ask them what is bottom up. They say bottom up ni kuanzia hapa chini tukienda juu. Tuanzia hapa chini alafu katikati alafu chini. Namna hiyo. So you need to understand them. It is refusing to understand the question so that you have an opportunity to answer the way you want.
Now, the figures we have just gone through, the TIFA polls is showing that Ruto will only get 25% in Nyamira. In all the others, out of the 6, he will only get 25% in Nyamira at 26%, more than 25% rather, at 26%. In the others, in Siaya, for example, you will get only 1%. In Kisumu, you will get 2%. No, sorry, 7%. In Homa Bay, you'll get 2%. In Migori, you'll get 18%. In Kisii, you'll get 19%. And of course, in Nyamira, 26%. I think I just wanted to add that. Now, let me move on to our topics for today. Now, is DP Ruto laying grounds for, okay, I did for me yesterday, when I looked at the campaigns, the general talk there was full of fear, and every speaker at the DP Ruto's campaigns was more or less trying to say that we are losing it, and here are the reasons. We are losing it. All the speakers, that is the tone of you see the tone, what they were setting is like, we are losing it, but this is the reason, this is the reason. So for me, I think that's why yesterday, I didn't know about this topic, but I had indicated that looks like he's preparing to see whether the amount of sympathy would agree with him in the event he decides to say, because of XYZ, I cannot go forward. Now, based on what happened at the Madaraka Day celebrations, it is no wonder the DP is really a troubled person. Now, I noticed that the key speech there was given by Wetangula. And he went back all the time trying to quote all the frustrations, purported frustrations that the DP has gone through. Now, this idea that a government is shared 50-50, you see, to a longer, big extent. Hello, I think I have a problem.
Dallas, mute your mic, please. Polycarp.
Yeah, I was saying that to a large extent.
Dallas, your mic is still
Polycarp. To a large extent, what you get is that some people are bringing in a narrative that this and this did not happen, this and this did not happen. Kwa hivyo, how can we not recognize the DP, even if the visitor? Some people are saying that the visitor took it upon himself to recognize the presence of the DP, and no other person did. Now, most people are complaining about how the Madaraka Day was conducted, but we can all say that it is not the DP alone who had gone there to maybe to talk. Maybe or even Azimio can say that they didn't get an opportunity to talk. But nevertheless, I think, like some of the panelists have suggested, that this breaking of protocol, I think you can only break the protocol if you are the one in charge. And that's why I think during the prayer day, that breaking of protocol was actually hijacking that meeting without permission. And you would not have been surprised since there was an earthquake coming, which we believe was about the resignation. Believe me or not, the Kenya Kwanza, the Mudava, the Madividis, Wetangula, I'm sure if the DP had an opportunity to talk, you would have called them to make remarks. Something I think which the organizers had already foreseen. So, well, that is come to an end. Now it's just going forward. Regarding the IEBC preparations, I think you see the IEBC has always complained about funding and all this coverage, communication, and how the results will be transmitted. They have already prepared us to believe that about 16,000 locations would not be getting the electronic transmission unless the funding they are demanding is given to them. So if it is not given, chances are that they might say it is too late and use it as an excuse to do this. And as we are all aware, you know that some people are already prepared to go to the Supreme Court. So don't be worried when come the time, all this will be part of the issues to build a case. Now, the politics of academic forgeries. Now, following the introduction of these academic requirements, I think from the 2010 Constitution, you realize that a number of the sitting MPs took it upon themselves, and a good number went up to college, actually. Those who are caught in the mix, they made sure that they went to colleges and attained the required degrees. Now, you all remember that sometime last year, I think it was 2020, when the issue of the qualifications, the degree requirement for members of parliament came forward. Some MPs decided to sponsor a motion, I think in parliament, to take the matter to court so that it could be declared unconstitutional. I'm not so sure how far they went with it, but I think the matter was taken to court. Maybe because our court system takes so long, it looks like the matter has not been heard. But already it is in the pipeline. There are people who have gone to court to declare it unconstitutional. I think that's where I want to stop for today.
Okay, thank you. Right, now let's nani huyu nilikuwa nasahau twende kwa Levite.
Thank you. Are you getting me loud and clear?
Yes, uko clear kabisa. Kwani wewe ndio unalipanga Safaricom?
Thank you. I did some improvements kwa set. I think today I'm more than ready.
You don't support Kashagwa, afunge kampuni kubwa kubwa ndio apeane pesa kidogo kidogo kwa kila mtu.
Well and all right. Thank you so much. First I want to thank the panelists, those who have been here since sijui sangapi. Nilikuja hapa, nilikuwa backstage since the show started, but I've joined some hour ago. And I really appreciate the guys who have been cracking the numbers. And it is the true reflection actually of what happened. So if you saw the NASA brigade that wanted the servers to be open so that tuone ukweli wa mambo, this is just as a part of ukweli wa mambo that we are seeing, where unapata it is ironical that the number of voters that voted for the women rep and the governors and the senator is kidogo kuliko ya president, which is of course ironical, especially in a tough like Kisumu, with the background of Raila Odinga. It's not adding up. Actually it should be the other way around, where the presidential votes are high than the senatorial gubernatorial votes. Again, I come from Nyamira County. And in the last election, I was surprised. I was really surprised because there's that expectation, of course, you have, hata kama wewe labda hauna kura, but you know what is going to happen. Personally, I didn't have a voter's card in 2017, but actually right now I have it. At that time, it was more of an ODM backyard, and more of the MPs from 2013 were ODM. But right now, after the 2017 elections, ilikuja ikakuwa ni kama sasa imekuwa ni kama swing, after the Jubilee brigade invading and after the cooking of numbers that was done. And I think more of it was inspired because when you get to the government, let's say Uhuru won the election, he could want to have foot soldiers. He could not want to be a toothless president per se, because unajua kama wewe ni president and you have those agendas that you want to implement, you have to have a good number of MPs huko kwa parliament that will help you pass those nini. And that's why the issue of tyranny of numbers came up, where the Jubilee MPs walikuwa na pass any bill that was coming in favor of their the Ruto government. And largely that's why they did not just cook the numbers for the president, but also for the MPs and senators and the other, of course, positions. I think that is my take on the numbers that you've cracked tonight, and very good work there by Kip and Alex. Coming to the debate of the day, DP Ruto laying ground to withdraw from the race. I don't know if he will withdraw. I think it takes me back to 2017 when I saw that moody and very sad speech from Raila Odinga saying that Raila Odinga have withdrawn my candidature with immediate effect. There are situations where you unajipata that maybe you did not expect, like DP Ruto amejipata kwa ile situation yeye mwenyewe, maybe he was not seeing, alikuwa na mbio sana from 2017. He was in a sprint, but right now I think the reality is dawning on him that it is not easy as he thought. And as many people have said here, Mr. Ruto knows how the system works, and he is afraid. Let's just say he's afraid that maybe, just maybe, the same criteria that was used to, kuweka hao ndani kwa government through vifaranga vya computer will also be used to rig him out. But I don't think, personally, from where I sit, I don't think there is even any chance that there'll be kutakuwa na haja ya kuiba kura from William Ruto. I don't see any, because right now, after the Kalonzo rejoining, it is closer than ever. It is closer than ever, and I think it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of when, and not if Raila will be the president. Yeah, and I think the fears laid by Ruto, I think it's just the normal, kicks of a dying horse, and we are going to see more of that as the elections come and go. As unajua sasa, kama hauko kwa ile system, you'll have to be on the other side, giving complaints and calling summits. I don't know, summits and meeting, calling ambassadors. 2017 the same guy was saying that hatutaki watu wa nje kuingilia mambo yetu, hatutaki watu sijui wazungu kuingilia mambo yetu, we know how to run our business. But right now he's the same guy who is calling upon the European Union to come in and look into the issue. They even want them to form let's say an observers committee that will oversight the elections, pre-election and on the election date. politics of academic forgery in Kenya, that is that has been the story. It's not even the first time. But also wanting to maybe lock out strong opponents and all that, I don't know. But academic, hao wanasiasa wetu wengi wao wamenunua makaratasi. That's the reality. Maybe some of them like Oscar Sudi, who are not shy to come out and say maybe they have not been classed but they can perform. It needs much to elect someone who is academically, advanced, because unajua kuingia pale, it's about your intellectualism, vile utahandle mambo, your academic level somehow inakusaidia sana inakusaidia tackle issues, technical issues, and that's where you get mtu kama Rigathi Gachagua in the meeting of ambassadors in DP's current home doesn't even have haezi ongea. Sometimes unajua instances kama hizo, it gives you that, inakupatia ile niseme aje, unakuwa tu in a lecture, you just unakuwa, I don't know how to explain, but you have that capability of talking and tackling issues, and that's why you see that in that instance, my friend, good friend Rigathi Gachagua cannot, speak. And I want the Kenya Kwanza team to give him more. Do we call it airtime? Aongee, he is the running mate. Lazima apewe time ya kuongea, so that akizungumza sentence moja.
Ukiambia Rigathi Gachagua airtime atafikia ni Safaricom, unamwambia microphone.
Microphone. Inafaa apewe microphone. Ndo unajua sasa akiongea sentence moja tunasasa 500 votes gone. Mimi nakuanga naangalianga the DP Ruto, anasema jamani, huyu jamaa akiongea anaomba tu, yani huyu jamaa akiongea aseme kitu ya maana. But it was a hard choice for Ruto, but anyway, hivyo ndo vitu huendanga, hivyo ndo kunaendanga. On IEBC preparedness for the elections, it has been questionable since time immemorial. These election bodies that have been there since, I don't know, they have been questionable. Hakuna hata moja yenye ushaisikia imeconduct a very free and fair elections without the aspirants raising issues. Right now we have Mwangi wa Iria from Murang'a. Sasa amegeuka kutoka presidential aspirant to an activist. But I don't know, because partly hata Raila alisema IEBC, hata kama sasa right now maybe things are favoring him, not in terms of IEBC, but in terms of the chances of him going to State House. But still, IEBC must do whatever it takes, and the resources that have been allocated to make sure that the election is very free and fair. Wafula Chebukati has this. I don't know. I think from 2013 till date. I don't know, but they should just use the resources that are allocated. They have the resources right now. In fact, the general election, I don't know, sijui inagharimu bilioni ngapi. So they should not just take it as a matter of joke. Unajua, right now we have about 19 million voters, so it is not like it is another by-election that they are going to conduct where Wafula Chebukati will just come out and do whatever he wants. There are allegations that have come out, Wafula Chebukati is Ruto's point man in IEBC. I don't know if that's verifiable, but all in all, what we want is a free and fair elections, and whether Ruto is in or out, I don't think it will add very much impact, because as for me, I'm very confident than ever that Raila is very, very, very close. It's a matter of time, again, as I've said. a matter of when and not if. Thank you so much, and I'll want Kip and Alex to I don't know if you have the Nini for Nyamira County, because the pattern there is quite different, because I said it earlier. The governor.
No,
Yeah.
so Alex had to stop me because we spent 2 hours looking for references of Kisumu presidential. We spent 2 hours. We started very early with Alex. Alex just told me, stop. We stop at Kisumu and we need to verify every single number. So we have the Nyamira numbers, but Alex is going to take charge of that. In other words, it's coming. It's coming.
Okay, thank you. Ni kama Levi amezimiwa mpaka na taa. Anauliza na Nyamira numbers. Sijui hizo Nyamira numbers ziko na issue. But don't worry. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think my camera imezima kidogo, but let me just finish up about the Nyamira. Okay, the Nyamira part, the pattern was not 6-piece or ile suit venye wanasema, because it was quite ironical that most of the ODM candidates that were in were knocked out or replaced by the Jubilee. But I don't know. We can still look into the figures and scrutinize them as time goes by. Thank you, and asante sana. That was my submission today.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Peter. Yes, Peter, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hapo kando ya jina yako. Okay, Peter seems to have a challenge. Sort it out. We'll get to you when you're sorted out. Alex, come in.
Yeah, Benada, nashukuru sana. I will want to give my submission, but also I would like to reply to Levy. Levy, the reason we were not quick to do the Nyanza, because honestly, the numbers that are in the portal of IEBC are not enough. Unlike other numbers that were so direct, IEBC had something again to hide totally from Nyanza. As you remember, Matiang'i had to deliver. Matiang'i was put there to deliver. And if you know very well, in Sironga, there was a polling station that had a lot of votes that was not, I don't want to say it, you know that. So, and that was the one that almost gave Nyambati the winning. But Nyagarama made sure that that was taken away from the gubernatorial, but still it remained on the presidential. And there were other 3 polling stations that were not certified. They were not gazetted. They did not have officials. And that is why still IEBC refused to give the number for Nyamira completely. And as you know, the governor won. He was refused the certificate with Joho for a couple of days. The certificate was given to the governor after they had talks with Matiang'i. I don't know why that had to be, which is the late Nyagarama. So you know what happened in Nyamira, you don't have to ask. You know very well the current MPs, nobody won. We can authoritatively say that. Yote ilikuwa ni vifaranga. You know that. Shadrach Mose never won. And he can never win even a funeral chairman committee. You know very well. Shadrach Mose cannot win even that. So when you ask about Nyamira, I mean, don't be afraid to say the truth, because it comes out that UDA is winning Nyamira. That's how they are coming out, because people are refusing to call a spade a spade. Bernard, I'll go, today I'll be spiritual a little bit. Somebody called Miguna, I don't like him, even when he was in NASA. Even when he was in MRA, whatever it was. Because personally I dealt with him in ODM diaspora, and I found him to be very ruthless, and his ego is beyond teamwork. So his bravado is just, when he comes to a room, it's just either him or nobody. And but sometimes he makes sense. He has always opined in the national TV that when you're making laws, when you're making serious laws for the country, make sure you make them for your enemies. Don't make them for yourself, because things might turn around. When Ruto was turning around and Orengo was begging him and asked, when we go to the Supreme Court and we ask, was Orengo there? Was Murkomen there? Was so-and-so there? You people are lawyers. Did you pass these laws in the Senate? Murkomen just looked at him and he wondered what he was talking. Now they are crying. Murkomen is saying the president is parading military ABCD, and he's the one who passed those laws in the Senate. And you wonder what kind of memory the guy has. He has no shame even to talk about. So in the Bible, in the book of Esther, I love that book for one reason. Haman goes and prepares the gallows. And when he has finished preparing the gallows, he has a party in his house, and he talks to his wife and tells the wife, you know, I am the second most powerful person in this country right now. The king has just given me a promotion. And when he has drunk and finished drinking, then he tells the wife, you know, this man called Haman, Mordecai, I want him to die in this gallows. So I'm going to ask for permissions tonight from the king, and he's going to die right now. When he got to the palace, the Bible says the king did not sleep. So while the king was not sleeping, Mordecai was not sleeping, Esther was not sleeping. The Bible says, he who dwells in the high places does not sleep. Satan is not sleeping. And also Haman is not sleeping. Nobody was sleeping in that day. Haman takes his case. He comes to the palace. And you know what he says? Immediately as he gets to the palace, the king asks, who is in the palace? And the guard says, oh, Haman has just gotten in. And Haman comes and the king asks, what can it be done to a man the king is pleased about? And he says, put him in a horse, give him your child, do all these things. He said all things because he knew all these things were going to happen to him. And immediately what happens? The king says, go do exactly how you have said to Mordecai the Jew, and do not leave anything that you have said. So he thought everything he was saying was going to happen to him. And now what happens? The king said, everything you have wanted for a man that the king is pleased with, go do it to Mordecai the Jew, and do not leave anything you have said. And that is what's happening today in Kenya, Bernard. Ruto went and told the president what should be done to Raila. Wakatia gas yeye, akitoka airport, they wanted to kill him, everything. And you know, we were in the trenches, we cried, everything. And I wonder, now everything is happening to him. Ruto is telling and going to the ambassadors and crying to them that they are stealing my election. And now, obviously, from what I'm hearing, is that Ruto may not even participate in the election, just the same way Raila said he's not going to participate. When you are making laws, remember the gallows you are building are coming back for you. Whatever that is happening for William Samoei Ruto, he dug it for himself. He thought it was the Nasarites like me. He thought it was for Raila. He thought it was for the Luos and other people, because that was his mind. Because when he comes out and asema wale watu wanangoa reli, he means the Luo. He doesn't. That is what he means. He comes out very tribal. That is his problem. So what we are saying is, William Samoei Ruto, nobody is doing these things to you. You did them to yourself. You made security laws. You took powers from the IG. You did all these things thinking that it's going to happen to other people. You people did what you did to IEBC. You made sure that Mucheru was in charge of it. You made sure that Matiang'i had some stake to do with it. You participated in it. Now that these things are happening against you, I don't know why you're crying. So for those who are in UDA, our question is very simple. If you acknowledged and gave a go-ahead for this to happen in 2017, why are you complaining now? We did the most honorable thing when we realized the elections were going to be stolen. We used the words that Levi has used. I, Raila Amolo Odinga, I withdraw. Stop going around. Just come around. Just tell us right away. I, William Samoei Ruto, I withdraw. That's all. Bernard, that's my finishing statement.
Thank you very much. The presser is ready to cover that news. I'll be much more willing to be the cameraman and the sound engineer to make sure that nothing is taken out of court, nothing is missed.
And the show will be live and 24 hours that day.
24 hours. We'll replay it, put it on the loop so that the whole world knows.
I'll take the day off.
Chickened out.
I'll take the day off by the way. Hata nitaambia my boss, I have an emergency.
Yes.
I have to go.
So, Sawa, let's keep on. Is it now keep? Make your submission. Iko mtu mbili hapa. Keep, go ahead before Peter recovers.
Sasa me, I think more and more I really want regarding Gachagua. I think me and Bernard were really looking forward to Minji. We really wanted her. But now me atastai kusikia. Rigathi is the best mouthpiece for UDA. Huyu mtu akiongea hivi kidogo, unajua like stock price. You know, when the CEO says something wrong, alafu stock price inaenda hivi, inside information. Uda just one word from this guy, it's over. Nowadays, nasikia alikuwa pa Nairobi. He moved across Nairobi towards the Kikuyu side, hapo inaenda towards Thika. There's a part of the city, the business city center that goes towards Thika. So they picked that specific area because it's really crowded and kuna watu wengi, so he didn't even speak. Walienda kufungua shule huko, I think it was Embakasi South, I think. Alikaa tu kwa gari hivi hata kutoka, alinyamaza, yani mtu amenyamazishwa. So UDA people that support him want to hear him talk. Sisi watu wa Azimio tunataka kusikia akiongea because we like this guy, he's the best. Kwa sababu amenyamaza sana. Hata kwanza nilikuwa nataka afungue mdomo yake sasa ile EU walikuja so that he can tell the EU people wakule mchele na nyama. It would have been nice, you know. So this guy should have spoken on behalf of us because hata mpaka Wetangula lilala. You know, honestly speaking, sisi tulipresent Martha Karua to speak to the EU ambassador. Na hata Raila did not say much. Tukasema she's going to represent me as my. Sasa huyu kwa sababu ati our friend Mudavadi amekasirika naye kwa sababu hajapewa pesa ya campaign. Kwa sababu convoy yao ni gari moja tu. Amekasirika sasa analeta weta. When Ruto cannot answer a single question that is posed to him because he thinks that these people came to listen to him about his election agendas, yet the EU wants to understand what policies or what relationship each candidate will have with them in future. You know, like the refugee crisis in Europe, they want to understand, okay, mutaweka watu wenye wanakuja to East Africa due to refugee ama utatuachia sisi tukuje Europe. So there are certain situations that the EU are coming to discuss with each candidate so that they know what future relationship they would have with them. This man, all he does is just complain about elections. And you've got to notice something about what he's doing. He's doing it backwards. Raila did it after the fact. After the elections is when Raila comes in and says, nimeibiwa. This guy is saying, nimeibiwa. So, okay, hold on a second. Mwizi unasema, alarm, hata jaingia kwa fence, nothing has happened, but you're going to the police station and unasema, I think somebody's about to rob me. So how? Have you seen him enter your property? You know, so it's like it's like Ruto knows what is about to happen to him, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know how it's going to happen. It's either going to happen dirty or it's going to happen clean. It doesn't matter. Either way, he loses. So the system is against him. Everything is against him. And I think Chebukati right now, in my own analysis, I think the rumors of his midnight walks to Karen, I think wamekula pesa, but kuna kuanga na 3 commissions hapo, they're going to watch him. What I think has happened, yeah, and bear with me, what has happened is the ile register ya 2017 inasafishwa sahi. It's being cleaned up in such a way that when the second time they're going to ask for the servers to open, because Ruto is going to ask for it and Raila is going to ask for it. If what me, Jose, and Alex have been talking for the last week is we're avoiding that 25% across certain number of counties. If that happens, Ruto has the right to go and ask for a presidential contest or Raila, but I don't think it's Raila, it's Ruto. So sisi tunaangalia, that's why we are doing these numbers. We're saying, okay, Nyamira has 29%, blah, blah, blah. And then we go to Coastal, the polls are saying this. The reason for that, we're avoiding the presidential, the Supreme Court consultation, you know what I'm trying to say.
The Supreme Court threshold.
Yeah, the Supreme Court.
Contestation.
The threshold to go to the Supreme Court.
Asante sana mwalimu. Daktari, sorry. Mwalimu daktari, both. So that when the Supreme Court asks for this, because this man is leaving in February, by the way, guys. Chebukati is gone. He wants to be able to say, enjoy server. So that when they look at the voter registration, he feels safe. He feels like it was cleaned up. Na hiyo 1 million Ruto anasema, imeenda. Those are the ones that were hizo ziliekwa tu hivi, you know. That is the reason for that. So mimi nimeona I'll contribute later on kwa sababu sometimes information escapes me when I get a bit excited. But thank you very much for the opportunity, Alex and Bernard. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Kuna huyu anaitwa Ayecha N anasema Chebukati can only promise Ruto by 8 a.m. in the morning he will be on his way to Sugon. A very good promise. Peter Nyerere. Hey.
Hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
Very fine.
Welcome.
Nawasalimia nyote.
Tumesalimia wewe. Asante.
Very good. Sasa mimi ni ile maoni natoa yangu, shukrani kwenu kwa sababu mmetoa mchango mwingi hapo sana. For example, hizo analysis mmetoa hapo vile mmeziangalia, you are really deeping down. Very deep. Alex, you are doing a very good job. Na jamaa mwingine hapa anaitwa Keep Really. You are doing a very good job in fact. Surely, vile mmechangia hapo juu ya Gachagua, Rigathi Gachagua. Don't blame him. He's a good guy anyway. Kwa ile kazi anafanyia Azimio, he's a very good job in fact. Since achaguliwa as a running mate, we have really, tumepata mengi na tumevuna. Kwa hivyo, kwa hiyo kazi Ruto alifanya kazi nzuri. So ni congratulations tunampatia na waendelee hivyo hivyo. Na hizo akipewa nafasi ya kuongea, wacha ongee. Na atoe mambo yake mengi. So nana vile aliongea ya Ukambani at 1.5 peke yake, hizo zitampeleka wapi? Hiyo ni point tayari. You see, kwao wenyewe walisemaje? Alisema watu Central Province ukipatia chakula tu watapata kura. Najua those are the points we need. Next thing, tunashukuru sana. More especially mimi huwa nashukuru sana na vile kiongozi wetu alichagua Martha Karua. Nobody knew. Hata hiyo Kenya kuisha vile ilikuwa nafikiria. We are giving them a very good distance. Very good distance. Ikishafika mwezi wa 7, mwezi wa 8, the beginning of mwezi wa 8, you will see that we will that gap. Yani hiyo gap itakuwa nzuri sana. Na give them a very big challenge. Haya. Na kulingana na vile kunaendelea saa hii. Ile miti ilikuwa nakatwa Sigoi, they are preparing for it. Naona Ruto, kama hata hiyo miti itakatwa, na naona kama atajiuzuru. Hiyo kuna mwenzetu hapa alisema kwamba atakujiuzuru ni ngumu. Itaweza kujiuzuru? Mambo itakuwa magumu. Mambo itakuwa magumu, hata kampeni yenyewe itakuwa ngumu kwake. Na hata kujiuzuru si kitu ngumu kwake. He will surrender. Sema sasa mahali imefika basi. Things are going astray to him. Vitu si vizuri kwake. Na hiyo kuna maneno mengine hapa anasema sijui maneno ya kuiba kura nini. In fact this guy from the beginning alikuwa anajiamini sana. For those things alikuwa anafanya from 2017, 2013 akija huku anasema anajua all tactics za kupiga kura. Paka kuna wakati alisema mwenye wa kuibia kura ni yeye. Mbona saa hii niliona ameweka mkutano kwa hao wazungu somewhere, akiwahutubia akiwaambia mambo yako Kenya nini, irregularities and whatever. How did it came to kujua ya kwamba hii maneno hayaendi vizuri kwake? Sasa yeye anasema atahesabiwa kura. Means mambo si mazuri kwake at the moment. You see, hiyo maneno as the way we are going forward, tunashukuru na tunaomba vizuri hana yaende hivyo hivyo, na Rigathi Gachagua aendelee kuongea na apewe nafasi ya kuongea. Thank you. You can contribute as from there. Tuko pamoja.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Nyerere, tunashukuru. Tuendelee mbele. Tumlete Papa kwanza, alafu ndio turudi kwa Dallas. Julius, endelea.
Asante Bernard. Nataka kutoka kidogo sasa, ningelipenda kuwashukuru Kipril, Lex na daktari, hii hesabu yenu inatuchanua sana. Najua sisi hatuwezi kufikiria kupiga hesabu, lakini nyinyi mmejitolea, we really appreciate it. Kwanza hiyo Narok, unajua Narok ilifanywa mambo, Narok ilifanywa mambo, na saa hizi gavana ako side ya UDA mwenye anatafuta makaratasi yake, hatujui iko wapi, hana history. Hata saa hizi ukigoogle huwezi ona historia yake ya level education. Sasa it's funny, lakini Kenta is coming very early in the morning, and nani anaitwa nani, Olekina is coming. Me, hao ndi watu wawili tu I mind, I want them to come through. Those are my people, and they are coming very early in the morning because tunai an account na votes za Kipsigis wale wako Transmara, na siku ile juzi, there some time back, niliwapatia hesabu ya 2017 registered voters, na hata saa hizi tukipiga hesabu and because at that time Walegina alishinda, hakupigiwa na Mkale, walimkataa because unajua sasa walikuwa Jubilee na whatever, lakini alishinda ODM bado. So I'm not worried about that. Women rep, I'm so concerned about governor and senator, because tonight mwenyewe sasa nitafuta Bernard, I want you to make your time. Tuma mtu Kilgoris town, kuna soko alijenga Kilgoris 10 years, amefence kabisa, imefensiwa around kabisa, and there is no entrance. Ijatumika for 10 years na ametoka, watu wana hawk outside there, na kuna soko land ambayo ya soko akaifence tu na akayacha. I mean, hakuna kitu, he's not going to do anything. I mean, he just came for senator ndio a defend yenye ameiba, which is okay. Again, unajua baadaye uliona kuna watu wameenda kotini kustaki Malala asikubaliwe kuingia things are becoming thicker and thinner and yani kwa watu wa UDA makaratasi. Unajua mimi na I think mtu kama Echesa it was better because hakuiba makaratasi, alipatiwa kazi na hakuwa amesoma. That's
wanamkataza on what grounds?
Si kuna watu wameenda kustaki ati asiruhusiwe kwa sababu ya ati education yake level degree sijui nini. Niliona hapa nini jana.
Whether he's stopped or not, he can't make it as a governor. Now his papers are in question. So Sudi is his friend. Sudi seems to have been the head boy, as Sagaja and
hakuna kitu mbaya. Ni kama hakuna kitu mbaya Bernard, tuseme ukiwe mtu unaenda kuoa, umetayarisha kwenda kuoa, kesho ndio mnaenda kuchukua bibi, ama tuseme next month unasikia ati ule best man wako amehepa.
Kateni miti.
Hiyo kitu inanijaa. Saa zingine unajua, zingine kuna stress, unakaa na stress, unafikiria vile UDA wametudanganya hii miaka. By the way, nilikuwa mang wakati tulipokea Raila akitoka UK. Nilikuwa kwa hiyo convoy. Ile vitu tuliona hiyo siku sijaiona in my life. It was crazy. It was really crazy. It was not Kenya. Actually, hiyo day because hata wale walikuwa wanatupiga, actually they were not police. Wale unakumbuka Alex, sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo story. Kulikuwa na watu walimepatiwa uniform, walikuwa sijui ni business whatever, marasta wengine walikuwa hapo. Actually there was no police officer there.
Nairobi business community.
Yes. Hao ndio watu walikuwa wanatupiga. Alafu Sonko ati anakuja mkutano ya Raila, na tukienda Jakaranda ati anamwaga mafi. You know, I've never forgiven that guy, and I will never forgive him. I swear. Na by the way, unajua baba ukimkosea you will not survive. Na hawezi ongea but you will not survive. Enda uliza, kuna jamaa wa Mombasa pia alikuwa na kama Songo alikuwa anaongea mbaya kuhusu baba. Na baba hakumjibu, but that guy did not survive. Karisa Maitha, do you remember Karisa Maitha, Alex? Baba has never insulted anybody, but they insult him, but they end up wanakuwa tu wanakaa kama kivitu. Unajua saa zingine Bernard, hata kama si ni Wakristo, unajua kuna vitu zingine, saa zingine hata Yesu alitumia kiboko Bernard. Surely it's too much, it's too much. We have seen it all. I mean, sasa mahali imefika sasa, afadhali viboko tu Bernard. Yes, Alex.
Ulisoma kitabu inaitwa Masaibu ya Ndugu Jero. Yasema hata Yesu hakuchelea kutumia mjeledi wakati ulihitajika.
So Julius.
Yes.
Unaona ndugu yako haukumsema anaitwa Sankok, hata matanga hawakukuja, walienda kuchagua Gachagua, hata hawakuenda matanga. You know, it is so sad that you are a foot soldier, and when you are hit most, that you know, I pity Sankok a lot. I don't know if he's doing well, but kama uko na simu yake mwambie mimi nimemwambia pole na I wish him the best.
Unajua ile kitu Sangoku baya yake naye anaongeaga sana. Unajua, you know, people, you don't have to speak too much. You know, you have to make sense kama mwanaume mzee. You know, he's not young. Sangoku is not young. So amekuwa domokaya, amekuwa sasa kama kina nani anaitwa nani? Kuria anakaa sijui alipigwa stima. By the way, Kuria hakupigwa stima mguu. Kuna mahali nyingine alipigwa stima ikalipuka kwenda chini. Unajua stima zingine zinazogonga upande ya juu iende chini ama ikugonge, you know, you never know. Amekuwa I mean, who is Kuria now? Mtu wa kutusi, mtu mzima anatusitusi watu. Anaongea kuhusu kwani na ametahiri. Na wanakuaga naye na ndiko UDA. Hiyo kutahiri, watu wanaongeaga kutahiri. Don't tell us about kutahiri. Mtu unaenda wale wanaongea kina Songo ni mtu ameenda kutahiri hospitali. Hospitali mahali wa mama anaendaka kujifungua, sio mahali pa kutahiri. Mwanaume anatahiriwa huko nje na anasema yeye ni mwanaume. Don't tell us about hospital unadungwa shindano ya uchungu alafu unatuambia ati umetahiri. You don't have to be proud of that. Kuna vitu zingine unajua tunanyamazaga tu unaangalia watu. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, mimi kusema kweli hawa watu mahali wamefika. Unajua kuna wakati Alex, I have a good friend, a very good friend, anatoka Mkisi, mahali inaitwa Nyamarambe. He's a very good friend, ni kama familia yangu. I always, mara mingi nikienda na lazima niende kwake nyumbani. He's a very good friend of mine. Kuna siku tumeenda wakati watu walianza kuchomwa Kisii wachawi. Sasa zile tunaangalia, unajua hapa Nyamarambe iko juu kwa sijui kama unajua, you have been there Alex, huko kwa mlima juu kabisa, so you can see the other side. Ukiona moto imeanza wakichoma mtu unaona tu moshi inatoka sijui. Sasa wamama wengine walianza kusema unajua nini, mimi watanichoma tu bure. Sasa nikafikiria, nikauliza my friend anaitwa Devi, kwani mama mbona anasema watanichoma bure? I mean, saa hii vile tuko hapa, are we thinking that tutachoma bure? You know, so that is what happened to UDA. Wanasema ati sijui tutaibiwa kura kwa sababu unajua ni mwizi. So huyo mama alikuwa anasema ati mimi nitachoma bure, labda anajua yeye ni mchawi. Because huwezi ogopa kama wewe si mchawi. Of course something happens, but huwezi kuwa ati mpaka unaongea. By the way, she was alone. Tulikuwa tumesimama mahali hivi, amekaa kando hivi. Sasa mimi sasa watanichoma bure. So anyway, mimi my last point is that sisi niliambia Bernard, please tusifanye election. Wacha tafutie siku tuende tuwapishe baba na hiyo story ishe. Hiyo gharama ya kufanya election, hiyo pesa to save. Let us save that money, please. Please.
Julian.
Unajua baba ni ballot moja tu ya presidential. Yuko ballot ingine 6 hapa mpaka tuchague.
Julius, Alex atuambie.
Hapana, sijasema MP ama senators. Nimesema presidential hatutaongea kuhusu. We just forget about it. And so nini mzee baba, tuendelee maneno.
Julius, Alex atuambie akoenda mazishi ya hiyo kaburi ya Sonko, Mama Sonko.
Hapo sasa mmeanza kudivert. Fanya hivi. Nataka turudi hapa tumalize hii show. Asante sana. Hata time yangu imeanza kukatika. Wacha tusikilize Dallas, alafu tufungue hiyo mambo ingine. Thank you Julius, we appreciate it. Dallas, poly what? Is it polycarp or poly? I don't want to call you polyester. Yes, polycarp. Yes. I have a
Dallas polycarp Silata. Vipi?
Future mayor of Nairobi.
Vipi wanangu?
Sisi hawa.
Semeni wakuu.
Wewe ndio mwenyewe. Nena, tunasikiliza baba.
Network naona inasumbua kidogo kileta itilafu, lakini nikidhani mtanisikiza.
Unasikika vizuri sana, endelea.
Sawa. So mi chenye naweza sema ni hivi. Mjadala uko mzuri. Unajua kila mtu ana maoni ya kwake. Na sasa kila mtu kile ambacho anaweza ona kina msingi kitamfaidi akifanya yeye mwenyewe. Mimi siwezi sema ni ati uende ukasaidie vipi ama ukajaribu kusema labda naweza sema kitu hapa labda alafu mtu fulani achukulie ni kama mwanipata.
Bwana Dallas, ebu nini? Mbona wajitetea mapema hivi? Wewe sema hoja yako.
Hapana. Sasa unajua mmenyamaza sana ndio
sisi tutaidadisi wenyewe. Usianze kujitetea kabla. So enda moja kwa moja tuambie 1, 2, 3, alafu sisi tutakwambia 4, 5, 6.
Sasa unajua mimi sasa hiyo sasa ndio msimamo wa kwangu mie sasa. Hiyo ndio msimamo wa kwangu. Hakuna ile nitasema hivi ni hivi labda ama ilikuwa namna ile.
Msimamo upi?
Nafungia tu chapter hapo hivi naona mjadala iko salama. Hello.
Endelea tunakusikiliza.
Amenyamaza sana. Kwanza naona huyo Alex naona amenyamaza sana hapa, sijui nini, amelala vipi huyo?
Anangoja kutolea kombora. Wewe usiitishe kombora kabla hujajikinga.
Niko salama mimi, lakini ndio sasa mimi tunasema hivi, siasa hii ndio wakati imefika, walai inabidi pia tuokoe hii Kenya ya kwetu walai. Hii Kenya by the way inahitaji yani wangwana. Na hapa kama pahali penye tumefikia wakati kama huu, nimeona kama hii nini live wanaitwa nani Mtembei whatever, ndio by the way nimepata hii link. Shukrani kwake kwanza yeye sana. Mfikie kwa Saidi sana. Kama vijana namna hii naona tukigrow sana na tukianza kutoa ile kwa Kiswahili sanifu, najua sielewi vizuri, lakini kwa English sijui kama mnaelewa, yani ile kutoa ile mambo ile ya kiundani, mnaelewa? Ifike huko next level, huko majuu penye hao wanakaa huko.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, endelea tunakusikiliza.
Ama nasema mambo ambayo si ya msingi.
Mbona unajishuku ndugu yangu?
Unaona mnamwacheka sana, ni kama niko na comedy sana. Anyway.
Pakusikiza.
Nafurahia sana. Kishenzi sio?
Kizuri wewe. Wacha kujishuku tafadhali. Haya, endelea kama unatamatisha, tusikilize. Inawezekana. Huyu inawezekana amekuwa inawezekana miaka mingi sana. Huyu ndiye amefanya mpaka tiketi
kabisa
yetu
walai.
imeingia.
kabisa walai. So ndio maana nimesema namna hii. Sijui hii channel inafenja nini, lakini naona iko inajumuisha yote, yani kwa jumla. Haina ile ati ina ubakuzi, mara inazingatia kama ni kama ati ni chama fulani ama chama kingine hapo hivi. Inajaribu kuleta ile sera kama vile hawa wanasiasa wanasema hivyo, wanataka sisi kama vijana sasa. Na sisi kwanza ndio tunapika kura. Ama nadanganya? Kuna mzee hapa, kuna mtu past 35 ama 50 hapa hivi years hapa.
Wewe bwana Dallas, ukiingia hapo sasa ndio utakosea mahesabu. Rudi tu kwa siasa. Rudi kwa siasa, tuambie chama gani, alafu msimamo wako, alafu nini ingine. Lakini ukianza kupima watu miaka, hapa kuna kukaa, kuna anko, kuna bro, iko kila mtu. Yes.
Sasa hapo sikuwa nimefahamu hiyo.
Alafu
sawa, naomba msamaha kwa hilo.
Wale wanapiga kura sana kihistoria ni wale wazee unasema hapo. Ninyi vijana muko na masuala mengi sana. Mnatudanganya, mmetuibia. Inawezekana. Siku ya kuwezekana hakuna mtu anatokezea kwa siku hiyo mnalewa mpaka mnalala. Sasa
mwanifurahisha sana. Sina mengi ya kusema, nashukuru sana.
Wewe Dallas, wewe msimamo wako ni gani?
Mimi si ule mtu anapenda siasa sana. Kivipi?
Ulikuwa umekuja ile Pensacola nini?
Wewe ni kijana mdogo, msimamo wako ni gani?
What's the point of Dallas?
Nakuja kutuma salamu kutoka Kisumu, you know.
Well, Dallas, what's your point really?
Order.
Msimamo. My point is this.
Yes.
My point is this and then. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya, sio? Kuna watu hapo wako United Kingdom, kuna watu hapo wako huko Brazil, kuna watu wako South Africa, kuna watu wako hapa, na tuko hapa pamoja na tunasikizana, sio?
Kweli kabisa.
So my point is this, we are brothers. In case of anything that can even happen in our country, hata ukiwa huko penye itakuwa ni aje your mother country. So tusifuatilizie vitu vingine hivi. Sisi by the way tusimame tu kama hakuna ile. Mimi hapa sitasema ni hivi, mimi niko nasema nini ama nasimamia chama kipi ama wapi hapo. Hapana. Lakini mimi kitu ninaweza sema tu ni hivi, tukue tukiungwana namna hii. Unaona tuna waste time yetu hapo, wengine tutaamka asubuhi lakini tuko hapa tunasikiza ni aje kama as Kenyans.
Sasa bwana Dallas,
tutameke aje our economy and the country to move forward. Na namalizia hiyo
brother, nimekubali. Sikiliza. Bwana Dallas, hiyo brother nimekubali. Kukua kitu moja nimekubali. Lakini kile kinatufanya tukue kitu mmoja, okay? Ni nchi inaitwa Kenya. Sawa?
Kabisa.
Sawa, hii nchi inaitwa Kenya. Ni nchi ya kidemokrasia kwanza. Na kile ambacho kinaamua direction ya nchi ni siasa yake. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Unakumbuka hiyo? Unakumbuka msemo wa mzee mwenda zake marehemu Moi? Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya.
Wala tena.
So wakati sisi tunasema hatutaki kuhusika na siasa, lakini tukue mandugu tu, tukue tushirikiane tu, tukue kitu kimoja, tutakuwa tunajidanganya.
Sidhani.
Haya, kivipi? Kwa sababu msimamo wako wa kisiasa kama unachangia Kenya kudorora na msimamo wangu wa kisiasa unachangia Kenya kwenda mbele, si lazima tuchague kati ya kudorora na kwenda mbele? Ama tutasema tu sisi hatuhusiki, wacha liwelo liwalo, chochote kinachofanyika ni mapenzi ya Mungu, sisi tuendelee tu kuishi? Tutakuwa responsible citizens if we do that?
Na ndio maana wanasema hivi, siri yako hiyo mwenyewe.
Wewe bwana Dallas,
unaweza kubaliana na wewe hapa, lakini kuna siri yangu ni gani?
Subiri. Wewe
Dallas uko UDA ama uko Azimio bwana?
Ngoja kinywa wewe.
Mbona unataka kujua jameni? Sasa nimemaliza mimi. Nashukuru sana kwa wakati. Nashukuru sana kwa wakati.
Polycarp, autoki hapa mpaka uniambie vizuri.
Vipi?
Wewe familia, si uko na familia? Ama tukutafutie saa hii?
Kwa nini sasa?
Kuna kipindi
mimi nimemaliza mkuu.
So,
kama ni siasa hiyo ni siri yangu. Sitasema.
Alex nisaidie kudili na Polycarp hapa kidogo.
Actually, umejua what I was trying. Polycarp, you don't fit kwa siasa. Tuko na kipindi kesho inaitwa Penzi Kona. Iko kipindi cha kupata mchumba. We kuja kule utafurahisha watu. We wachana maneno ya siasa. We siasa kabisa achana na. We kesho, we tupe namba yako hapa kwa private chat. Temba hayuko. Wewe na Bernard, Penzi Kona 45 minutes na utaongea mpaka uchoke. Sawa?
Atoe mashairi kina dada wa Mwandani.
Sawa mkuu. Wacha nifuatilie, lakini nashukuru sana kwa wakati mmemnipa. Nashukuru kwa sana. Si at least hata watu usingizi imetoka akilini sasa. Si tuko sawa sasa, tunaweza endelea na siasa sasa. Tuendelee na siasa sasa. Ama vipi?
I surrender. Thank you. Naomba inawezekana namna gani?
Salama sana Mr. Bernard. How are you my friend?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Siku nyingi.
Ni siku mingi, lakini mimi nimekuwa tu around, sijaenda mbali. Nimekuwa kwa background pale YouTube nikiangalia venye mambo inaendelea. Napenda venye show inaendelea. Tumetoka mbali.
Nashukuru Mungu kwa uwezo wake.
Yes, napenda venye all the panelists, kila mtu amemachua hapa, like the way you present, mnamalizanga kila kitu. Ndio maana unaonanga watu wa UDA hawapatikani hapa. Hata huyu mwenye ametoka kuongea ni wa UDA. Haezi sema, lakini tunajua from experience. I am a very 100% sure huyu mjamani wa UDA. Lakini venye mmempeleka Penzi Kona, hiyo ni sawa. Itakuwa tu sawa kwa sababu najua hakuna kitu kingine wanaweza fanya. Sasa labda hiyo ndio kazi nzuri. Okay, sina baya.
Unajua mkubwa wa UDA kwa shame tu kuna mdogo wake. So ni kila mtu kutembea kufuata nyayo. So
yes.
You get ashamed of your party as your party leader is ashamed of his running mate.
Na Bernard ndio nilikuwa nataka hiyo point moja.
Flower girls from our village.
Hiyo point moja ndio nilikuwa nataka kuongelea. Kwa nini watu hawakubali? Walichagua mtu akuwe DP, akuwe vice. Sasa hatuna vice president, tuko na deputy president. Huyo ndio anafaa kukua anamuongezea kura. Kila wakati akisimama anaongeza kura. Kwa nini sasa sahi hawataki akuwe anaongeza anaongea kila pali anaenda? Sisi kama watu wa hii upande mwingine tukitaka we want a desirable competitor and we feel like yeye ndiye anafaa kukua akiendelea kuongea. Hawafai kukua anamwambia nyamaze, wanamnyamazisha hapo. Hiyo tunasikia vibaya sana. The second thing nilikuwa nataka kusema ni hii mambo na kura. Unajua Bernard, I was young but in 2017 I could see things happening. Unasikia watu more than 1 million, ilikuwa watu more than 2 million kutoka Central Province, if you guys can remember. those people walikuja only to vote for the president. They did not vote for the MCA. They did not vote for governor ama any other person. They voted for the president, for President Uhuru Kenyatta. So when the register is being cleaned na tunasikia DP akilalamika akisema oh watu wamemiss, tunashanga kwa nini analalamika? Because he knows something is happening. 2 million people came and voted specifically for one person. Hata wako wana vote kwa kitu ingine, So yeah, hiyo mambo ya register iendelee kusafishwa na watu wasilalamike. Ile msumeno yenye wali sharpen waache iendelee kukua sharpened na ifanye kazi yenye which it was meant to work. Watu wasilalamike Matiang'i ikifanya kazi yake, watu wasilalamike Mishero akifanya kazi yake. Watu waendelee kufanya kazi yao kwa sababu 2017 walikuwa wanafanya the same work. Otherwise, Bernard sinanga mambo mingi, nilikuwa tu nimekuja kucomment na kuwasalimia na mnafanya kazi nzuri sana. Na nitaendelea kubaki pale kwa YouTube nikiview na wengine. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. Unajua Matiang'i anafanya kazi yake, analipa mshahara. Msheru anafanya kazi yake, analipa mshahara. Yule mtu ambaye alisema hana kazi ya kufanya, kazi yake ilichukuliwa, lakini anachukua mshahara. Mbona sasa kati ya watu wawili nani anapaswa kukamatwa? Apelekwe manyani. Bwana Kenywa, just a moment. We have not played a video for a long time. Let's hear this one first, alafu turudi. Tusikie Mama Rainbow.
Bernard, goja kwanza Alex ajibu Black.
Wale tuliambiwa na mtu alisema ati kura za Wakamba 1.5 inaweza kupeleka mtu wapi? Munakubali itapeleka Raila Amolo Odinga State House? Munakubali sasa? Yule anasema anakubali, anionyeshe na mkono, anionyeshe. Alisema na Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, my brother, we are very happy today. Sasa tuko njia moja ya kwenda tutengeneza ile serikali tulitengeneza 2002 na tukasema we are unbogable. Sasa tumerudi huko tena. Raila, ukiingia serikalini sasa, tengeneza serikali ambaye inaenda kuangalia maslahi ya hawa vijana unaona mbele yako, wapate kazi, waende shule, tupate elimu, wapate kwenda hospitali isipo malipo, na sasa Kenya inaenda mbele. Tuseme pia asante kwa vile umetupatia Martha Karua kuwa deputy president wa Republic of Kenya. Sisi sasa tunaenda mbele. Tuko tayari. Mheshimiwa Ruto na Rigathi wake waambiwe hawana bahati. Sasa wanaenda nyumbani, watafute ile gari itawapeleka upesi, mmoja upande huo, mwingine huo, na si tuingie State House.
Okay. Yes, we are at Mama Rainbow. Anasema we are unbogable. Yes, Mr. Kimere, you are saying?
No, I was provoking Alex actually, because Black was commented something there, asking Alex whether he was a transgender. I don't know why. Alex, can you answer Black?
I will ask Black. I don't want to mess the sanctity of this this platform. Just allow it to get out.
Okay, yeah.
Alex,
It's okay.
Black
But
has
you know,
become more and more
we ignore
aggressive.
black. We ignore black for this time.
No, I don't know. I
no,
don't. Ever since you started
if
doing the
Black was
numbers,
not coming from UDA headquarters, we would have thought otherwise. But now you know the purpose of UDA and their mission on this platform is to deviate us from the topic of the day so that we do their topic. That is their main agenda. So instead of them responding to current matters, they want to respond to their own things. And if that is what they are looking for, nimejaribu sana kutafuta UDA TV. I just see it on the comment here. Nikiitafuta kwa YouTube, hata nikifunganga station naenda kuitafuta. Angalau na mimi join nifanye contribution. Sijaiona. So they are here either hibernating or on mission, and some of them are on payroll. So
no, Bernard, Black alisema anafungua UDA TV. He promised me. I had a private talk with him, so he's opening a stream for UDA people only, and Black will confirm. Yeah.
Is going to open how many times?
I mean, a couple of them failed, so he's going to open another one again. So.
You know, we had UDA moderators on this channel. One was called Jex, the other one was called Senator Kelwell or Kawel. Okay, they left here. I went and opened UDA channel. That's why I'm looking for it. So if they are going to open again, then it will be the third time they're opening. What happened to the first, the second, and now the third? All the same, we wish them the best. Yes, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. You know, I was waiting the flight and it's almost now to take off. You know, one thing I'm going to say, UDA people, they don't even trust themselves. They don't trust them. Our jiaminingi wenyewe, our miniani, they don't trust each other themselves. So sometimes even their station, I don't know. I've been trying to look for it also because nilikuwa nataka kujua kama wako na channel niingie huko niwafukuze huko pia huko kwao, but they don't have. Okay, let me just talk a little bit my closing remarks because now nini yangu inaisha sasa masaa. So Mr. Alex, nimekuona. I've been looking for you here.
Sorry, Bernard. Uliniita nifanye second submission ama ilikuwa juu nilikuwa nimeinua mkono kwanza? I didn't understand that.
You had lifted your hand by the time I was playing the video.
Okay, that's fine. So okay.
So let Kenya finish what he's saying, then you can come in.
Alex, I'm happy to see you. I've been blaming you on issues about my internet because I couldn't see you here, so the blame was on you. So thank you very much, everyone, and I really appreciate it, and I'm very happy for today's conversation. And for this purpose of this channel, I think, and it has been clear that it's not for Azimio people only. We have been inviting everyone, either UDA, either Chap, anyone can come here, but with the facts. And the more reason that the UDA people doesn't come here because all they sell is propaganda, and we don't buy that propaganda here. We interrogate you. And if you see you are not capable of doing anything, you just drop off. So wenye wana comment huko kwa wanaandanga kwa comment kuandika vitu huko, I really encourage them to join and contribute so that we can get ideas on what they are planning, on what they are saying. So I'm happy that Azimio people, they have wisdom, they have a bright mind, na hawajakorogwa na propaganda ya UDA hata mmoja. Hata wenye walikuwa UDA, most of them, they came back home, and we are winning this thing. By 9th, by 10th in the morning tutakuwa tushajua, si tuko State House, Na hii watu wa UDA tuanze kuwanyorosha from that time. And I don't think they will say anything rather than they'll just go home and sit down, because I think we have ordered more tear gas for the safety of this nation. And I'm sure they are not used into it. So they better go home and relax and wait for Baba to be the president and Mother to be the deputy. And one thing I said, I keep on saying, they are frightened by the Karua ticket. Karua ticket, it's not a joke. And this thing itawaka moto. Na kuna kitu moja iko hapa watu waelewi. Baba akiingia State House, wasisahau Joho will be the Minister of Land. My friend, Baba hana watu wa ujinga. Nimekwambia, these people will suffer. If you know you have acquired something, anything illegally, you will suffer. And that's why they are so scared. And most of the people who are following them, they have started running away from them, especially voters. Sisi Mount Kenya tumeanza kutoroka hiyo group. Watu wa Mount Kenya wameanza kuitoroka because we don't want to suffer in their hands. Hatutaki watu wa Mount Kenya tutumike kama watu wa kwenda maandamano kutetea wezi. We just need to secure our prosperity and our properties. The same thing we Mount Kenya, we want to secure our agricultural produce. That is coffee, tea, and milk. So we will not have time to go and demonstrate because of some thief, 3 guys who are just trying to manipulate people. So Rigathi Gachagua, I am very happy because of that guy. Akiongea na furahianga sana. Na nilikuwa nataka kuwaomba watu ongeze mtu mwingine anaitwa Kimani Ngonjiri kwa hiyo grupu yao. Sasa hapo tukuwe na Gachagua na Kimani Ngonjiri. If those two people stay together, Kenya Kwanza will get less than 20% of votes. If those two people join that group. But they are very lucky Kimani Ngonjiri doesn't follow them. He is always in Bahati making noise. So I'm really trying for them to convince that person to join so that tuwaelewe, tujue the type of the government they could do. And tukuwe tukijua that's a dictatorship government. Na watu wa UDA, wale vijana waheshimu wazee, wamelaaniwa. Wale vijana hawataki kuheshimu leaders and elder people, they are cursed. And as I said, Raila always get insulted by the people he has been helping. But where do those people end up? They don't go far. Most of them, they get problems, health issues. Because of what? Baba is protected by God. Raila ni mtu wa Mungu. And the moment these people know that, the better for them. Baba has been there. Tumekula tear gas, amekula tear gas na hiyo umri yake wanasema ni mzee na bado hako tu very strong. Waulize ni kwa nini? Baba ni mtu wa Mungu. Na ufai kufanya kitu alafu uende ukipreach I did this, I did this, I did this. Baba does things and keep quiet. Mungu ndiye atamlinda yeye mwenyewe because God knows who is Baba. So for the youth who watching this channel, the young people, I think this is the high time we should think about respecting the leaders and the elderly. You know, Bernard, I said the other day, I told someone, like me now, I cannot be given youth fund. Nishapitisha hiyo enzi ya kuwa youth according to the hinge. Nishapitisha, sasa siwezi pata hiyo pesa ya youth. I'm not in that youth category. But I'm capable to talk to youth and as a youth still. Kwa hivyo, the best thing is we youth, we should respect our elders and listen to them. And we should know that there is no day your mother will lead you into trouble. There is no day your father will lead you into trouble. The only thing they do is to protect you. And that's why the ticket of Mother Karua is the best. Because even if Baba goes and keep quiet, Mother Karua will always be there as a mother. And will be looking at people in Northeastern. Aone wale watu wanakufa na njaa wamebeba maji, anaona wao ni mama na ni watoto wako nao. Aone watu wako Western, watu wako Central, watu wako Coast, watu wako Rift Valley. And push Baba for things to be done.
Sorry, Kinyua. Black has just texted me and he said he apologizes to Alex. Amesema pole about
okay.
Okay.
So let us focus on this youth and let us choose leaders wisely. Let us not go for youth. There are some posts that need someone who is mature, and that is the presidency, the governors. For MCA, you can just choose a youth because you are with him in the village full time. But for the president is someone who holds this nation. So we need some leaders who will control this nation and secure and protect our prosperity. So Mr. Bernard, I'm so grateful to be here and thank you to everyone. And you guys, good morning. Mimi flight yangu iko karibu kutake off. Let me just rush. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Kenywa, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, mchango wako, maoni yako. It's very important that we all appreciate that we are part of a society. We are not an exclusive group of people. The youth alone without the elders is dangerous. The elders alone without the youth is dangerous. We are created to be part and parcel of each other. We're talking about a nation called Kenya. This Kenya belongs, the elderly belongs to the youth, belongs to the children, it belongs to the unborn children. So whatever opportunity you have to safeguard whatever resources that belong to this country, you're holding them in trust for the elderly, for the young, and for the children, and for the unborn children. That is the sense of responsibility each one of us needs to have. And the safest way to navigate in life, you must have somebody you're following, you must have somebody who is following you, and you must have somebody you're holding your hand as you walk along. But if you're all alone, nobody is following you, you're not following anybody, and you're not holding anybody's hand, then you're the most dangerous human being anybody should encounter. Everybody should run away from you. So if you want especially to lead, show me the person you're following, show me the person who's following you, show me the person you're holding your hand with as you walk. If you can't provide those 4 people, we can't trust you too, because you can't trust anybody too. Thank you very much. Haya, mama wetu amefika. Mama akifika, aongee kwanza, alafu wengine mnasubiri. So kila mtu quiet. Elda Kimere tulikuwa kwako, lakini wacha mama aongee kwanza, alafu tarudi kwako. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Ai, poa Ale.
Yaani unapika leo the 6th hour. Yaani ile hour ile.
Nimekuwa tangu mlianza. Si kujua hata kumbe watu wana hack nini ya washosho. Wana hack ndio wafanyie nini. Nimekuta nimeakiwa mpaka kila siku nafikiria niko na shida, kumbe nafikiri wanasikisanga vile watu wanasema, but it is okay. Alex, don't worry, you are a strong man. We depend on you. Hata hizo maneno ilipita masikio yako, hukusikia. Be strong. Kama tuliambia watu wanakata miti, kama wafuasi wanataka kukufa, how about the real men? So hata usichipu, hukusikia hiyo mambo. Nataka kusema kama mama, unajua tunakutegemea kwa hii kipindi, na keep kila mtu mwenye amesema hiyo mambo tumemrudishia yeye mwenyewe. Hata Alex usiongee, Hukusikia kitu, ni vile ulikuwa unatufanyia hesabu na ukatuambia na tunataka uendelee kufanya hivyo. Otherwise, Alex, ninashukuru kila mtu ameongea, nimekuwa nikifuata, everything iko fine, na mjue hata nyinyi hii watu wameteka kila mtu, wanajaribu kusikiza. Nimepigiwa simu leo na mtu, nikaambiwa tukiongea inaendanga direct kwa wenye maneno. So tuendelee kusema haki, tuendelee kutetea, na ndio unaona sasa matusi itakuwa mingi because waliambiwa walitumwa na walikuwa nasema wataweza, imewashinda. So hiyo tumewachia hapo, wacha tuendelee na maendeleo. Asante Mama Rainbow ametuambia na kila mtu ameongea hapa. Sasa hii mambo ya kusema uongo, hata sunaona wenyewe wakikuja ni uongo tupu. So we don't want to concentrate on that. Ile maneno tunataka ni mambo ya IEBC. Tunataka kusema hatutaki vitu yenye inatufunja moyo. Hii 2 months, hata si 2 months, leo ni tarehe 3, tunajua tumepakisha siku kidogo. Tukuja hapa, tufunza watu, mtuonyeshe hiyo hesabu Alex. Tulikuwa and I wish tungejua samani, kumbe hata hii maneno tuliambiwa sava, kumbe ni kitu rahisi. Kama nyinyi mmejua hiyo sava, hatuna stress tena. Tunajua Azimio tuko na vijana yetu na wamesoma, na ndio wameanza kufunja hiyo record, kutuambia vile sava ilikuwa inafanyika. Watu wanalia, kura 2 milioni, wanajua wawezi ongeza. So tunasema muendelee, na tunawakumbusha. Tunataka hiyo mambo ya wamama, statistics, registered voters, tujue wamama viongozi ni wangapi, ndio tuone kwa 59 years tumefika wapi kama kina mama. Najua Kip tulikuachia hiyo kazi, na mimi najua mtatupatie ndio wamama Kenya wachipime pia. Sahii ni wakati ya watu kuchipima ratili. So tunataka mama wajue mahali nafasi yao iko kwa Kenya, na wakienda kupiga kura wajue watapiga kura namna gani. Ingine sijafurahia vile mnasema deputy president ya UDA asiongee. Sasa kama hataongea tutajuaje usuri wake? Kimani Ngonjiri tunafurahia bila anasema, waseme kabisa ndio Wakenya wajue. Sudi sijui makaratasi imemfanya ameokopa, otherwise tungetaka pia na yeye aongee tusikie. Otherwise Penat, baba atachukua, mama ako, nyumba yenye iko baba na mama haina shida. So mimi nimekuwa nikisikiza, nimefurahia vile mmesema. Leo wamama, leo mlikaa sana Penat. Leo watu wakutaka kutoka, hata Alex mwenye analalanga, kumbe ni weekend, hakuna mtu anatoka. Na mimi nimeshukuru hii Mtembei TV, wase wangekuwa wanakunywa 1, 2, 3 wamelala. Lakini kwa sababu ya hii election, watu wako macho, tunawapongeza. Najua mko manyumbani because huwezi ongea hii mambo ukiwa nje ya familia. So najua wamama wanafurahia, hata kama baba unakaa mpaka saa 11, anajua huko around tu, hujaenda nje. Otherwise, ninashukuru. Najua wamama wako na raha, wanasikia nyinyi mkiongea. Naambia tu wamama waendelee kupika chai, usiwache msee akae sana bila kukunywa chai. Wale mama iko karibu. Na wale wamama hawako karibu, unakimbia kidogo, unaweka maji ya moto, unakunywa, ndio tuendelee kutengeneza na kuombea nchi yetu ya Kenya. Otherwise, wacha niendelee kusikia, sitatoka, lakini hey, Bernard mchunge, wana hack. Simu yangu ni iPad na walikuwa wameattack. Simu yangu ni iPhone, imagine wameingia mpaka nikapatiwa onyo. So nikaambiwa nisime, nikaambiwa nitoe, ndio at least imesimama. Na inasemekana kuna watu wana break. Wengi wako Kenya, na tuko na wengine wako Washington DC na wamehack mingi sana, so lakini nataka niwaambie wameshindwa. Mnahack masimu ya wamama iwasaidie na nini? Mdomo tulipatiwa. Hata ukihack simu nitachukua ya mtoto na nitumie na nitaongea. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you. That is true. Like I told you yesterday, my main Facebook account was hacked. I was locked out. It has taken 2 weeks for me to recover it. I'm happy I recovered it. And my main YouTube channel, the Triumphant Bible Media, that I had almost 30,000 subscribers. It's been taken over. I'm in the battle right now to try to recover it. So, and all that, I can trace it to this show. I trace it to
Na
this
wenye
show.
wamehack Bernard, ni ile watu tunawapatia manamba yetu hapa. Ni vile tu sitaki kusema maneno ya watu. Otherwise, hii masimu tunapeana hapa, watu wanasema tuongee, kumbe wanachukua wanaenda kufanyia mambo yao. Mambo mingi imehakiwa. Mi nimeipata ni ile watu wanakuanga hapa. Sitaki kuongea, lakini ni kwa UDA ni sawa tu.
Sawa sawa, asante, tunashukuru. Na lazima hii nchi lazima mimba ikishashikwa, miezi 9 ikishafika, mtoto atazaliwa, hawezi kuzuia. So it is too late. Kenya has to move on, and we are glad to be part of the midwifing program that will usher this country into a place it has been waiting for many years. So part of that is that there will be a painful season before there is a breaking forth. And that breaking forth, now that is inevitable, we should be equipped and ready for anything. We are the winners, so we need to enjoy this moment. Naomba keep, what is it?
Bernard, unajua hiyo na Kikuyu tunasema nini? Hiyo umesema nikusaidie kidogo. Leo ikiaguo litihithekaga, just as you say that when a woman is pregnant and it pushes the clothes, you can't hide it anymore. You know, unajua watu wanajifisha fisha, lakini ikitupa nguo huwezi fisha tena.
Thank you. Keep what we're saying. I want us to hear from.
Yeah, Kimeri. Sorry, Kimeri. I just have a very quick question. I'm about to go sleep now. Pole. Because it's very late right now for me. Mi nilikuwa tu Roba aniambie something very quick. It's going to take very few seconds. Roba, I think you had the numbers for Kisi. I just wanted a short summary from you before I depart. Tafadhali Kimeri. I know umengoja sana. Sometimes this happens. So Roba, tafadhali uliona numbers ya Kisi.
Thank you, Kip. Alex, you know, I just wrote a message there because I was listening to his background. Now, thank you, Bernard. Everybody, asante sana. You know, me, Miss Yogopi, I just say what I feel is the right thing to do. One person who has come here and said democracy comes from people. You never impose democracy on them. Sasa kumbe Kenya kuna wezi wengi bana. Kuna wezi wa kura, kuna wezi wa ng'ombe, kuna wezi wa banks and other things. Sasa, unajua I was shocked. More especially from Kisumu and the Kisii, your numbers, if somebody went akaenda kapigia Senate, Member of Parliament, and in some cases, Member of Assembly, that's then from there, I could be President. I mean, that's ironic. That one does not sound right. So that's what it tells me. So unajua sisi wenye we have been with the Papa since 2007, 2013, 2017. Kumbe hata Matiang'i ni mwizi bwana. Ni mwizi. Call a spade a spade. There's nothing I want to hide here. Hata ile Nyamira nani Oru Ruto, they never won there. And for one thing, Nyagaka was here few I can say 1 hour and 1.5. Kuna kitu alisema, and I think I support him. That nikiangalia numbers, okay, I know there's that kind of independence kutoka Kisii, Nyamira area. I get it. But when I saw the numbers you gave us, something's not right. And why is this man called Chebukati still the chairman or whatever it is of IEBC? I don't get it. I don't get it. If they want to do the same thing again, I think the country is going to be in chaos. And I think what I've come to realize, Ruto, he was banking on that. He knew that he had a way maybe to steal the election. That's why they kept on saying, Papa ana nafasi ana nini na nini. Kumbe they never won the election. Hawakushinda. Yeah. They never won. So what, you know what they need to do? Hata ile pesa wamechukua bwana warudishe. Hii pesa kama ulikuwa mbunge na nini more pesa from Kisinye and some places, I don't think you won an election. The people who won the election never went to parliament. Like more so the presidential election. That's why I think this election now, I've been giving you a number. I've been saying 4357. After seeing what you have been representing for the last 3 days, I think now I'm going higher. I think Raila is going to win this election with a 65. I don't think Ruto will ever even get to 30-something%. Was about last time muliiba kura. President kama unanisikiza, Ruto and the company, hata Matiang'i, you were among them. Mulitubia kura, na sisi tumeteseka for these years. 2017, when some of us, we were just fighting for Papa, I couldn't even sleep. Kumbe numbers, you were cooking it behind somewhere. Kama ukweli yuko, just tell us. I mean, this is very serious. If there's a place where some of us we could find a court to find out what happened, that's why I've been saying we need commissions. We need people to tell us our country needs healing. Kumbe kulikuwa na wezi wanaiba kura, there's no democracy. Tuseme ukweli, pengine kidogo kidogo. Yeah, sasa in numbers I was being said, oh, numbers. I think Ruto is in problem. To tell you the truth, I don't think Ruto is going to get even that 5%. I'm sorry, he's not.
Robo nafikiri hiyo cleaning up ni ya nini?
Nini
hiyo cleaning up your 1 million will disappear. Nile 2017 they are removing
lakini unajua that's what tunasema sheria ya kwetu Kenya ifanye kazi. Kama ilikuwa nchi nyingine bwana, hii ingekuwa investigation, people by now wangekuwa wamesurrender. Lakini kwa sababu ni Kenya, you can do what you want. Hata ukienda saa hiyo unakata tu mtu. I'm not saying in a bad way. It's just like nobody cares about life anymore. What's about what walikufa? Let's not forget this. People died of this election. People died. I remember the small kid who was shot in Nairobi. Adam Saidi aliangalia mama yake. You know, some of these they were something like online wakisema. I mean, like victims of mambo ya election violence. All these people died. They died because people stole the election, and that's not fair. And that's what I think I appreciate. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na rongina akasema unajua nini, we cannot go this way. Let us do these things in the right way. But my question is, wakati ile medicine, wakati some of us were being given a medicine by forceful medicine, akina Matiang'i wakati walikuja hapa, so in fact even from yesterday mkiangalia the clips mlicheza hapa where Matiang'i alienda somewhere in Nyamira in Kisii, alikuwa anasema najua sisi tumekuja hapa ni chinkororo whatever it is, we want to fight or do this. Kumbe ile kura waliba kura bana. Na sasa Matiang'i is the same person. Sasa Ruto ndiye anasema unajua nini? Ati usura mafanya nini? That's fine. I said mahali popote. I'm so waiting in 2 months. Now I'm also to celebrate at least after all these years. I've been waiting, and the Baba is going to get in. But I hope itakuwa tu aende tuweke kwe vizuri, asinde the right way. Mambo kuambiwa servers you cannot get to the server. We want everybody to win in a fair way. Lakini the elections, bwana, hii numbers you represented, thank you guys, and you are doing a very good job. And I need the reasons why you can't tell us, you cannot give us the Nyamira number. I don't know why. Just give us the number, whatever you have. But we are proving those crooks.
It's coming, Robert. It's coming. The numbers, we're working on it, and it will be better.
Thank you. Please, let's keep the order.
Let me finish. Uwa wezi wa kura, uwa wezi wenye wanaiba pesa, wezi wa ng'ombe, there's no difference. We mwizi ni mwizi. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Keep ready, you finished?
No, I'd finished. Nilikuwa tunataka kusema we will continue as it is, and Alex and hosts, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tutaendelea na hiyo mambo if you have time. Yeah, let's continue with these numbers.
So keep at it. The revelations are very, very good for us. It is good for us to reconcile with the truth. Even if it's painful, it's good. It gives us a good closure other than the assumption. Because we've been insulted, tukubaliange matokeo, tukishinda tukubali. Kumbe yote ilikuwa tu ni kelele ya kutusimisha sisi wakati tuna insist kwa mambo ambayo ni haki yetu. But thank God that siku ya mwezi ya 40 inafika. Sawa, naomba hivi, nilikuwa nimepatia mzee Kimere, wacha amaliza alafu turudi kwa Alex apeane his closing remarks. Hata mimi naona Bwana Themba amefika. Nataka na mimi ning'atuke. Angalau nipate lepe la usingizi kwa maandalizi ya siku. Mzee Kimere, karibu.
Asante sana. I'm happy also to see Themba. Actually, I'm never lucky to Themba naingianga wakati mimi nimeenda kulala. So I can see him now. Well, I'll start actually where Robert just left about the numbers and the stealing and all that, and about the IEBC. Yeah, we are all concerned. Over the last 3-4 days, I've been expressing my concerns about IEBC. Lakini, we don't dwell on what happened. It's good actually to think and to interrogate what happened in 2017 or 2013, if there was stealing and all that stuff. But I would like more to concentrate on Baba's character and wisdom, because that's what we are doing here, because we are trying to sell Baba. And I'll try to concentrate on Central, because I know a lot of people from Central are listening to us. When you ask people from Central what they can say bad about Baba, hakuna mtu anaweza kuambia. They don't have anything to say against Baba. And also they know they have even those people, when we are talking about elderly or when we are talking about people disrespect, hata watu kama Moses Kuria, Isaac Maura, all those people wamepelekwa mbele na Baba. Baba has helped them a lot. And there's one Mobingaro, I think she's Mobingaro. She was in the East African Parliament, and she's ODM, and she was being proposed by Baba and all that stuff. So they have a lot. Another thing is the wave is changing in Central, whether people want to believe that or not. Because even people who are very strict, and Mama Selina is right when she's, I think a month ago, Mama Selina told us about people from Central Kenya, how they can change, they will change. The last month or the last few weeks, they will change. Because I spoke to some of the people who are really very in UDA, and they told me, look, the wave is changing, and because they don't like, in Central, no one likes Gachagua, and that really destroyed everything. But they are waiting. They are waiting, and I remember one of my friends, my relative, told me, look, it has changed completely, because even women who support other parties, when you mention mother, they all like penned on that side. Even UDA women, most likely they will vote. They might vote for the MPs they like or MCAs, but it's very probable that they will vote for Karua and Baba at the top position. So we are very hopeful on that. And whoever was doubting about the women constitution, because someone said here, there's no such a thing. But obviously, it has never been presented before. Now it's there. So there are a lot of women who will vote for that ticket because they have seen the probability of them actually escalating. So so it's very important, and we should keep encouraging these people, and we should not tire of preaching this gospel. And we also see the women, like even the likes of Sabina Chege, Gilu, and all that. They are playing a big role on how people will. They are shaping the narrative. So we should continue beating drums on that direction. And yeah, I think that's what I would say for now. But about the IEBC, that's really something that we need to really think about. But I'm not very much worried, because as long as we have the system that we have now, there are a lot of things that need to be done, but I think we are going in the right direction. And that's it for it. But Nyumba, unakaa kama umetoka Kinangop. You don't look good with that hoodie.
It's very chilly. It's very chilly in Nakuru. It's cold.
It's cold in Nakuru. Okay.
Very, very.
Because we can leave to Alex those kind of wearings, but that's all right.
Protecting myself. I'm protecting myself.
Okay, protect yourself. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana. Naomba tuende kwa Alex moja kwa moja tafadhali. Tukimaliza na Alex naenda kwa Mgambi. I saw you. Naona umejikinga kabisa na corona.
Kabisa.
Sawa, tunakuja kwako. Naomba tusikilize Alex.
Yangu yatakuwa mafupi. Nataka kushukuru wote. Hizi hesabu za Nyamira tutafanya na Migori na Homa Bay, but they were kind of very suspicious. Unajua saa ingine unafanya, unarudi nyuma, unauliza Jose tena, anaangalia, kipa anaangalia, mpaka mnashangaa, is this truly what IEBC submitted? Mpaka unashtuka, mpaka, I mean, there was no election. In Nyanza, there was no election at all. That's what we can say. Anyway, Temba karibu, tutatoka leo mapema, watoto wamefika, hatutaki kuharibu show, tuko huko nyuma. There's one thing I will say, kuna jamaa anaitwa Onyija Lamo alikuja hapa and you urged him atoe wimbo. Alitoa leo wimbo na akasema Mutembei Media, and I really loved that. Ameimba about Mutembei Media na watu comment section walimwambia toa muziki ya Rarua. So ametoa muziki ya Rarua about 15 hours ago na ameimbia hapo akasema Mutembei Media. And you know, I was laughing when I listened to that song. Otherwise, shukrani. Temba, I thought you had gone to vacation. We were speaking with Makiadi tukauliza, sasa time yetu ya jioni itakuwa aje? Kumbe bado hujaenda vacation. So tuko na wewe hii weekend inaonekana. So bado tuko na time, tutajiorganize vile tutakuwa tunamaliza time yetu ya jioni. Najua Abuya yuko hapo, Selina yuko hapo, Makiadi, Julia. Utuambie vile tutajiorganize. Usiende uache Bernard akianza kugonjeka hivi jioni. Alafu kipindi iendelee. Utuambie mapema. Makiadi is ready to do it, but we can help him. So thank you. Organize that. Make sure by 7 o'clock Makiadi anaingia.
Hilo ni fumbo, mtanifumbulia mimi baadaye. Thank you so much. Mugambi, sema.
Naam, amjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Shukran sana Bwana Bernard. Nianze kwa kuwashukuru nyinyi wote kwa kazi nzuri mnaofanya. Tulio nchini walio kaibuni wote. Tunawajibika vizuri. Kazi tunayofanya ni kazi ya kizalendo, kuelimishana, kuhamasishana na kuerevushana vile vile. Lakini nisikia hapo kuwa kuna baadhi yetu ambao wameanza kuhangaizwa na watu wasiojulikana ambao pengine ni mrengo tofauti. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana na linuma sana. Nafikiria hawa ni wale watu ambao wanatuambia kuwa tusipigane, uchaguzi tufanye wa amani, lakini ndio hawa wanaingilia watu mpaka sasa wameanza kuaksi zao. Na sidhani kama kuna mtu ambaye pengine amefanya IT ambaye anaweza kuwa ana kazi ya kufanya aamue kusumbua watu bure. This is done intentionally na liko na nia yake. Niseme tujistatiti vile tulivyo, ni waondolee wasiwasi, tuseme ni sidhani hakuna jambo mbaya ambalo tunafanya, hamna jambo ambalo pengine ni kinyume cha sheria, na yale tunayofanya hapa ni maoni tu tunatoa. Sidhani kama kuna mtu hapa ambaye ako na influence nyingine zaidi ya maoni, maneno. Sidhani kama kuna vingine zaidi hilo. Kwa hivyo kuona mwenzetu ama mmoja wetu ama watu wetu hapa wakivamia kwa njia ambayo haifai ni jambo la kusikitisha sana, linaniuma sana, lakini wacha tu niseme tusikufe moyo na tusijisi pengine kama tumeingiliwa sana tukashindwa kufikiria na kuchanganua mambo vizuri. Tuendelee na moyo huo. Mama Selina, pole sana, lakini wacha niamini at least watakuja kuelewa siku moja. Maana nafikiria hapa kando na kuzungumza vile vile tunapigania haki hapa. Kenya kuna demokrasia, there is a freedom of expression. Kila mtu ako na haki ya kusema jambo lolote, bali tu kama umizi mtu na hajafanya jambo lolote mbaya. Okay, sasa kwa maoni yangu mimi toka niingia hapa niseme kuna maneno machache sana, ama si maneno tu, niseme ni kauli ambayo Bwana Bernard alisema na mpaka wale wanaifuatia sana. That itafika mahali ambapo tutakuwa ina a no turning point, na hicho ndicho kipindi ambacho nimekuwa nikiobserve kama kitafikia, kimefika ama inakuwaje. Let me say for the time being tumepata first 11 of both the signs mpaka saa hizi. Mtu pengine ambaye alikuwa anatarajiwa tuone vipi ataingia pande gani ama ataongea lugha gani ni Bwana Kalonzo ambaye tayari ashaingia upande wa Azimio. Na kukua hivyo ni kama milongo yote miwili iko sawa, lakini vile vile niseme mpira umefikia dakika 80 kupanda. Hapo ndio sababu unaona kuna shinikizo hapa na pale. Nasema hivi nikirejelea maneno ya naibu wa rais. Bwana Ruto kwamba kuna baadhi ya Wakenya ambao sana sana wametoka stronghold yake wameondolewa kwenye register, hawapatikani, ama pengine wamehamishwa, sijui wamepelekwa North Eastern na Rift Valley, Mount Kenya amepelekwa Coast. Kwangu mimi nitasema ameingia wasiwasi. Na kama tunavyojua when tunajua kandanda hapa, ikifika mahali ambapo mpira kuna pressure, wachezaji unajaribu sana kudive ili wapate penalty, na wakati mwingine unaweza dive badala ufaidike ikuwe ni hasara kwako. That is what is happening. Hiyo kupayuka kusema kwamba kuna pengine wizi ambao umepangwa, kuna watu ambao wako kwa sajili ya wapiga kura. Wacha niseme that is the kind of diving. Si eti yuko mtu ambaye ako na makosa, lakini nataka kudhihirishia ulimwengu, sababu ni kama alikuwa anaongea na ulimwengu wote kwa jumla juzi ama ni jana, wakati ambapo alikuwa anatoa hayo maneno, na niseme tu that is like trying to play a victim in a way, lakini mwisho wa siku hayo yanamwadhiri zaidi. Maana kama ni wizi wa kura, wapo ambao wamekiri kwamba walihusika kwenye wizi wa kura 2017 2013 na wako mrengo wake. Wenye wenzangu walikuwa wametangulia kusema hapo awali kwamba mwizi huwa na wasiwasi sana huenda akaibiwa, na ukiona mtu ana wasiwasi sana kwa wingi, huyo ndiye mtu ambaye anajua mbinu za mbinu za wizi, na that's why akiona tu mambo yanaenda hivi anashtuka, anaona kama ni ile mbinu yeye mwenyewe anatumia kuiba, kwa hivyo huenda akaibiwa. That unapata like training ya polisi na training ya jeshi ni to counter the ways, wanafikiria vipi na kuendaje. That's why you see ile naona linafanyika, anaingia wasiwasi, ndio anaanza kuzungumza vitu kama hivyo. Tena kuna jambo ambalo walifanya mbaya sana mpaka wa leo. Nafikiria ni vizuri sisi wenyewe hapa kama wananchi na wanasiasa wengine wanajua kusoma wanasiasa vizuri, wanajua huyu ni mtu ambaye strength yake iko hapa. Kuna mwanasiasa fulani ambaye kando na siasa sana za mdomo, kazi yake ni kufadhili chama. Kuna mwanasiasa ambaye pengine huyu ni mtu ambaye anatumiwa kama tool, kama silaha ya kupigania mwanasiasa fulani, na nitasema hilo alipofikiwa vizuri kwa upande wa Kenya Kwanza. That's why we saw Rigathi Gachagua being brought as a deputy president, as a running mate, of which hiyo ni nafasi ambayo iko inamfaa hata kidogo. Huyo kazi yake, tuseme ukweli bila kufichana, huwezi mlinganisha na Martha Karua vyovyote vile, si kinidhamu, si kimaadili, si kimazungumzo. Amesimama, amekuwa ni kama liability. Nafikiria wangechukua muda vizuri, wafikirie vizuri, wakapitalize on the kind of politician. Yeye ana nafasi gani katika Kenya, katika siasa za Kenya, katika Mount Kenya kwa jumla, bali sio kuchagua tu ndio wachague. Nafikiria hapo walifanya vibaya sana, na hilo ndilo nawaumiza mpaka wa leo. And as I said earlier, sidhani kama bado penye tumefikia saa hizi kuna nafasi ya kufanya mabadiliko. Itakuwa vigumu sana, na pengine kama mabadiliko yanaweza tokea, probably you will end up having a disorganized team kuliko saa hizi venye kuko. Nikizungumza tena about this nini of ethics and corruption, that list of shame yenye imetokea, niseme tena, huwa napenda kuangaziwa lisia sana hata kuliko kunjikita kwenye pande ambao ni kuliko mrengo ambao unashabikia. Napenda kuzungumza walisia na jinsi mambo yalivyo. Niseme hakuna mtu ambaye amepatikana kwa hiyo list ambaye akona the moral, that moral authority, nidhamu, tuseme maadili yanamkubali kuwa kwenye ballot, au wote nafikiria wanafaa kutolewa kulingana mimi. Manake kama wananchi, leader should be our mentors. Sasa kama mtu sasa atakuwa amebridge mambo, atambridge mambo masomo ndio hajahitimu, tunafikiria tuongozwe na watu ambao hawajasoma, sheria hati, na huyo ndio tunategemea pengine aenda akachangia kuunda sheria. Hilo ni jambo mbaya sana. Nadhani kama mtu afikii hivi viwango ambavyo vimewekwa na sheria na IEBC, na hizo tume zingine zote za nidhamu na usalama, ana sababu yote ya kuwa kwenye ballot. Wote wanafaa kudropiwa kulingana na mimi, japo kuna wale ambao wataka kutumia mbinu zingine hazifai ili wawe kwenye ballot. Na nafikiria iwapo IEBC itagundua kuwa kuna yeyote ambaye anatumia mbinu ambayo haifai ili ajipate hapo, that should be a disqualification. Huyo anafaa kung'olewa moja kwa moja. Hatufai kupoteza wakati na mtu kama huyo. Sababu kuu ni kuwa imefikia miaka ambayo kweli tusipoangalia vizuri sisi kama Wakenya, tusipoangalia nchi yetu vizuri, tujue tunahitaji nini na tunataka nini, huenda tukazama. Na pale tunaweza ingia, hatuwezi njikomboa. Kwa hivyo this is the time sheria ziwatuliwe vizuri. Huu uchaguzi ambao tunaenda, hautakuwa uchaguzi hivi hivi. This is the time now to decide nchi itaenda namna gani. Vinginevyo mchezo ukitokea, tuende tukuwe na viongozi wezi, viongozi wasiokuwa na nidhamu, viongozi wakora, tutaumia zaidi. Kwa hivyo utendakazi wa IEBC hufai kuingiliwa na mtu yote yule. Wanafaa kuachwa wafanye kazi kivyao. Na ukisikia kuna mtu ambaye analalamika heti jambo fulani imefanyika, nafikiria ni vile inaenda kinyume na chenye yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anataka. Tena niseme hivi, Bwana Ruto amewalaumu sana mawaziri akina wa ICT, Musheru, the other guy IEBC cabinet Matiang'i, amewalaumu sana. Wacha niseme hivi, huenda kuna haki kisheria awalaumu jinsi anavyowalaumu. Kweli kabisa, sheria inasema ya kwamba there's no the civil, the public officers mwenye anafaa kuwa anahusika kwa siasa moja kwa moja, na kama anahusika basi anafaa kuchukuliwa hatua. Lakini nauliza hivi, hao watu walikuwa nao the year 2017 walikuwa na mkampenia, kwani hapo anaona hicho kipindi, ama ni vile walikuwa upande wake? Iwapo ameona hilo saizi, ni kumaanisha interest zake ziko juu kuliko uongozi ama kuliko wajibu wake kama naibu wa rais. Nafikiri tukimchukua akiwa right, venye anasema kwamba there are these public officers wenye wana campaign na wafai campaign, basi atakuwa amejikanga na mafuta yake yeye mwenyewe. Manake alifurahi sana kipindi ambacho walikuwa wanamuunga mkono hiyo miaka ya awali. Kwa hivyo tusichukue mambo moja kwa moja venye anasemekana. Vile anaongea, huenda tukasema hakuna haja aseme hivyo kwa sababu kabisa sheria inasema hivyo. Lakini je, mbona kile kipindi ambacho hao wa mawaziri walikuwa upande wake hapo analalamika? Iwapo analalamika saizi, basi hata sio kufikiria, ni dhahiri shahidi kwamba matakwa yake kwanza, kwa sababu anaona pengine wanahatarisha nafasi yake ya kupata ushindi ama ya kushinda, lakini nia yake nia yake si kupata uongozi, sio Wakenya wapate uongozi mzuri, bali ni yeye mwenyewe ajifaidi binafsi. Nitakomea hapo Bwana Bernard. Sidhani kama nimechukua muda mrefu sana kuzungumza
Umejaribu lakini nashukuru sana. Thank you because you waited for long. I let you go but nashukuru sana. Asante kwa uchambuzi wako na tulinde Kenya, ni yetu sote. Tuhakikishe kwamba inasonga mbele, hairudi nyuma.
Sure.
So every decision we make as Kenyans, let it be for the progress of the country, not for the safeguarding of one's individual an individual interest at the expense of the country's progress. That must be very very clear when we go to that booth to make the decision. Vote for the
barakoa nayo ni ya baridi bwana, msishtuke sana, sio corona. Barakoa nayo ni ya baridi. Unajua nimepata kazi zingine after corona kuisha
Sawa, naona muko technologically advanced. Sawa, asante sana Bwana Mugambi, tunashukuru. So Bwana Themba, naomba sasa uchukulie hapo Roba, Elijah au hawajazungumza. Alafu kuna Roba ameongea. Robert Abuya na Elijah Arap, hiyo jina lingine limejificha, mtalitafuta baadaye. Alafu of course Njiru ndo amekuja sasa hivi, so mfungue hiyo dini yenu ya jioni. Ni ya jioni ama ya asubuhi? kulingana na ninyi, alafu tuonane hiyo masaa yetu. Ama Themba, you want to make submission? Hey, I have bonus of videos to play. Nipatie tu sekunde ngapi?
Chaza tu video.
Yeah. Sekunde ngapi hivi? Kadhaa nimalize video 3.
Nimeshasema hii kitu ya Kalenjin akimaliza Kikuyu nachukua, Kikuyu akimaliza Kalenjin nachukua, ni kama table tennis. Kwani ni ping pong? Sisi tumesema hapana, ni wakati ya jamii zingine kupata hii kitu. Lakini zile hesabu za ushindi ambazo tulipiga was informed by the choice ya UDA. UDA walichagua Rigathi Gachagua. Sasa ukienda Mount Kenya, the game is not between Raila and Ruto. The game is between Rigathi and Martha Karua. Who can best take care of the interests of Mount Kenya? Because we're feeling this sense of insecurity. Because Uhuru is going home. Who will represent us? Who will protect us? Who will take care of our unfinished projects, for example? Who can we trust to stand firm in defense of our resources and our representation? It is obvious. Between Rigathi and Martha, the chapter closed.
Institutions of our nation. Kwa hivyo watu wasikuwe na wasiwasi. Nasikia wengine wanasema ati Ruto amechengwa kwa hiyo mambo ya IEBC. Mimi nataka niwaambie hivi, hata wakitaka waweke Oburu Odinga awe chairman wa IEBC, mimi sina shida, mimi sina problem, kwa sababu mimi najua hawawezi kuamua, wananchi ndio wataamua. Ama mnasemaje? Tuko pamoja? Ile tu mimi nawauliza wale tutashindana na wao, waweke yule chairman wanataka.
We expect that everybody who is concerned, including the EU, to try and get as much detail as possible, both from the IEBC and from these public officials, on what this all is about and how did close to 1 million names disappear from the register. And many of those names are people from what we consider our stronghold. So there is a clear attempt to try some monkey games.
Okay, the final one. Due to public demand.
Kina nani marafiki zake? Ita. Niliuliza Samoei Ruto rafiki zake akina nani, alipotaja majina yao ilikuwa aibu kubwa. Mbele yake Rigathi Gachagua, nyuma yake kijana Sudi, Ruto katikati, Wetangula upande, na Katiti Masi kanashangilia.
Bernard.
Yes, Temba.
Nimekutumia zingine mbili, hebu angalia kama utaweza, tatu. Uone kama utaweza kuzidownload uzicheze. They are talking about it's just a reminder of where his thoughts before and his thoughts now. Then we can unaweza tuacha. Sijui kama utaweza kuzinini. Mabuya ongee ukizi.
Yes, let somebody be making submission because they take a while to download.
Abuya, karibu.
Jambo mingi, all the panelists, asalimia nyote. Yeah, I'm looking at the menu. I don't know whether I should mashakura ile ya kuchanganya kila kitu ama ita upset stomach yangu. Ruto laying grounds for withdrawal of the race, from the race. Any politician who worth his salt will always have a plan B. And plan A was definitely to ascend to presidency. Plan B is to gather amass as many seats in the both houses and ensure that you disrupt the agenda of the other government that is coming in. And I think the guy is now going for plan B because the numbers are not favoring him. And he feels that the only way now is to try and get as many MPs and senators as well as MCAs, because you realize that the only way that Jubilee was threatened by NASA was the number of MCAs that NASA had. In addition to the MPs and the senators, and the county assemblies. It is important that to note that a few days ago I was talking about parliamentary politics and Odingaism. Odinga knows how to navigate, how to hold any government accountable since the Grand Coalition. This is a gentleman who has not been having resources from the government, yet he has made sure that successful governments have been able to give an account of themselves. And if they don't, they are on the back foot at all times. And I think Ruto has now realized that the only way is that is the only way to go. So I think he will not withdraw, but he will try as much as possible to stay relevant, because in the absence of that, he'll be sent to a political oblivion. Then if I go to the next point, the next point is IEBC prepared. Is IEBC prepared for this election? Any institution, be it government, non-governmental, whatever institution you talk about, it is all about leadership. IEBC has always been ready. They have the infrastructure, they have the funds, they have the goodwill of the people. But many a times, what happens is that the leadership just decides that they are not prepared, because all the tools that are necessary to prepare, I mean, to give the country a credible election are with them. There is no day that they have complained about the funds, so that is not an issue. And if it is the personnel, they do have the personnel. If it is the said quorum, the Supreme Court confirmed that they have an office and they can run. So it is about the choice of or the will of the leadership. So unless Chebukati, which confirms to the public, of which he has tried to show that he wants to make amends, not unless he's trying to fool the public and he's playing on both sides of the divide. We expect nothing but a credible election. We don't want to go back to the Supreme Court to answer very simple questions, as in like the ones that were being floated in the last election on what is a ballot, spoiled ballot. Some very simple questions, which are quite embarrassing for a country that has developed legally. And it is quite embarrassing. Now, in addition to that, there is the KK, is it KKA? They were on the campaign trail today. And what bothers me about these people going on the campaign trail and spewing lies is that they take advantage of the call it poverty in the country. And today they were on a narrative of borrowing, and they were all talking about from Wetangula to all the other players led by Ruto. They were trying to incite the public that wale wengine wanataka tuendelee kuomba deni, and that deni in itself, they have tried to demonize the borrowing and the debt. But we have the DP on record telling us that they are a prudent government. They know how to spend. They know where to put the money. And I mean, it is a contradiction of what he's telling us. And if you look at it from the current status of our debt is 52% to the GDP. In 2021, and the American debt, the report that was released was that the American debt was at 101% to their GDP, to their nominal GDP. So and the acceptable public debt is 77%. And if you look at the American, if you go back to what sparked the American revolution, economic revolution, it was all about these mega projects, infrastructure. That is when they were able to move from an agricultural economy to the manufacturing economy, and they have been able to sustain that economy despite their large debt. It is all about prudent management. But we have, aspirants in the name of Ruto and Rigathi who are trying to tell us that we should not borrow and remain with a mamamboga economy. That cannot spur growth. We will remain a mamamboga economy. Not that mamamboga is not important, but we will remain down there. We will not make use of our infrastructure, which we have laid a very good foundation, and we will continue to remain an agricultural economy. Agriculture alone cannot move this country forward. So some of the ideas that they're trying to sell, due to the ignorance of the general public, cannot move this country forward. And I want to urge the Azimio people to dig into that economic debate, because they have tried to portray like they are the only ones who have the monopoly of understanding the economy of the country. And the understanding of the economy of the country does not inspire anybody who wants to move this country to a level that would be equated to the likes of Singapore and South Korea. So we should call them out on daily basis. Whatever they go and try and sell out there, most of it is totally negative. And be it politically, be it economically, or socially, they have. I don't think they have any good intention for this country, unless somebody has got a different opinion. But I just see a bunch of people who are self-seekers, and the only thing that is driving them is the will and the greed to go and loot the Kenyan coffers. Thank you for now. I hope, Bernard, you are done with the videos. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'm good to go. Thank you very much. Let's keep the conversation going. Here we go. Okay.
Administration against claims by opposition leaders that it has plunged the country into an economic crisis. Speaking at a fundraiser at Gikondi Catholic Parish in Nyeri County on Sunday, Ruto said the Jubilee government had a clear vision when making development proposals to Parliament.
We are responsible leaders. We are a responsible government. We have demonstrated over the last 5 years that we know what is priority and what is important for the people of Kenya.
Deputy President William Ruto was responding to ODM leader Raila Odinga, who told the government not to overburden Kenyans with taxes and instead fight corruption, saying the huge amount of money lost through graft is enough to clear the debts owed by the country. While defending the Jubilee administration, Ruto has said the opposition should respect the achievements made in the past 5 years.
We can demonstrate using facts and figures that this country has changed for the better. So those who keep on telling us about propaganda, that all resources are being used, we are taxing people so that it can be used for this or that, for corruption and the rest of the things, we want to tell them, please respect what we have done over the last 5 years.
His sentiments were echoed by Kikuyu MP Kimani Ichung'wah, who said the country should not be governed through conferences and public forums, as suggested by the opposition.
Tuongoze nchi kwa kukaa pamoja kwa parliamentary groups za chama zetu. Sisi wana Jubilee, Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais, wewe na Rais, tuiteni sisi kama wabunge wa Jubilee. Raila Odinga aite wajumbe wake wa ODM, Kalonzo Musyoka aite parliamentary group ya chama chake cha Wiper. Sisi wote tujadiliane.
The deputy president was accompanied by leaders from Central Region who urged President Uhuru Kenyatta to free Kenyans from the new 16% value-added tax on petroleum products that has led to increased prices of basic commodities.
Naibu Rais, tunakuomba, manake mnaketi na rais, tupate kikao cha faragha, kikao cha haraka kati ya ninyi mkiwa na mdosi na sisi kama wabunge, hata kama ni kesho, mambo haya tuyasuluhishe, maisha iendelee.
Nimesikia Raila Odinga akisema kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta akirudi hiyo maneno ya VAT atamaliza. Mimi sababu sijui wanaongeanga wapi, wacha niamini hiyo ni ukweli. Lakini kabla ufanye hivyo, hata sisi wengine ambao hauko mlikuwa mnaongea na Raila, ukuje tukae chini tuulizane hiyo maswali.
This comes a day after a group of opposition leaders cautioned against excessive borrowing by the Jubilee government. Nur Abdulaziz, NTV.
In his second visit to Central Region in a span of 3 weeks, the Deputy President commissioned the construction of Kiawara-Ngaringiro Road and Kiawara-Nairutia Road in Kieni constituency at a cost of 2.5 billion shillings. It will be constructed in 2.5 years. Local leaders and the Deputy President defended the country's growing national debt, with the local MP defying the International Monetary Fund advice to Parliament against the increasing appetite for loans, which places the country in a tricky debt situation.
Mimi nitakuwa mstari wa mbele kuunga mkono mswada wowote ambao utaletwa kule mbungeni kuhakikisha kwamba serikali imepewa fedha za kutosha ili tufanye maneno ya maendeleo.
Tukienda kukopa, tunakopa kama tumepima vizuri ya kwamba hizi pesa zitatumika kujenga reli, kujenga barabara, kuweka damu kama hii tunataka kujenga hapa Karimenu, kuhakikisha kwamba watoto wetu wanasoma, stima imeunganisha, na pia tumepima ya kwamba tuko na uwezo wa kulipa.
Local leaders calling on the government to complete stalled projects in the area.
Na inasemekana ya kwamba kuna ofisi ambayo itakuwa tayari. Wiki ijayo nitawatumia kutoka provincial administration hiyo milioni 10 mnataka. Na Bwana County Commissioner 60 days uwe umemaliza kujenga hiyo kitu na county commissioner au hiyo sub county commissioner awe ameripoti.
Even as leaders from Nyeri affirmed of their unwavering support for the Deputy President in the 2022 general election, the Deputy President has maintained that his bid for the 2022 election will be an exercise in futility if the unity of the country is not achieved.
Dere ni sawa, Your Excellency. Hapo na sisi tutakuwa nyuma yako.
Tumeomba Your Excellency tusiambiwe tunyamaze tunaposema William Ruto will be our president in 2022.
Jameni, kama mtu amekushikilia mara 3, si lazima hata wewe umshikilie.
Tunaangalia kule 2022. 2022 ni ya maana kama tutakuwa tumeunganisha Kenya.
Nyeri Town Member of Parliament Ngunjiri Wambogo was the only leader from the county's 6 constituencies missing from the Deputy President's visit. The Deputy President also toured Madira constituency, where he commissioned the construction of Kagoti Karatina University Road. Melita Oletenges, NTV, Nyeri County.
Leaders have differed with President Uhuru Kenyatta's assertion on continued foreign borrowing to spur development of the country. The Deputy President William Ruto-led alliance faulted the president for plunging the country into unprecedented debt levels. And as some Ogina reports, the leaders claimed the capital-intensive projects was only benefiting a select clique of merchants as youth unemployment hit crisis levels.
The Kenya Kwanza caravan traversed Kamulu, Ruai, Utawala and Muradi in Nairobi Embakasi area.
Tuanze bottom, alafu tuende up. Bottom, 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 bottom. Wapo watu wa bottom up hapa, nione watu wa bottom up.
President Uhuru Kenyatta's defense of his foreign debt record, the subject of sharp criticism here.
Wanataka tukope zaidi. Nyinyi mtakubali hiyo? Utakubali tuwe katika mateso? Tuendelee kukopa? Nataka sasa na waomba, ukipiga kura unajipigia wewe mwenyewe na wale watoto wako ambao bado hawajazaliwa.
Sisi hapa wananchi wa Kenya wako kwa CRB. Na yale madeni ambayo Deputy President amezungumzia, yale watu wa kuzimia wametuweka ndani, nao pia wameweka taifa la Kenya kwa fuliza ya ulimwengu.
We want to return dignity to our country. Tunataka kuteremusha madeni tuliyo nayo. Mumeona serikali ambazo zinapeana madeni kwa inji kama Sri Lanka vile inaumia, poti yake imechukuliwa. Hata hii poti yetu inaweza kuchukuliwa.
The Kenya Kwanza leadership poked holes in the president's borrowing, saying he had gotten his priorities upside down. The leaders promised to reverse existing policies heavy on capital-intensive projects to focus on resolving the youth unemployment crisis.
Hii serikali ya handshake ndio imepandisha bei ya maisha, bei ya unga, ya mafuta ya taa. Kura ya William Ruto ni ya kupunguza bei ya unga. ukiamuka kupigia William kura ni kupunguza bei ya mafuta ya kukaanga chakula.
Ati wanataka kuendelea ati kukopa pesa. Ati wanataka kuendelea na capital intensive projects ambayo inafaidi watu wachache. Tunataka tuwaambie hii serikali ya mahasla, tutabadilisha hiyo maneno. Tutawachana na kukopa pesa, tutatafuta investment. Tutawachana na capital intensive programs, tutatafuta labor intensive programs. Ili tuweke pesa kwa mifuko ya wananchi wengi na tupange ajira ya hawa vijana wa taifa letu la Kenya.
In his Madaraka Day speech, the president credited borrowing to the mega infrastructural development that has given the country a facelift and an edge against its neighbors.
Wakati walikuwa wakikopa shilingi 100 ya Kenya ilikuwa natoa dola moja. 100 shillings to the dollar. Na kuambia sasa tutalipa 20 shillings above ya hiyo dola. Yaani sasa shilingi 120 ya Kenya inatoka dola moja. Kwa hivyo zile pesa tulikopa tutakuwa tukiongeza 20 juu yake. My friend, tuko kwa hali ya hatari ama hatuko?
Hatuwezi kucheza kamari na vijana wa taifa letu la Kenya tena. Enough is enough. Tunasema mwaka huu, kabla hatujafanya kazi ingine yoyote, tunaweka bilioni 100 kwa mambo ya agro processing, value addition, manufacturing, housing, ndio tupange ajira ya hawa vijana wa Kenya. Wawe na ajira, waweke pesa kwa mfuko, wasimamie familia zao na watusaidie kujenga taifa la Kenya.
The Kenya Kwanza leader said the upcoming presidential contest is a choice between economic revival on one hand and constitutional amendments on the other.
Tutakopa teni ama kwanza tutafuta pesa ya kuzalisha chakula tuondoe njaa? Si jameni, tuondoe njaa kwanza. Tuweke pesa kwa kilimo. Wakulima watuzalishie chakula. So tunawaambia hawa ndugu zetu, please, nyinyi hamuelewi Kenya.
The Kenya Kwanza team is scheduled to hold a rally at Kamukunji grounds on Saturday after DP Ruto presents his formal nomination papers to IEBC.
From Utawala, the deputy president has set date with his presidential destiny as he appears before the IEBC for clearance tomorrow, Saturday. Sam Ogena, Citizen TV in Utawala, Nairobi County.
Okay, tuanzie hapo chini. Bottom.
Now, Bernard, the reason I wanted you to play those videos, clearly you see the deputy president's speech. When it was fit and nice, he defended it. When it is not fit and politic, he abandons it. When the opposition talked about debt, the deputy president defended it. And his words were, we are not mad. We are borrowing within our means. And he goes into this particular rally in Nyeri and decides that immediately people have talked. That particular day, he is giving 60 million to build something on the top of a rally on a car, and he's just saying, I'll give you I don't know, was it 10 million? And I'm giving you 6 months to finish this project. Now, several years later now, he is collecting people around himself to to criticize the same thing he defended a few years ago. And the other guy is not ashamed, Mudavadi is not ashamed to say that those people are the ones who have put us into debt. You see now clearly from these clips, that's why I'm saying, does the deputy president sit back to watch what he said vis-a-vis what he's saying right now? Because even me, if I would look at that video and I see the way I defended that debt, when the opposition was crying about the debt ceiling, when it was that guy Ishungwa who took the tax bill that raised the tax around that time, and they went and defended it. So now, a few years later, they are the same ones who created the problem, who are pretending that they are going to be the solution to that problem. It can't be. It can never be. Someone says that Kenyans, in fact, it is I wish I could get you that. Bernard, I wish you could play the video where Sakaja made a calculation, and he said that Kenyans might be poor, but they are not stupid. We might be poor as Kenyans, but we are not stupid. At least Mwai Kibaki's achievement gave all Kenyans a basic education. That means that Kenyan is able to read and is able to understand. We have connectivity in the whole country. We are able to access these videos. And so when the deputy president is walking around the country and trying to imagine that we don't perceive simple stuff, first of all, he's making us look like fools. When you one time vehemently defended the debt ceiling when it was rising, and you said that we are borrowing within our means, we are not foolish. Now, is he now a fool that is retracting the statements he made a few years ago? Has it just occurred to him right now that the debt ceiling is high? When he was the one defending the capital-intensive projects, and all that was being done within the 2030 vision. Vision 2030 talks about the capital-intensive projects that had been started by Kibaki. They were not the infrastructure projects that were being finished by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta were not started by Kenyatta. They were started by the Kibaki administration. Uhuru was just coming to finish up those projects, which if you read the Vision 2030, it talks about that. They are coming in phases. So for them, they came with the Big Four agenda, which was to follow up, coming after the intensive infrastructure project that was started by the Kibaki administration. So it kind of disappoints. Well, it is expected. Our deputy president, we have said here, that is a flip-flopping man. He will say one thing one time, and don't be surprised. In the next meeting, he will forget what he said yesterday, and will address himself to a completely opposite thing when he realizes that it is politics. It is Martin Luther said that there comes a time when you don't just have to say something that is politic or popular, but you need to take a stand. He doesn't seem to be someone who can take a stand. And that is therefore the reason why, while we respect the rights of those people who support it, but in my view, and it is my humble submission, that at this time, it is not the time for us to take a flip-flopping head of state. He is supposed to take a stand. If he was supposed to be supporting the president and he fought for that ceiling, he should have. It is not right now that the deputy president is waking up to the idea that we need labor-intensive projects. We need industrialization. When he was defending that, he should have realized that then, not right now. It is time for us to show him how to run a government. I don't think he has an idea. And even the people surrounding him, they do not have an idea. It is the same people who are criticizing him that bottom up. If you're talking about a few people benefiting, Ruto defended the projects. He must be aware of those people who benefited, or he was part of the beneficiaries, because he talks about a few people who benefited. Then he needs to tell us if he was one of those people who benefited. So I want to finish by saying that from the videos, which is we are talking about Ruto laying ground for withdrawing, I doubt he will withdraw because his pride cannot allow him. But right now he's pushing to have as many people getting in. By the way, Bernard and panelists, I realize that it is not Kenya Kwanza anymore. We are only dealing with UDA, because everywhere they go, we are more seeing a pronounced involvement of UDA than Kenya Kwanza. So his intention is to have as many people in UDA coming out. But I think it is going to be an interesting scenario now that he's trying to clutch on everything that he can hold on to. Wanasema kwa Kiswahili, siku ya kufa nyani, miti yote uteleza. Ukishika huu mtu unateleza, ukishika mwingine unateleza. So I can imagine maybe miti yote sasa inateleza. And so anything that he can have his hands on, the embarrassment that he got by going to EU to go and complain about matters that he should have directed to the IEBC. IEBC, it is him who has said that IEBC is an independent institution. And in a video played here, he said that the other people are vying against Jubilee, not IEBC. So right now he should actually go back to those clips and just tell himself that we are vying against the other people, not IEBC. He should have written, because they have written a letter before to IEBC. What was it? Was it so hard to write a letter to IEBC? To just tell IEBC that these are our concerns? IEBC has said very well, they're engaging KPMG to have the records and the data cleaned up. Couldn't they have just waited, given them time? Then they say that they'll have that data available to all stakeholders. Why run to EU? And the next day after you've run to EU, the next day you are busy going to criticize EU and other donors, that those people you are borrowing from are bad people. And yesterday you had a meeting with them. And in the same meeting, Ababu Namwamba was saying that, we successfully 2 months ago had a meeting with a European Business Council. Those are basically people who you borrow from. So you have a meeting with European Business Council. You have a meeting with EU to tell them how you guys are good and you're going to, to make sure that things are transparent. Then the next day you are going to criticize that these people you're borrowing from are bad people. They'll come and take your pots. You see the irony. There's no governance in them at all. So I wish to stop there because basically, miti yote inateleza, and Elijah, you better advise your people. It is my humble submission that you are not vying and you don't have to suffer the headache. You can take the honorable step. Come to Azimio. We know how the government is run. We have a plan and we have a way. Welcome. Yes, Abuya.
Yeah, thank you, Mthemba. I just wanted to reiterate. Little did I know that you are going to play the clips that, because that economic discussion it's very painful when you see the deputy president trying to send the the youth into some thinking, or trying to shape their thinking in a way that will sink them and leave them in a hole that they will never come out in a very, very long time. Because if you look at China, in as much as they are very populated, 1 billion plus, they have gone for they have not remained the labor intensive economy. And it is so embarrassing that, the DP continue to advocate in this modern world for a labor-intensive economy. China in itself is highly mechanized, and that's how they are able to sell to sell their wares to the rest of the world. Be it any corner of the world, there is a Chinese product, and this Chinese product is coming as a result of the mechanization, the industrialization. And here is somebody who is trying to tell us to remain in the labor-intensive economy. It is so painful. This man, I don't know what you should do to him. I think this guy, we should just lock him in somewhere and make sure that he shuts up so that he doesn't continue leading this country into the wrong direction. Thanks, Temba.
Yes, Robert.
Thank you, Timber. Thank you, everybody. Just few remarks. I mean, it's kind of disgusting when it comes. I mean, it makes no sense. This guy, when some of us were criticizing them about borrowing, now he comes, he's just like chifunge ngozi ya kondoo. Ile William Ruto uliona wakati ulitoa hiyo pesa, sio mimi. Mimi ndio mupi hapa. On the other hand, anakuambia kwamba, more especially huyu Mudavadi, by the way, ati watu wa Azimio, walibora pesa ile. Now, the person who was behind borrowing money is just not far from where he is. I mean, they think people are stupid. This is very bad. This is very bad. I wish there was an opportunity of to buy commercials like somebody like Raila's campaign to buy some of these commercials and to put all these clips on TV, people to see them. I know it's going to be very expensive because William of 24 hours ago is not as William next 24 hours. That's William Ruto. He has lost. He has lost to be somebody who's credible to be a president of our country. He's a liar. Every night, every day he wakes up. It's just like whatever he does, who believes anymore? I don't believe him anymore. No wonder he's losing. He's going to lose, and he will never be a president of the country unless, like somebody said here, he goes there, he sits down and builds himself. But at this point, it's over for him. Too much talking, too much lies. Thank you.
Yes, Elijah.
Okay, first of all, I want to say hi to everybody. Today, I can see the lineup that you have put there is that William Ruto is laying the crowd to withdraw. For me, as a Kenya Kwanza member and I am supporter of William Ruto, what I know is that I was an athlete myself. And in any race that you are running, you don't have to show your opponent that you are diet. There is a game whereby you can show that, oh, I am now, my power is now down, but it's the time to attack. William Ruto is not going to withdraw in anyhow. He's going to fight until the end. About the IEBC, I know this is not the first election for them. This is the maybe the second time, yes, or the third time. So for me, I think they are very ready. About this thing that Asimi have been using, or you guys have been using against William Ruto, that is a thief. By saying that this guy is a thief all the time in all your rallies, this will make people think that, oh, it's a normal thing now. Everybody is saying it. So for me, for William Ruto to say today that that Azimio are going to borrow money again, well, in their side, they are not gonna borrow money. Raila will not stand and defend himself for this. He have not come out and say, oh, I'm going to do this and that. I will not borrow, or I will borrow. Because I see one in a radio station, there is one of us, politician, that they come out and say, okay, borrowing is a normal thing. But for me, yes, it's a normal thing, because all these countries, even America, they are borrowing. If you see they are borrowing, nobody's not going to borrow. Even these guys, they are just using this to win the crowd for me. As I know, they are going to borrow. There is no new thing that they're going to use. They're going to borrow. But how? How is this going to happen? How is this going to happen? they're gonna borrow money. Like I see one of the clips that you play over there that shows William Ruto opening one of the roads that they used 2 billion. And at that time he was promising 10 million. So if you see at that time he was in a government, he was working with Uhuru Kenyatta, because you can hear some members of parliament telling him, okay, speak with your boss and call us maybe tomorrow. But after that, we can see what happened. After handshake, William Ruto was outside. Now his throwing blame came to Azimio part of Raila people. So Raila will not come out today and say, oh, I am not going to borrow money like Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta is with Raila right now. So what Raila will say or will make him not to speak about it. Because I have waited for Raila Odinga to come out and say, I am going to return money, which is Bandora papers. We all know about that. He has not come out and say, okay, I'm coming and I will fall and return the money from outside the country. Myself, I will return the port of Mombasa, because it's defending Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru Kenyatta is in his side. So right now, as we are speaking today, we are just saying that, oh, William Ruto, because maybe when you don't support somebody, anything that is going to say, you will see that, oh, he's speaking wrongly. It's not coming out clearly because of your side. You will see according to you, and you're going to charge him wrongly. But let's talk about economy. Economy that Raila Odinga is telling us that is going to give everybody 6,000 Kenya shillings. What is 6,000, if I may ask? What is 6,000? If they give me 6,000 1 month, next month, am I going to start with business that will make me grow like somebody who is going to depend on himself? We can come out and say this one is just the rumors for sure. Because how can you pay somebody who is not going to pay back? Let's say, okay, if you give me 6,000 this month, next month, and the other month, am I going to return in which way? Or you are going to give these people, everybody 6,000 all these years, 10 years or 5 years that you're going to live? Let's talk and say this one is just rumors like the other ones. And say, okay, Kenyans, let's come out and say, okay, these all people are here. They are our leaders. Which one is speaking something which is making sense? If we say corruption, all of them have been there before. Don't just keep quiet and say, oh, ours is new like Pamba and the other one is a corrupted guy. No. If we come out and say, oh, Raila was here before, somebody was here before, we will come out and get that, oh, this one is politics. This one is politics. When somebody was like William Ruto when he was with Uhuru, when did they say that William Ruto was a thief? They keep quiet. Nobody was saying so. But now, because it's not with them, they are speaking and say, oh, William Ruto is a thief. He's still with Kimwere and whatever that. But if they come out clear and say, oh, William Ruto is a thief, they will put him in jail, or there is this whole protocol. They can take him to court, and after that, ask him to pay back the money. Or the IEBC, they will ask the IEBC to withdraw him out of presidency seat. So all of us will speak today, we'll speak tomorrow, but the next thing we will get to. The next thing that we're gonna get is that we need the perfect person, but we will not get as Kenyans. We will not. Let's speak the truth. We will not get it right now. We will not. This time around, we're going to suffer again. Let's speak the truth. We're going to suffer again. Because as you see, Kalonzo Musyoka is going back to Azimio. What is he asking? What is Kalonzo asking? Let's speak the truth. He's asking for something. If you don't give me this, I'm not going to give you this. So, as Kenyans, we know these all tricks. As long as we have been watching them, doing whatever they are doing, we've been seeing, going around up and down. But after this all, we have got some answers. Okay, for today, I want to say thank you for that, for the few remarks that I've made. Maybe if somebody have a question.
Thank you, Elijah, for your submission. You have executed pretty well on your side, and I've noted something. You're saying Ruto is wrongfully being accused. Is that your position?
Come again, please.
You said that Ruto is being wrongfully accused. From the clips that we just played, do you think is a correct position that he is now going against the idea of borrowing? Yet earlier he was supporting it.
What I say is that anybody will use his own tricks. Is in any game you have to use your own tricks to win.
Okay, so hold on.
So
it's a trick.
It's a trick, my friend. We all know this whole game.
Okay.
I'm not going to stand here today or sit down here and speak that, oh, now William Ruto is going to change Kenya tomorrow. How? We all know that this is a trick to win.
No, hold on. I just asked you one question. So okay. It was a trick when he said before that he was defending the borrowing, and he said that the government was borrowing while it had considered its ability. And this time round, he is criticizing the same borrowing that he defended. Do you think that's a good quality of a leader?
Okay, what I want to say is that because at that time, William Ruto was with Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why he was defending him. But now, he's not.
I'm asking you as a Elijah.
I am coming there. I know what you are.
No. Let me rephrase my question.
I want to make it clear. What I say is that at that time, William Ruto was with Uhuru Kenyatta. And as we all know, when you are with your boss, how can you say your boss is wrong? Nobody will say so. But now, because William Ruto is outside there, and he's trying to defend himself, he's trying to show Kenyans that, oh, now myself, I'm going to do this one and that one. Maybe it's his own plan, we don't know now. But as for him, he's trying to say, okay, I will not borrow. I will do this one and that one to make sure that, oh, we're going to stand by our own self, by ourselves, not to borrow money. But at that time, he was defending his boss, as we all know.
No, I want to take you. Okay, that's another question. There was a time. There was a particular. I think it was either there was Jamhuri Day in Kirinyaga. The deputy president said that he was going to continue with the good work that Uhuru has started. You remember that?
I remember he said he's going to continue with Uhuru's work that they have been doing, which is continue with the electricity, roads, you know. But if we say that, okay, it's going to continue with borrowing, nobody is not going to borrow, man. Let's talk the truth. Nobody is going to stop this borrowing thing.
So you are actually admitting that your president is the deputy president as a candidate for Kenya Kwanza is openly lying.
This is a political trick that you're going to use to win the crowd. Let me tell you the truth.
So he's using trickery and deceit and conmanship to lie.
No, this is not conmanship. This is a trick. If you want to win, listen, if you want to win any game, you have to use your head. I tell you, I was an athlete. When you are running, you don't have to show your opponent that, oh, I am tired now. You can act as if you are tired, but you want to attack. When it's relaxing, that's the time to attack.
That's okay. There's a question from Daudi, and then I can go to someone else. Daudi.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You are muted, Daudi.
I'm not getting him, please.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'd forgotten I hadn't unmuted myself. I want to just, I think, tackle some of the things that Elijah raised. One of the things you raised was what can 6,000 do for maybe a family? Right now, if you went to Kenya, a packet of 2 kilogram unga is about 120 shillings. So in a month, that would cost about maybe 3,600. You still have a balance that you can use for other things. So 6,000 shilling can go a long way in helping families that are struggling. I think for most families, that would be a very, very important help. Now, you also brought up the issue of probably where this money can be found. If you look at the statistics right now, we have about maybe 30 million Kenyans who are above the age of 18. And maybe of the 30 million Kenyans, less than half are not gainfully employed. So that would bring you to about, multiply that by 6,000. That should bring you to about maybe 120 billion Kenya shillings. Every day in Kenya now, it is said we are losing 2 billion shillings due to corruption. So by just tackling corruption, you can save about 60 billion shilling in a month. And I know there are areas where we can find extra money that can go a long way in, supporting the 6,000 shillings that Raila is proposing. So it is not out of reach. I think it can be done. It just needs commitment. Thank you.
Let me come back, my friend. Let me say it like this. Are you sure that if they give Kenyans 6,000 shillings, they're gonna be okay? They're gonna be for school fees? Let me come up, please, a little bit.
Elijah, hold on, Elijah. We have prosecuted that matter here before, and even you're aware that there are social protection programs that are there. I mean, Elijah, you don't have to just argue it because for the sake of argument. I know you are doing that for the sake of argument. I don't think it's you look an honorable man and someone who is well informed. In my view, I think you look well informed, and you also look someone who is open to ideas. You also look someone who is who can read and understand. You know how social protection programs work, and it has been implemented. I don't know which country you are in. In the US, they were giving some money for social protection. You're not supposed to stay in it for a long time. And that is what you haven't probably, it's important for you to try and understand and appreciate the concept before. You cannot criticize what you don't know. If you don't understand it, you may just want to ask around what is it really, then you can understand it. But you see, if the way the program, let me give you information so that you talk about it from a point of information. You don't know. So just allow yourself to learn. The social welfare program that is going to be giving 6,000 is to vulnerable families, where a family where nobody in that family is working. They are completely out of, they don't have anything. Now in that family, they are going to be, there's a way they have already put out, they are going to be identified. Now in those very vulnerable families, they're going to be given 6,000 per month. It's a program that you don't stay on forever. When someone gets a job in that family, you drop out of that program and someone else comes in. So this is what is happening. When you are being given that 6,000, there are other projects that are going on. For example, you are not going to be paying medical bills because there's Baba Care. There's industry in every, there's industry per county. There's something to employ other kids. There's what you call economic zones that are being created. Right now, they're already there, special economic zones, to create industry so that someone can actually get a job. So that means what? Within that time that you haven't gotten a job, you are given the social protection. That family, that nobody is earning anything. And that is what Daudi is saying. That 6,000, you can buy unga. You can do something as you are getting a job. Then from there, you get a job, then you fall out of it. Tell me 1,000 without a shilling. You can't say 6,000 is nothing. You know, it is sometimes I say that you better to be quiet and be thought wise than speak and confirm the opposite. Sometimes, it's important that even if it's an argument, you just want to argue for the sake of argument. I don't think it's fair for the purposes of the people listening to you. Say you don't agree with it, but saying that 6,000 is nothing, I don't think you are being truthful, even to yourself, and even to the other young people who want to listen to you. You better look at something, criticize it, give it its fair share of what it can do, and then say, okay, fine, this is something that I disagree with. Disagree. You don't have to support Azimio or Elijah. You don't have to come to Azimio. But when that thing comes, there is someone in your village. Look at the news every day. You'll see people in the villages where they cannot afford even a meal a day. And when you come in and then you're saying 6,000 can do nothing, then you've never seen people who are vulnerable in your own eyes, with your own eyes. You've never come across them. To the extent that even 200 when you send to them is something that they can actually appreciate. But because some of us are full, wanasema mwenye shibe ajui mwenye njaa anauliza 6,000 itafanya nini? So kindly, Elijah, when you understand the program, when you understand the thing, criticize it from a point of information, not from a point of misinformation. Let me allow Robert to speak and then you can move on.
Yeah, temper to what you just said. There was a story, if you remember last year, even not the year before. A woman in the Mombasa area, somewhere in the coast, he was cooking regular stones, just pretending he's cooking food for the kids because he had nothing to give them. Such a money can help such a people. For Elijah to come in and just criticize a program like that, I think it's just, you can call it politics, because you said, from what you just said, you can just say a lie so that win. I want just to ask you, Elijah, I want to ask you a question. My question is, do you think Ruto, the money was supporting, has lied to anything? Has he lied anything, or is being genuine? Has he lied anything? Like, I'll give you an example. Has he lied about the port of Mombasa? Or has he lied about borrowing money? So do you think he has not lied those two issues? He has not lied, and there's no way he has lied about it?
Can I come out?
Abuya, you have a question?
Yeah, just one question. The Elijah talked about Pandora, these Pandora papers. I don't know whether there is any, it has been ascertained that whatever money that is in those Pandora papers, the alleged money that is stashed somewhere in the Caribbean or the Cayman Islands, that it is proceeds of crime. And to try and insinuate that or try and suggest that Raila should he get to power, because I realize you have accepted that he's going to ascend to power, should now start going head on the investments of the Uhuru family. Number one, it has not been established that there is the money out there is proceeds of corruption. That family is known to have investments in the financial sector, the agriculture and dairy industries. So such like talk ni ile tunasema kwa Kiswahili, unajaribu kugonganisha watu in so that it can explode and come to the favor of William Ruto. So that is not an argument, I think, that is very important to this country, because unless you establish that these are proceeds of crime, then that becomes a problem. And secondly, there is no law that bars anybody from having an account, bars anybody from putting his money out there. So that, for me, I don't think it holds any water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And maybe I'll give you a minute to respond to those ones. But even as you respond, someone has even said something interesting. 6, it has been identified that around 2 million Kenyans are vulnerable. Now, if you put 2 million Kenyans as vulnerable, 6K per month, that's about, I think, a billion, 1.2 billion, right? Now,
Themba, it should be 2 million families, not 2 billion people.
I'm saying 2 million families. Yeah, 2 million families. They are not people. 2 million families are the ones that are vulnerable. So those 2 million families are the ones that are going to be given 6,000 per month. And 6,000 per month times 2 million families, that's about a billion.
It's about
1.2 billion.
12 billion.
Yeah?
12
okay.
billion.
Okay, let me come out this way.
Yeah?
Let me say it this way.
Hold on. It's about 1.2. It's a billion point 2. So
it's 12 billion.
What are you talking about?
12 billion, not 1.2.
Yeah. 12 million, right?
12 billion. 12 billion. 12. 12 billion.
Mbona changanya mahesabu yangu bana.
So 144 billion per year.
Yes. So it's a small amount compared to what is being stolen.
That's a small amount than what Ruto and his co have stolen from us.
So that's 12 billion. Now, if you look at that, and then if you cannot believe 12 billion, but you can believe 150 billion that is being set aside, you see the reasoning. Someone is telling you, I'm setting aside 150 billion to give you as credit. Someone is telling you, I'm setting out 12 billion. Now you believe the person who is telling you 150 billion. You're not asking him, where are you getting that money? Now, that one is even worse, because the 150 billion being set aside, you are not being told, there's no guarantee that is only going to be given. The money is going to be given to you. There's no surety, no nothing. If these people don't pay up that money, there's no way that we are being told this money will be recovered. The same people who are saying that this country put people in Fuliza, they're going to put people into debt. I want to give you 2 minutes so that you can respond, and then I will bring in Njiru and Makiadi. Who came first? Makiadi, did you find Njiru?
Yeah, I think I found Njiru here.
Okay, so you will respond, then I bring on Njiru.
Okay, let me say like this. Before, what I had Raila saying is that they're gonna give all these young men and women 6,000 Kenya shillings, everybody. But now what I have heard from you people is that you're going to give 6,000 to only 2 billion people. But before, what I had is that they're gonna give 6,000 to like all Kenyans. That's what I was asking myself, that this one is not gonna work, you know. But now, because you guys have come out and say, oh, Raila is going to give only 6,000 to only 2 billion people. That's what I wonder now, because before it's different from what I had before and what you guys are saying now. Because before, Raila said that, oh, he's going to give 6,000 to more than 30 billion Kenyans. That all of them now are expecting Baba to give them 6,000 plus Baba Care, which in my own sense, Baba Care is like Obamacare, which was in America here. And you know what Congress did to that? They withdraw it. It's not working over there. So all these things,
My
let's
friend,
say,
stop misleading people.
don't buy it.
Obamacare, I have Obamacare. Stop saying it's not working. Stop misleading people. I
Where
have
is
Obamacare.
Obamacare now? It's not working like before, man. Let's say the truth. I am here now, and I know what's happening. So let's talk the truth and say the way things are.
Elijah,
So
Elijah, listen.
before,
It is.
before
It is.
Papa said
It is. Hold on.
it's going
It is
to
too.
like
Hold on. Hold on,
let me
Elijah.
say,
You know.
let me
Listen,
say
Elijah.
something.
Hold on. It is good to argue. I said again. It is good to argue from a point of information. It is 2 million vulnerable families. So 2 million vulnerable families that has been already identified.
Okay, let me agree with you so that we can move on.
No, you don't agree so that you can move on. Just get get the information. And then once you
proceed on. You leave Elijah alone.
Hold on, stop PK. You see, even from the way you're arguing, you seem not to have gotten the information. Just go get the information. Have it the way it's supposed to be. It is 2 million families, 6,000 per month. Vulnerable means that nobody in that family is working. So just go get that information. And then now you can come and then give it. And even when you come here, allow yourself to learn. Don't listen too much propaganda from your political figures. That way you'll be able to be helped when you come here. And also you'll make argument. We are willing to listen to you. But now when you come and tell us that all that Ruto is doing is trickery, he's just deceit and conmanship, he just wants to win. I mean, that's now what we want, to clean our politics, sanitizing the politics in Kenya. We don't want someone who is going to use trickery, deceit, and conmanship to get to power. That is what you have confirmed here. That is just using tricks. We don't want someone who uses tricks to get to power. That is what we are saying no to. And that's why we are playing the videos, him when he defended and him when he are running away from it, so that Kenyans can know. Jiru Karibu.
He has not answered our questions. He never answered the questions.
Jiru, are you there? Amakiadi Karibu.
Thank you, Ndemba. I was listening to Elijah, and I don't want to go back to what he was saying, but that's a narrative that we've had here before, and I think, first of all, I think if Elijah, you've been listening to what we've been talking about here, you should have gotten an answer to most of the things that you've asked. There was a time we addressed the Pandora issue, and I think we are past that. We are past that right now. I was listening to a debate between Gladys Sholay Sosion and Omogeni, the senator for, I think, Nyamira. And there's a lot I learned from that debate. Kenya Kwanza, or the UDA wing of the political divide, does not want anybody talking about corruption. If you talk about corruption and you mention the names, they say it's politically instigated. And when I hear Elijah speak, I also look at it from that angle, because it's like Elijah also is taking that trajectory of trying to justify why their wing is behaving in the manner that it is behaving. So I'll not take a lot of time addressing that issue. But then let me go to today's topic. DP Ruto withdrawing from the race. I don't think William Ruto is ready to withdraw from this race. That's my opinion. I think he has invested a lot. Unfortunately, tides change. If you asked anybody last year before Raila Odinga declared that he's going to run for president, everybody knew that William Ruto was going to be a front runner in this election. And most of the people would have told you that he's going to win this election easily. Unfortunately, like we say, and like Uhuru Kenyatta told them, politics is not a sprint. Politics is a marathon. You might start early, but that does not mean that you're going to win. So his numbers were very high when he began campaigning. He looked like a formidable person. He looked like nobody was going to catch up with him. And I remember also there was one politician, Okongo Mgeni, the same guy. He said, if Azimio does not, especially Raila Odinga does not prepare himself and start campaigning, he's not going to catch up with William Ruto. But like the political tides change. Right now, William Ruto seems like he's running out of steam. He's running out of pace. And that's why you see the panic every day. When you listen to his comments, it looks like he has realized that the election is slipping away from his hands. And that is why I think when people look at him complain every day in political gatherings and political meetings, it actually shows that he knows something that we don't know. And maybe all the tricks that he had in the bag when he was trying to, boast and give his supporters confidence, it looks like everything has been revealed. And so he has nothing left in his bag that would assure him victory come August 2022. And so I think he will stick there just to save face and to give comfort to his supporters. But then what comes after that is, will he accept defeat? That's the big issue. We know there's a Supreme Court that is supposed to listen to the petitions. But from the way that I'm looking at William Ruto's body language, I think he is ready, or he's already preparing his petition right now as we speak. That is what I think. Now, let me move on to the fake papers. The Constitution is very clear on what seat requires what kind of qualification. I think it is sometimes unfair for leaders to try and go for the seats that they want, even without the qualifications required for the same. I think from the previous weekend, as we go on, we have started seeing names of candidates who probably want to be governors of some counties.
Yeah.
Njiru.
Makiadi, I tell
I'm
you,
there.
Jiru anaota na kuambia. Unaona vile anaanza kusema I'm there.
Yeah, Njiru, let me finish up. I'll give you in 1 minute. I'll give you the next. I think you're the next one. Remember, called you and you did not respond. That is why he passed it on to me. Can you hear us? Njiru, can you? Okay. He has acknowledged. So let me just finish up quickly so that Njiru can come in. So I think IEBC should not release these people to run. If you do not have the necessary qualification that is required for you to run for an office, then you should not even waste your time going to the IEBC, because you're giving IEBC a lot of work. You are wasting their time. And I think also the DPP should also spring into action, so that if somebody is known to have fake papers, fake academic qualifications, and they want to present their papers to the IEBC to run for any political seat, they should be arrested and prosecuted for forgery. Let me give it to Njiru, because I took his spot, and I think he was eager to say something. Njiru, go ahead.
Njiru, before you come in, I just wanted to mention that it is what Makiadi has said is very important. It is the onus of anybody to run is on the IEBC in terms of qualifications. So what I think we should, Chebukati should be urged to just reject those people who have academic qualifications that are questionable. If they have issues, they can go to court and have the court compel IEBC to include them on the ballot. But they should not waste any time giving them audience should they communicate to the relevant institutions and it is confirmed that these academic qualifications are questionable. Thank you. And Jiru, you can come in. Njiru? Njiru, are you there?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Njiru. I think there's something wrong with your mic.
Njiru, I think you should step out and then, or switch off your mic off, on and off. Meanwhile, Makiadi, who do you suggest should move on to?
I don't know.
Makiadi, I have a comment. Okay. Unaona this thing of fake certificates. Unajua kuna siku, I think, okay, just as we went to these days of exam cheating and all that there are people with lots of, fake certificates in Kenya, fake degrees. And I think now they can be traced, because even if you have a fake degree from Nairobi University, your records in Nairobi University can be traced, can be recorded, can be traced when your transcript, they can trace your attendance in that university. But I suspect that there are lots of Kenyans, and unfortunately, I always say this, I think it goes to my age and below. It goes to people who are in their 30s, 20s, 40s. You know, that age, the people who have already retired may not have done those things. So I think we are yet to see surprises of many people who do not have academic transcripts. You know, we were arguing with Themba's friend here, and he kept saying that he saw somebody. Makedi, how many people did you see up to your final year they did not graduate? Plenty of them, because they missed one course here and one course there. Okay, so, and was required to go and repeat. So I think we are yet to see surprises. And then another thing came in Makiadi. In the era of parallel degrees, we also have very fake graduates. People who never went to school at all, never even attended classes, and they still have got some papers. In the era of private universities, we have some very useless private universities in Kenya who are giving, we yet to get surprises. I'm telling you, we yet to get surprises. There are more surprises to come, because like this argument that DP Ruto has a PhD, this argument that, I really doubt that PhD of his. I think we are going to have very many, that's what I wanted to say, very many surprises when it comes to papers. So I don't know.
Okay, Julia, just go ahead and finish making a submission so that we go to David, because you have already started.
Okay, let me just say that. So just to say that, so I hope that we are going to be, Kenya, we are going to a status where we are going to be very strict But I don't know whether the IEBC is going to do that, because it's very easy to confirm somebody's legitimacy. I mean, your papers it's not a hard thing. You just need to contact the university and find out the records of that person. When was he admitted? When did he go the next year? You can ask them for their transcripts, compare with, you don't just for a degree certificate, ask them for their transcripts and find out when did he actually get these transcripts. So I don't know whether IEBC is going to do that, Makiadi. I don't trust that. So I think I'm a hopeless Kenyan there. So, and then the other thing, going to IEBC, is IEBC prepared? I hope they're going to be prepared, because we are not ready for another thing that the three scenarios we have had, 2007, 2013, and 2017, we are not ready for that, and we are not going to take that. So I hope Wafula Chebukati can read the signs of times and do the right thing. Now, talking about that and thinking about what this statement that DP Ruto is ready to withdraw for the race, I think he's not ready to withdraw from the race. That one is out. But I think IEBC should prevent him from doing what he's planning to do. He's planning to cause instability in this country in the name of contentious election. So if there are any loopholes, that's what DP Ruto is going to use. Now, he's already seen he's losing miserably. Like somebody said here that last year, even me last year, I didn't see Baba winning, because Baba has vied for election several times. Unajua kuna ile kuzoeana na kuzoea mtu, and then sometimes you feel maybe he has nothing new to offer. There's that kind of a feeling. But until we learned that what Baba's direction is taking, and now here we are seeing Baba winning overwhelmingly. I think just as we are seeing it, DP Ruto has seen it, and therefore he's preparing to create instability in Kenya. He's not preparing for anything good, and the government should be aware of that. He's not preparing for anything good. He's preparing to do what it will take him to make the country ungovernable. That is what DP Ruto is. That is the character of DP Ruto. So it is not that he's going to withdraw from elections, but he's preparing to make the country ungovernable in the name of a contentious election. So my take is IEBC should do what it will take them to make sure that everything is in line with the constitution as far as how this election is going to be run. Now I want to wind up. I found them but trying to argue with that person called Elijah. I don't think that you can even argue with such a kind of a person. I can only describe him as a Ruto maniac, and I think he doesn't care. He's trying to talk about corruption, and he's trying to trivialize corruption. And on the other hand, corruption is what has ailed our country. So me, such kind of people, sometimes I think like it's wasting my time trying to convince them what we are looking for as a nation. Asante Makiadi and the others.
All right. Thank you, Julia. If there's no comment. Oh, go ahead, Robert. Then we go to Daudi.
Julia, Julia, you are now going against your call as an educator, because you have given up on Elijah in as much as he does not seem to meet the threshold of your expected understanding. You have given up on him, and you don't want to try and convince him. I believe he's capable of being convinced that to understand the right thing, and not to remain at the position of being a Ruto maniac. So you need not to give up on him.
Abuya, you see his argument. He said it is okay to steal. That we call Ruto a thief. So at the long run, it appears okay. So first and foremost, he doesn't see anything wrong with that. If you watch the clip that Bernard played, Ruto says this and he says that. Now, obviously, Elijah can see that. You know, he can see such kind of clips and doesn't see anything wrong with that. So me, Abuya, my take is this country is going to be saved by people who are educated and informed. And fortunately, after this many years of independence, fortunately for Kenya, Kenya has gone to school. And fortunately, the majority now understand what is a labor-intensive economy, a mechanized economy, and the advantages of a mechanized economy and a labor-intensive economy. Kenyans now understand what is a subsistence production, and when we go to manufacturing industry and all that, the benefits, fortunately. And fortunately, also Kenyans understand the negative side of a handout economy. That is the only thing Abuya we can say we are lucky with. But if we go with the likes of Elijah, those are Kenyans who only care about one thing: my tribesman to be president. Whether he loses our coffers, we don't care. That is the problem with Elijah. So I choose not to waste my time with him. He can vote for Ruto, and if he gets a vote, a half and a 1.5 votes, he can as well vote for Ruto. I ain't care about such people. I'm sorry, Abuya.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Daudi, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Makiari, for the invitation. So the first question is DP Ruto laying ground to withdraw from the race. I don't think he will withdraw, as many of the panelists have mentioned. I think he's invested a lot of time, resources, more than anybody in the race thus far. And so I don't think he is going to withdraw. He is going to employ a lot of tricks. One of the tricks is what we saw when he was talking before the European Union ambassadors, claiming that there's going to be rigging. You could also see a shift in the messaging when he's campaigning. He's now talking about borrowing. He's talking about all manner of ills that the government is doing. I think toning down on the abusive language has been using against huyo jamaa wa vitendawili au mzee wa vitendawili. So I think he's toning down on that. But it is sad that I think the electorate it might not respond very well when you start talking about debts and things like that. I think somehow Rigathi Gachagua has the message. He's gone down to speak on unganomics now. He talks about pesa ya mafuta, pesa, bei ya unga na vitu kama hiyo. So he might be sending in a resonating message to many of the Kenyans who are suffering. But I mean, when you hear Mudavadi talk about $100 against 120, I don't feel most of the Kenyans will connect to that messaging, apart from the middle class and some of the people who understand the consequences. So I feel I think Raila still has a good message. And most of the Kenyans respond to simple messaging. When Raila is up there talking about fire and things like that, that's what most I think Kenyans respond and get excited about. So I think DP has to still find his position in how he messages his campaign rhetoric. In regard to just forged papers and things like that, I think the leaders we get is a reflection of the society or the community we are. And you can even see the quality of debates that we have in the current parliament. You can't compare that to those days when you had, Agwin Skotek and, Rengo and Kibaki and, Shikuku, Martin Shikuku, and so on. I mean, the debate those days is something you could sit down and just listen for hours. These days, there's just a lot of shouting and heckling and all that. I think, sadly, what we are getting as our leaders is a reflection of the community we're becoming. So we need to change as a community and start valuing something else.
Let me cut you short, Daudi. Let me ask you here. You know, there has been this notion that Raila Odinga is not sending out, he's not speaking his message clearly, and some people have said that Raila Odinga should try and avoid people who are, eloquent and stuff like that, just to try and sell his message. And he should. I heard someone saying that he should concentrate on entertaining his fans and let someone else speak about his message and his agenda. Do you think that is the case, or what's your opinion on that?
My opinion is Raila is a genius when it comes to politics, and he has had 3 or 4 times to learn about it. Every time he has gone down to deal with manifestos and dealing with people like the Devin Dees and that, he loses that connection with the population. So he has to play with the message that is somehow entertaining and captivating to the population. And so he knows what he's doing. When you see him parading in front there, doing whatever fire, and I mean, I'm not a big fan of that, but I think he knows what he's doing. And he's had enough time to understand that. So when Ruto now dives deep into deep policy and, I think he might lose. He had it when he was talking about hustlers and things like that. I think he was connecting to a certain grouping within the population when he talked about wheelbarrows and things like that. Somehow he was able to maintain his core base. But as soon as he moves away from that, I call it cheap politics.
Yeah, and on that note, I listened to Gachagua. People say that Gachagua was basically chosen so that he can solidify the Mount Kenya votes. So I was listening to his campaign message today, and I realized that he spoke for a few minutes in Swahili and then turned into his native language. So what is your take on the issue of people trying to localize their message so that they can reach a bigger population of people who speak like them? Do you prefer the way Martha Karua is doing it, or do you prefer the Rigathi way?
I mean, sadly, I think Rigathi has some rough edges that is hard to kind of smooth. So he will always kind of gravitate towards his mother tongue, even when he's out of the Kikuyu sub-region. You find him sometimes, going towards the Kikuyu language. That is, I think, a downer when he's out of the Kikuyu. But I think when he's in the Kikuyu region, I think he'll be able to use it efficiently. However, I think the checkered past that this guy has is haunting him. It is not how he messages his thing. It's just his history, and people just don't like him. I think he's had a couple of bad things he's done in the past, and that is just isolating him. But he would be a formidable force if he was using his language in Kikuyu. I think he would be a good kind of weapon to use by the deputy. Sadly, he can only be effective within Kikuyu, and that is the far he can be used. Going towards Nakuru, we all know people don't like him there. So Martha Karua, he's a unifying figure. She's a unifying figure. She will move from Bungoma. Sirisha, you saw how she was performing and moved to Kikuyu and moved to North. She was being invited to Northeastern and still be welcomed. And that is what Rigathi lacks. Rigathi cannot go outside Kikuyu and be received the way Martha is being received. So The moment I think Raila chose Martha, he won the election. But before that, I think he was struggling. Like I said the other day, Raila should start ironing his suits. It's just done. It's a done deal. There is no way Ruto is going to recover from this. But going quickly to the next topic of forged papers, as I said, what we're having as leaders is a reflection of who we are as a community. If we are serious people, we would elect serious people. So asking Chebukati to do the job for us is just, I think it's unfair. So people have forged papers. A lot of us have forged papers. So I think we get what we wish for. Lastly, is IEBC ready for the election? I think they have never been ready. So they just wing this thing. So that's my take. Thank you.
Makiadi, can I ask, okay, I want to take you back, David and Makiadi, to what you're discussing about mother. I mean, the messaging. Okay, Ruto has been doing this messaging for the last 4 years, and kind of he got a cloud. I mean, that sold him very well, the Hustler Nation. And I think by late last year, all of us were seeing the Hustler Nation thing really selling. But I think there is the reality of life and our economic factors and all that. And that is what Mother is doing, telling people the truth. It doesn't look so popular and so entertaining. But deep down, if you're an adult in Kenya and you're informed and you listen to Mother and she just says, fellow Kenyans, you know what our problem is. Our problem is that our money is in the hands of a few people who have corrupted their way up, who are looting our public coffers. Just those simple words. You know, I think that one is more lasts. That messaging lasts in our minds and our hearts. The other one is entertaining. But when you go back home, you can go back to yourself and ask yourself, what do I want? Do I want my public coffers looted? That's why Mother is getting it right now. So me, for Baba, I have no problem with those who are entertaining the crowd. They're part and parcel of the campaign. But I think he needs some principal figures who explain and elaborate to Kenya where we are coming from and where we are going and what we need to do to go there. Who take their time to do that? Because now Ruto has exhausted all his politicking. He exhausted all his popular slogans. He doesn't know what to say next. You see, he doesn't know what he has talked about. Hustler Nation, bottom up. He was asked to explain what is bottom up. He couldn't go beyond. I mean, no one could explain exactly what they are going to do. When he says he'll get 150 billion, then he is asked where you're going to get that 150 billion. You ain't gonna explain that. He has gone beyond. I mean, he has exhausted his slogans, and now we are back to square one, like telling these leaders, tell us what we shall do to solve our problems in this country. We are all back to square one. Baba and Ruto, tell us, what shall we do? It's like singing for me let me give this illustration. If I'm sick, Daudi, and I'm sick, you see, you're a doctor. You can do two things. First, you can encourage me and play some music of hope in my room, but I still need you to examine me and do all the x-rays and all that, and then come back and put it in writing and put a prescription. You see, you can entertain me, you can be very interesting, you can give me hope. That is why I'm not against religion. That is why I can go to church on a Sunday when I'm sick and I get some hope, and I still go to the hospital to see the doctor to treat me. So I think Ruto and his crowd are entertaining us. And for some time, it was so entertaining. Even now, when you watch them, we see Gachagua saying, tunataka unga, tunataka nini. It is entertaining. But now, Julia, go back to the house. How will Gachagua help me get this unga? You know, that question comes back. And woe unto the Gachagua when somebody mentions and says, Gachagua will steal from Julia. You see, you say, utanipatia unga, then Abuya tells me, and Julia, be careful, Gachagua will steal even your land. So the messaging, I think Baba should still have people who sit Kenyans down and tell them, we are coming from here, this is where we are, and this is where we're going, and we can only go here when we do 1, 2, 3. None of Ruto's words ever say that. He doesn't say anything about where we are coming from, where we are going, and how we are going. He won't say that because he doesn't know what is it. Because anytime we say how we are going, we remind him, you stole from us. You see, when he begins to say how we are going, we remind him, behold, you stole from us. So I think Baba's message is perfect, and I don't want him to go Ruto's direction. I just want him to have people now who are explaining policies. That is my take on that.
Okay. I want to give Abuya a minute. First of all, even PK has been quiet for a while, so let's hear from Abuya before we go to PK.
Yeah, I just want to add into the messaging discussion. One thing that Martha has brought in, that in as much as it is kind of in contradiction with Baba's message of a suit, of Azimio suit, Martha has been very clear, and that is why she's been able to be received very well in different areas, because her message is starts right from the MCA, the person who makes an impact directly to your life, and then moving on to the MP, the women rep, and senator, governor, and then to the president. So this has given a very good reception, has received a very good reception with the masses. And there's something she talks about, the main points, as in the economy, that affect the economy, that is education, healthcare, and several others. And she, at the end of the messaging, she says this election will be won on the front of corruption. That corruption message should continue being rubbed in, because all the other issues of bottom up and hustler funds and all that nonsense, they can never be realized if you have a corrupt government, and these people are corrupt. So the only way to deal with these people and get the message across is never to relent on the issue of corruption. That corruption message should be the #1 priority, because without that, without eradicating or tackling corruption, there is not going to be any money to fund the rosy and the agenda of improving healthcare, education, infrastructure, and all that. So that messaging that Martha is doing is spot on. Now, coming to today, I was very surprised, and I bet it is going to have a very negative impact on that amorphous group of UDA. Gachagua, on the campaign trail there at Nyamakima, you know, he talked about a few simplistic things like food and all that, and telling Sakaja to take the Kanjo guys back to training. But he changed into the Kikuyu dialect. And, you know, Nairobi is a cosmopolitan place. And it is going to have a very negative impact in terms of other communities. It is not a unifying factor. As Daudi was saying, let him use the vernacular or the Kikuyu language in the central province. But even in central province, he's not delivering the message in such a way that the way Martha is doing it, as in talking about the economy by dealing with the corruption and your choice of representation. The guy that was a very, very bad thing to do. If that Nyamakima does not belong to Kikuyus only. There are so many traders there, and those so many traders, yeah,
Abuya,
there could be maybe the majority.
Abuya, that reminds the other communities. You know, there's one annoying thing even in Nairobi. If somebody talks to you in Kikuyu, it's so, I think it's so annoying for the other communities. I think it's so aggravating. Atumengia matatu naenda buruburu. Someone is talking to you in Kikuyu. I think that's a very annoying thing. And now this is what Raila and Mother are trying to kill. And Gachagua, I think there's something wrong with that man. Seriously.
That guy, he has no decorum totally in terms of being a unifying factor for this country. That is a zero. That is where you fail the exams, and you cannot. There is no way any sane Nairobian would think of giving that pair a chance to lead this country, because he's I don't know, God forbid, Jesus. I'd leave it at that. Maybe Stone PK can come in and give us his perspective.
Yeah, Makiari, can I just quickly slide in a minute just to answer some of the points that Julia had raised? Because Julia was concerned that Baba is not talking about his policy. He's not speaking in a way that is probably expected, but I think in his simplistic way, he's packaging his policy points in there. You could speak about free education, talk about the 6,000, talk about one product per sub-county, talk about Baba Care, talk about fight against corruption, talk about the irrigation plans they have, talk about the historical injustices and so on. So he has like policy points in his simple message, and is just, I think, using his nice connective way to connect with the public.
All right, thank you so much. Stone PK, karibu.
Thank you, Brother Makiadi Richi. Thembas, karibu sana. Na kukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu. Dada Julia, Daudi, na Selina Sego namuona pale, Brother Robert Abuya, amjambo wote. Mumeniweka kwa baridi sana, nilikuwa nasikiza tu. Lakini ni sawa tu. Let me go quickly to comment. I'll begin from where you mumefika na David. David, yeah, he has explained. These people saying, "Oh, Baba is not the message is not coming out well," blah blah blah. Well, you know, it depends on what you want to hear. If you look, like, if I may pose a question, these panelists that speak on these national TVs, the professors and all those guys, their messages and their discussions and kuchambua is directed to who? I don't need anyone to answer. I'm just posing those questions. When people discuss there and use those heavy analytical skills and you know, kuchambua kwa hiyo hali ya juu, you know those programs I'm talking about. How helpful are they to Baba or to Ruto? I mean, that is just an entertainment amongst the few elites at that level. And that is where we fail. That is where we fail. Where is the vote? When we are packaging our communication, our messages, who do we intend to receive these messages? When we are debating, for me, I don't call it a debate here in Tembei and elsewhere. When we are discussing here, who is our target? What is our objective? Okay, so for me, when I hear the way Baba presents his message, in fact, I even want him now, I wish only that a presidential candidate cannot go to ward level. That is the most unfortunate thing, because he can't cover 1,000, I think there are 1,490 something wards. I wish Baba would be able to take himself direct to every ward. He would win by over 90%. But unfortunately, he has to delegate to his army. Okay? You find even those of his army, sometimes unampatia dakika tatu, zinaisha tu akisema Baba, 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 Baba. You know, ajaleta point home. So the message here, what I want to try to say is that for campaign purpose, You cannot go and read a manifesto on a public rally. Apana. You can only do it Karua way. And if you have 10 points, you cannot do the 10 points wewe mwenyewe hapo. Campaign rally, watu ni walevi, the class wamejaa, they need only 1 or 2 messages. Mwingine 1 or 2 messages. Then all of you will have covered whatever. I'm just trying to explain because I've really attended those rallies and I've seen why some people think others are better than the others. Number 3, the campaign of today, from actually 2017, there is no more entertainment. If you go cracking those silly jokes, like Rigade is doing, Kachagua, unapiga unaangukia patupu. This audience is so bitter. The audience is so hungry. They have no time to be entertained. They have no time for some stupid jokes. The audience we have today, the Kenyans we have, they are ni kama kiberiti saa hii, ukipiga hivi inawaka moto. Either side. Those on Baba side, they want just to hear things mzuri, 1, 2, 3, 4 ya Baba. Those on UDA side, they don't even want to hear anything. Like, that's why I congratulate Themba. He's very patient. He was trying to educate somebody I cannot even spend a minute with here. That man called Arab Elijah. I mean, somebody who has not even read anything, and unfortunately is even Akomaju. He knows nothing about Ruto. He knows nothing about Baba. He knows nothing about Kenya. Sasa huyo utamfunza hapa kwa mtembei kweli. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say, the simplicity you go kule grassroots, the better. That simplicity unaona Baba aki-explain ndio inafika ile. Alright? Hiyo akisema hiyo 6,000 kwa ule mkifanya maneno Baba care, mkifanya maneno mtoto mama aliachwa hivyo, that is the communication at that level. Na tunaachia hapo. Ukianza kuchambua zaidi umewapoteza. Okay? Anyway, so nimetoka hapo. In fact, on top of that, for me, I want Baba to change now to another strategy in the remaining 2 months. Which strategy am I kind of recommending? I would want him now to involve the mashinani heavily with these border people with memory cards, some carrying his messages, and with somebody explaining in the local language. Okay, so that if a border is moving around, because all of them these days they have that mahuva. Okay, so if those memory cards can be designed like when Baba is talking akiongea about Baba care, okay, if he speaks in Kiswahili and this border is in Kapsabet, okay, then there is somebody interpreting it in Kalenjin language. Ule mama akiwa amebebwa hapo for 45 minutes kwa hiyo pikipiki nyuma akipelekwa sokoni, aende akipewa hiyo maneno. Baba anaongea, alafu kuna mtu anainterpret. That, for me, that is one strategy I would encourage. The other, on top of that, matatus the same. Okay? So that now we are supposed to concentrate on where the votes are. The votes are not on television. This is hapa Nairobi. Though, like in my village, hardly do I see people switching to, okay, I don't want to name the stations. People, you know, it reaches a certain time, they want to switch to the vernacular. That is another area I would want Baba to send people, to his teams to concentrate, to deliver the message. Hii maneno ya kuchambua katika Nairobi kwa studios za Nairobi is not helping. And that is where now Ruto is, is a bit good at that. Going there and inciting and exciting hapo huko chini. Lastly, in terms of communication, this guy called Rigathi Gachagua, that one that we should not worry about. Even when he tries to talk in Kikuyu, he just anamwaga unga. You know, the guy is born arrogant. His face is arrogant. Yeah. So even when he's trying to crack a joke, it comes out like, you know, thank God I understand Kikuyu very well. It comes out very negatively. He is not gifted in that. is just a tyrant and he cannot be able. Even I don't know how he got married. Sijui alituni huyo demu wake aje. Yeah. Is Ruto preparing to quit? For me, whether he quits or he doesn't quit, really, I don't think it's a big deal. He can do whatever he wants to do because his deal is done. The thing is, I know he would want to spoil the water, make the water murky. Ndio watu, yani, to just try to get an excuse to his followers because he has a following. Okay, so he would want to say, oh, ilienda hivi nini, but I don't see him withstanding even skirmishes. He cannot. I don't see who can try to do that. And unfortunately, if he dares do that, Kenyans, they said they will never go back there. So wherever he is, whatever he's planning, yeah, it has already been preempted. In fact, it would be good if he just decides to throw in the towel and he quits. Unfortunately, if he withdraws, then he will never contest again. And if he contests, well, I don't know, maybe probably those who are following him will now be the people, the majority. He might be elected. Manake, inaweza kuonekana kuna siku, if the systems will not have been put in place, kuna siku hii nchi itatawaliwa na wezi. Okay? Like some countries that I don't want to name. Because if the transition doesn't happen now, this country will slip into what will be irreversible. That is the risk. And that's why it must be Baba and Baba and Baba. Because he's the one who will try to bring in now the framework and the systems that zitasimamia watoto wetu. Without Baba going in, we get the other side, God forbid, it will be Kenya kwisha in all aspects. Lastly, IEBC has never been prepared. But what has happened is that IEBC challenges came about because they try to manipulate. They don't go by their book. Actually, they could prepare. They could kind of monitor they could run the elections without seriously being prepared, because I don't know whether there is any time that they will be prepared. Conducting elections is one of the most difficult things because they want it complicated. If they can make it as simple as US, then it will be easy. You can vote online, you can do that. But if they want to make sure that they want to see kila mtu akipiga kura, it will remain a science that they can't make. But if they simplify it, because we are on digital line, I wish they would have engaged these boys at JKU, CAT, and some of our universities. Right now, we would be voting online because it doesn't matter. Yeah. But if they want us here ati tunaenda raruliwa makaratasi, unapanga line kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, it will be nonsensical. Rigging will be very heavy. Okay. So right now, they want to hold one of the best elections possible, whereby wataachilia iende. Ile iliisha, ilikuwa wameambiwa lazima iende njia fulani. So to maneuver that, to give them hell. So we are just hoping, wataachilia iende na itaenda njia yetu. That's why we want to defend the votes ourselves. Mpaka kwa polling station. Politics of academics, that's another one that is it's a crazy one. Kenyans, I think tumevunja mipaka. We tuliruka Nigeria kitambo. When I was in primary school is when I used to hear Nigeria and everyone has a degree. Sorry to mention the country, but that is on record. I've grown knowing that Nigerians, kila mtu ana degree. Yeah? Na Kenyans tulikuwa tunaringa sana, tunasema sisi degree zetu ni very ni deadly. Mkenya akipata degree amesoma akamaliza vitabu. Now we are the other way around. Yeah? Everyone who wale wana madigiri wengine hata it's the same as those who have the fake ones. So, and then we seem to support, that kind of a thing, because if an authority like IEBC can pass someone like Sudi and for 10 years, pesa ya mwananchi, someone like who, all these guys who have come out to be, in possession of fake papers. Somebody earning salary of a senator for 10 years in a country that has laws and regulations. Sisi wote ni wajinga. Thank you very much. Back to you, Brother Makiadi.
Themba, I can see you.
Yes. I'm back, Makiadi. Pole. I have someone traveling to Kenya tomorrow, so I'd going to do some handover, but I'm here. So
why didn't you? Wacha nikuachie hiyo.
Na unataka kunigonga Stone PK? Why did I do what? Sema tu Stone PK, sema.
Hapana, endelea, hiyo tutaongea baadaye Themba.
Mambo ya kutravel siku hizi watu hawatumani bana. Siku hizi kuna containers zinaenda Kenya, kuna nini? Tulitoka mahali sijui nani anaenda Kenya, wacha tutumane. Hiyo hapo watu walitoka. Yes, Abuya. Lakini unajua Stone PK amuja comment, kuna kitu Sakaja alisema leo. Sakaja alisema that once he becomes a governor, they will stop KRA from taking taxes in Nairobi. I'm wondering why no one captured that.
Sorry, ni vile nimeona ninaongea sana. It's on my notes, but I wanted to talk on it very badly. Sorry to say that, because I don't know what Sakaja has drunk. Themba, hata ukitaka kutoka nini kwa Azimio, never ever go anywhere near hiyo kitu inaitwa UDA. Remember, Sakaja has been performing very well on debates in Citizen TV with Mutula and the rest. Then that man, then he goes to anasema at KRA is yokote. Oh, and he says he knows a lot of economics. No wonder kuna hiyo doubt ya makaratasi. Ukweli wa mambo unatoka. These guys have not seen the room of a campus, honestly. Sincerely speaking. It is terrible. And that is trying to buy populism, but fortunately, that crowd knows. The people know these days. They are not as illiterate as before. As much as tunasema sisi ni wajinga, unajua ule mama wa pale, ule anauza hizo mboga pale chini. Si ule mama alikuwa wakabete, ule alikuwa illiterate. That's a form 4 dropout. Or a form 4 amemaliza, akakosa fees. Those ladies that you see selling there. So they can comprehend and they can ask and reason. Unasema ati hatutalipa how, kama wapi tena? Hata wengine wanaulizananga hapo. In fact, they understand when you tell them, we want to do some very civilized shades for you. And they clap. So Sakaja is misplaced. Thank God he can never get that seat because he's mediocre. Themba, I think God is doing miracles. Wajinga wanatokelezea na midomo yao tu. Kabisa, hata huyu ulikuwa unajaribu kufunza huyu anaitwa Elijah. So if you listen, na ndio wengi, you sympathize with them. Hata unashindwa huyu mtu huwezi chapa kiboko, huwezi funza. I know Abuya ameuliza Julia, why are you running away from your profession? And that, as an educator, you not tolerate, unasema everyone is teachable. Na Julia akasema hapana, huyu hata siwezi funza. Imagine. Thank you, Themba.
Yes, Makiadi. Ndio nilete Abuya.
We as a country, especially Nairobi as a county, we've always tried to seek ways where we can have a county that is self-sustaining. Nairobi, in terms of the revenue that it generates from the small businesses and the small taxes that it does, it puts on its, the wafanyabiashara wadogo, is a lot of money. And I believe the reason why people will do this is just to play something called populist politics. But when you come back to the reality, Nairobi needs good roads. Not all roads in Nairobi are supposed to be, done by the national government. There are roads that are supposed to be done by the county government. The street lights, paying the bills, all those come from the revenue that are generated from the businesses in Nairobi. And so when you come and tell people that tutatoa hiyo kodi yote, I wonder where you are going to get the money to pay the employees, county government employees. Are you going to get money from somewhere? Are you going to borrow from the national government? So that's populist politics. And I think the traders that are being told that no, like PK has said, know very well that they need social amenities. Ukienda Nairobi is one city in the world where you pay just to use the bathroom. I don't know. Yani hata kuenda choo unalipa. Hata tissue unanunua shilingi 5. I've seen that, and I was wondering, because even the stalls that our kina mama wanatumia kuuza mboga pale, when they want to use the bathroom, they have to pay for that. And I think we should look for a way that we can transform Nairobi into one of these, cities whereby even if you want to use the bathroom, you don't have to spend a coin like the other places. We have to make these things available to the people. We have to have like fountain where people can drink water as they walk. If we have that mentality of trying to play populist politics so that we can win votes, Nairobi is going to go down the drain. And right now, looking at the pictures, I've been watching even videos, from the back streets, downtown Nuko. Nairobi is really dirty. Barabara zimejaa sewage, hakuna mtu anashughulika, traffic, it's so sad. And I think somebody mentioned here today about a scenario where we have the governor of Nairobi is Sakaja, and then we have a president in the name of William Ruto and the deputy president in the name of Rigathi Gachagua. And he said if these people they can still land Uhuru Gardens land under the leadership of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Tell me what is going to happen if William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua are the bosses of the country, and we have a governor who is held hostage because he's being financed to run for this seat. Tutaona hizi magorofa. Alisema hivyo. That guy alisema tutaona magorofa zikijengwa hata Uhuru Park because it's going to be turned into a stone jungle, because these people don't care about anybody else in Nairobi. All they need is just to make themselves rich. Thank you.
Like you're saying, when Sakaja said that, I wondered what has actually gotten to this UDA people. How do you tell people? But like PK is saying, I was focusing on the crowd. You realize that the crowd has now refused to be as excited as they were before. These guys are struggling to keep the crowd warmed up. Even Sakaja was struggling to keep the crowd warmed up. He was struggling to say some things. He talked about NMS. He talked about going to build UCG wash toilet. Then the history they're refusing. Nimewatetea nikiwa kule kwa Senate. That is history. They are refusing history. So why are you telling people history? But the most absurd thing that you could talk about is that now KRA will stop taking tax from you people. And they are the same people who are saying, we are going to be giving you to make sure that more people, a lot of you people get into the tax bracket. So at one time, they are telling people that we are going to make sure that you guys get into the tax bracket. Now, who will be collecting tax if it is not the KRA? We are going to give you loans so that you build yourself and you get into the tax bracket. You start paying so that we can fund our project. The same people you are coming to tell that now you will not be paying taxes. KRA will not be. Who will be collecting the taxes? You don't respect the institutions that are there, that are supposed to be collecting taxes on behalf of the government. That is KRA. So you'll have people who will be evading tax in the city of Nairobi. What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, we need to start interrogating seriously what goes on into these people when they join Kenya Kwanza. And I kind of like what is happening, because every time they wake up to speak, they give us ammunition. Every time they give them the microphone, they give us something to talk about, because they are lying every time. They are lying continuously. And that is what anybody is doing right now when they get the mic. The other time, Mutua was lying. He was saying that, I'm the one who has been when I went to Kenya Kwanza, I was given a job myself. The other time you're saying that we are not about positions, we are about serving people. But when Mutua starts, he says that I was offered a job myself. Hata mi akanipatia cheo kubwa huko ndani. So what kind of shenanigans are this? We need to stop these people from taking Kenyans for granted. And this is where it starts. Kenyans, we shouldn't take such a kind of a nonsense. We might be poor, but we are not stupid. Yes, Abuya?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the Nairobi scenario. You know, Sakaja basically is a Sonko in a suit. There is no difference. The kind of excitement Sakaja has got, as in from where he started his politics to where he has reached right now, is not thinking straight. There is a lot of excitement. He's not being objective, and that's why he's behaving and uttering things that do not make sense, like giving money to build churches. Surely, you know, unless you're not normal, there's something very wrong with you when you think about such. I can see Stol PK is laughing. There's something wrong with these guys. You know, some things that they comes from their mouth. You know, you just want to run away because personally you feel embarrassed. You feel embarrassed. Is this my country? You're no longer proud of your country. And if you could hear what Rigathi was talking about today, and telling people that he has instructed. In fact, he used, I think, tumemwambia. He has instructed Sakaja that when he gets there, we want one license. Tutaki kusikia license mingi hapa. You know, when I listen to him, you know, I've run a business here in Mombasa, and at one time we were paying for 13 licenses. But those 13 licenses, in as much as there are many, yes, they can be consolidated. But there is no way you can consolidate a music copyright license with a firefighting license from the county, a single business permit, or a catering levy. You know, some things are not practical. And I don't know why they keep on encouraging people with lies. Those lies are unsustainable, totally. And then Rigathi goes ahead to talk about that the role of the Kanjo workers should be to escort people to their homes. You know, why are you trying to tell people something like this? It's just madness. Let me not even go further than that, because it is painful. I just wanted to mention that in today's newspaper, I've just been looking at today's newspaper on and it's regard with the IEBC. Martha Koome is very categorical, and her message to Chebukati is that, have you fixed what was wrong in 2017? That should be. I mean, it should. Chebukati should take it very serious, because we don't want a scenario where we are going to waste a whole month, because that presidential petition, slows down the economy for 2 months, and that is too expensive for the country at this time. So back to you, Themba. I'm sorry, PK. Stone PK has been laughing like.
Yes, PK.
You've made my day, Abuya. You know, you've made my day. Sonko in a suit. Very, very good. That is the description. That is the description. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Daudi.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Sakaja is a completely literate person, but I think the problem is he's had it so easy. I mean, he might have worked a little bit hard to get where he is, but I think it's been an easy road for him to get where he is. Now, faced with this momentous task of becoming the governor, I think he's running out of the ideas, and that's why he's using all manner of buffoonery to get that post. The issue is, where is Igathe? I'm not seeing Igathe, coming in to just fill the gap, because I'm not seeing him in the media. I'm not seeing him. Where is Igathe? Igathe is just, where is he? It's just a problem.
Themba, can I say something? 2 minutes, please. Yeah, David, you have asked a good question. Those of us who know Igathe, and he keeps on saying, even if you look at Igathe's CV, he's not a politician. He's a technocrat. So you will not be there saying, oh, you will not be able to do that, because he's simply not that. Okay? So that's why he needs a deputy. Unfortunately, Professor who is going to deputize him is almost the same. They are the same. So we are going to have very dull, political, whatever, but very technical and strict people if they get the seat, which they are going to get. That is one advantage. Now, we rely on getting very, very proactive MCAs, and also the cabinets that they are going to appoint, the teams that they are going to appoint to help them run Nairobi. That is, then we will get results. But the issue of our political entertainment and all that, showing hizo zinaitwa mavipindre, we are not going to get from these two guys. Now, the other one you've just talked about, this guy working so hard. What do we call it? Sakaja. I don't want to make him a subject of our discussion, because he appeared yesterday and we tried to brush it off, but he has reappeared today. This guy did not work any hard. That's another vocabulary Kenyans have adopted, which has become meaningless. Everyone is working hard. This guy was just a choir guy. He was singing a choir Pali Baptist, and then he got into that TNA thing. Simple as that. That's why he cannot be able to fit. He's not sharp to know that if you got this by default, you work around about it, na ujiweke mizizi. So he sailed through the vivaranga via nini, and he's where he is. That's why he will crumble down very badly, because he's excited, and then he's immature. Sorry to use that term. Yeah, he's too childish. All right. Somebody who is going to a TV show to try and show peace to Kenyans instead of being serious as you do some interview. This guy is ni mtoto hapa sana. Pole, I'm a bit harsh, because I've attended some of his meetings. Like there was a place we were, in my area where where I reside. He had come there. He started soliciting for this seat kitambo. We sat for 2 hours, and after 2 hours, I regretted why I even sat there. Somebody who does not even know how to organize a meeting. You have come, umeita matekno, wazee na wale watu ndio wa kuadvise. Then you are talking for 2 hours, my friend. Ulikuja kutuuliza nini? Paul, thank you.
Yeah, Stone PK, I agree. And that's why I was saying, maybe he has had it so easy. That's why he's getting confused all of a sudden, because siasa ya Nairobi si siasa rais. It's hard politics, So it's being hardened. He needs some more seasoning to understand how tough Nairobi politics can be. But on the issue of Igathe, I think just saying that you're a technocrat and you shouldn't interface with people, I think that is a defect, and that can be problematic. I think as a politician, you need to have both sides working. You need to be a politician that knows how to handle your people, but also, back it up with some technical backing. Thank you.
Yes, Makiadi.
Daudi, I am surprised that you're asking where Igathe is. I'm surprised. I don't know if you go to social media. I don't know if you watch news. I don't know. There is no politician who is comping the ground Nairobi right now like Igathe. And the funny thing is, you'll not see Igathe campaigning on those, the open lorries, trailers in town with the, some hired band or music, whatever. No, Igadi Gachagua, not Igadi, Igadi. Why am I mentioning Igadi? Igadi is from the word go when he declared. I don't know. Sorry guys, you know Igadi is always coming to. So Igadi has always been that kind of a person who said that he will do his campaign on a low platform. What he's doing, anaosha vyombo huko kwa mahoteli, anaenda kwa saloon huko, anakausha watu nywele, and he's talking to people. You know, even right now, if you go to social media, people are making fun of his campaign. But the truth is, I think the tactic that he's using right now, from people are looking at him as, you know, that cool boy, cool kid, called cool kid, who has everything, who was given everything on a silver platter, but he has tried to transform and shade of that nature of somebody who has always has had it very easy. He's been on the ground, and if you look on your social media, if you have a Twitter handle, just go type there Igade and see how he's doing his campaign. His campaign is very, very effective because right now he doesn't have that hype thing, you know, the hype thing that politicians do with a lot of convoys, and you cannot campaign like that in Nairobi because you'll be inconveniencing people. Nairobi does not need somebody to follow, you know, the way we see the likes of William Ruto, Raila Odinga with that big convoy. You cannot do that in Nairobi. The way to campaign in Nairobi is what Igade is doing right now. You go down, walk, talk to people. When you meet people on the street, tell them who you are, tell them your ideology, and that is how he's connecting with people. So if you look at social media, you would not at all ask where Igade is. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, I'm surprised Daudi is asking where Igade is. Daudi, I'm surprised. Are you the only visitor in Jerusalem? Igade is giving Sakaja sleepless nights. You know, Sakaja thought that he had this on a free fall, but the last 1 month, Igade has been trending like fire. Unasikia ati kidogo kidogo hivi, weka maji kidogo kidogo, Igade anakuja, ugali itakuwa imeiva. Alafu mwingine anasema usiache nguo kidogo kidogo hivi, Igade ameshakuja kuitoa. You know, that's already, you know, catching trend. And you see, the moment you see the vibe is catching. He's already gotten into the hearts of the people. And already Sakaja is getting jittery. And he was being asked the other day in one of the interviews, and I think one of the TV stations, if he's worried of Igade. He says that no, I mean the typical political answer. I'm not scared of anyone. I'm focused on my campaign. But he's real scared. He's real scared because Igade is combing the masses. He's doing what people want to see. Kidogo kidogo hivi unakaa unasikia, hebu toka hapo, Igade atakuja kukuchemsha kichwa. Ati kidogo kidogo hivi umeweka maji, Igade ndio huyo amekuja ameanza kuosha vyombo. I mean, it's a nice way of campaigning. Yes, Abuya.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that Igade thing. You know, Igade, when he was introduced himself to the political scene, he made it very clear, and he said, "You are never going to see me on these big cars and making noise. Nairobi is a business city. I'm going to be doing my things on the ground." And that I follow that guy so much. And other than the gimmicks of sometimes being in a bar, serving as a waiter, going washing dishes, whatever, mkokoteni, anasukuma mkokoteni, the guy does a lot of that. Guy, I think he covers almost 50 kilometers on foot every day from morning, starting from 7 o'clock in the morning. He's in Kibera, he's in Mkuru wa Njenga, he's in Kangemi, he's all over the place. And his message is very clear because he said that Nairobians know what they want. And the things in what Nairobians want are very simple things. To facilitate their business, they just need good roads, they need water, they need just social amenities. And once you facilitate that, the city will be clean, it will be attractive to investors. So he knows exactly what he's doing. And Sakaja is, like Themba said, he's having it rough. And Sakaja almost tried to transform himself into following what Igade was doing last week. He attempted to do some of those things. And if you want to realize that Igade is, sorry for using this word, is a pain in the ass to Udaku or Uda. Igade has caught the attention even of Ahmed Nasir. Ahmed Nasir is now calling him a clown, and he's so irritated. And if you look at even the responses on social media against what Ahmed Nasir his comments, you realize that Igade is a man on the ground so much. So you, Daudi, my friend, you can start following this gentleman. You will see what happens.
I'm going to follow him on Twitter right away, and all those things.
Yeah, Daudi, you seem to be the only visitor in Jerusalem. Actually, when you start seeing people like Akina Ahmed Nasir starting to criticize, you know that you are making good. You know, Ahmed Nasir is one of the bloggers for UDA. So when he's a blogger, and I don't know why such a bright lawyer becomes a blogger for UDA. You know, he's the one who gets information from Itumbi. Now imagine Ahmed Nasir getting information from Itumbi so that he can post them. You see, that's how interesting it becomes. But anyway, Igade said that in Hako, wherever he has gone, all he has done is sell the product. And he has known that the person that he needs to target is the customer. So he has, first of all, to go to the customer and understand what the customer needs. So he's using the same strategy. And he's been successful in most of the industries that he has worked in. And he has said that this is where you meet the people. When you apply that strategy, I can tell you for free, Igade is getting into the people. And that's why they are trying to use, apparently, his idea of stepping down. They are trying now to hit him using that, if I'm sworn in, I'm not going to resign after 2 months if things get hot. That is what they're trying to hit him with. But you see, Igade is a man of principle, and people know that. And consistently now, people look at Sakaja, even their campaign. What has Sakaja done? Sakaja has never been elected as an MP. He was, first of all, nominated. Then the next thing he came, he was, it was a senator thing. Senator was, of course, Vifaranga via computer.
The computer.
So there's nowhere he can say that he has ever been elected free and fair. He has never been an MP anywhere. So he cannot talk even about delivery. Senate, what was the Senate doing? So he can't even mention what he has done as Sakaja. So I think what he was trying to rely on is hoping that the wave of UDA would get him in. But now things are getting hot and hotter. Now, gentlemen,
even before you go away, even apart from the UDA wave, he was relying so much on the discourse of the fact that Tim had been asked to step down. So he assumed that there is a Luya vote somewhere that is just going to come and back him up. So he got comfortable. But with the Igade catching up and gaining momentum in his campaigns, the man is troubled.
Yeah, the guy is on a corner now. He has to go back to the drawing board. And they are now even struggling to campaign for other people. Wherever he goes today, he was trying to say, remember also, you give me Senator Bishop Wanjiru, and you give me Mama Miradi. Now they are calling her Kienyeji. I don't know why you have to you have to start calling people Kienyeji.
Did you see Margaret Wanjiru there? I don't think I saw her there. Was she there?
No, she wasn't there. You know, Margaret Wanjiru is doing badly. Hiyo itakuwa ni my friend Sifuna very early in the morning. And Igade is going to show them how to run the city. This is the city, man. This is not just Grand Mula is trying to infer messages of UDA to reach his 2 million followers. You can have 2 million followers, but 1 point whatever million followers are out of this country. Some of us here follow those people, and some of 1.1 million followers means that even 500 are pseudo accounts. You cannot rely on followers on Twitter and social media to imagine that because you are talking to 200, 300 million people, 2 million people, Now, unless you are selling a product for your own popularity, but for politics, you can have 2 million followers, but half of those are pseudo accounts for other people. So you can't say because so and so has these million followers, now Kenyans are happy. And so you come and when you post something and people are following, you say, now we have decided. Nothing. Votes are not counted on social media. Votes are counted on the ground. And that is what Igathe knows. Igathe knows that votes are counted on the ground. Itumbi can make up all the crowds that he wants to make. He can come and comment on social media. You guys can go follow him. And he's making his money. Now, the other day, he was putting Hustler Nation, I don't know, information bureau. Then he said that for you to do something, you need to go to this particular pay bill number so that you can be getting information. The guy is making his money. So you are taking advantage of the same people, and you guys are busy following that now is giving you information. The most outrageous thing that we've ever done as Kenyans. But anyway, time is coming, and freedom is coming tomorrow. 9th on August 9th, we've got a date with destiny. It's up to us to go and make that difference. It is the end of deceit and conmanship. Politics of deceit and conmanship, as the deputy president popularly says. He's been a deceitful person, a conman, and it's time for us to show him the door. Now, gentlemen, I think we have to come to the end of our debate today. It's been awesome since we started for the last 1 hour and a half or thereabout. I think we've enjoyed. Those who started earlier, we thank you so much. For those who came later, we also appreciate Stone PK, Daudi, Richie Makiadi, and even Julia. There are those of us who usually finish here late, which is okay. I will miss you next week, but never mind, Makiadi will be here. We're going to organize that tomorrow. Now, let me acknowledge those people who are joining us down there. Penya Gaka, Nathan Dusi, Joseph Mushoki. Of course, Igathe says Nai tunayoitaka. That's what Igathe. That's his running call. Yeah, Nai tunayoitaka. Yufino Tieno, thank you so much. Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius. Thank you so much. Julius Ologira, Grandmula is trying to influence messages. Yeah, Masio Menge, it's amazing the self-aggrandizement in this forum. Masi, you don't have, even you don't have to tell people they're having self-aggrandizement. You also have the same. Why do you think you're more important than others? Or your views are better than others? Yeah, you think your views are better than others? Come differ with the people on the platform. If you think you know it all, it is Socrates that says that he is wise who knows, and the one who answers that he doesn't know. If you know that you don't know, then that is the start of learning. But if you think you know, yeah, David Olo, Asante, Wakanda Nation, Dan Bass, who else is there? Kipsaina Serem. And all the others. We really appreciate you all for coming on. Indeed, it's usually a pleasure to host this show and also to have us exchange our views. Remember, this is a place you come for you have only 4 things. You need a working gadget that is a phone or a computer. You have connectivity, a willingness to learn, and a willingness to share. The rest, you just come here. Iron sharpens iron. Come share with us as we share together. If you don't know, all of us, we don't have monopoly over knowledge. That's why we come here. We share what we know. And they say that the richest place is the grave because it has dreams that were never fulfilled, information that was never shared, aspirations that were never met. So don't take all that to the grave. Come here, share with us. Let us hear what you have for us. And it is always in this platform that we acknowledge the importance of us continuously remembering that we are Kenyans. And Kenya will remain and must remain. And that means we must keep talking. Because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, therefore we have to keep talking. That's why I invite you here every single day. You come down there, give your comments. Civility is the key. Respect everyone. Just know that we are all Kenyans and the opinion matters. We don't have to agree, but we have to remember that we are all Kenyans. Thank you. I want to allow the panelists to give us their final, but before that, Makiadi, after that, Makiadi will give us the constitution, because we are also considering our symbols of national unity. We want Kenyans to know that there are so many things that we share in common than the things that make us differ. Now, as you do that, as we are doing our closing, kindly remember to subscribe to Motembe TV. And as you subscribe to Motembe TV to get us to 500,000, also remember to subscribe to my channel with my daughter. It is Themba and Lulu Show. Themba and Lulu Show. That is a show between my daughter and I. We are exploring life skills for young people. And that's just a beautiful journey of a father and a daughter growing up in the United States of America, in the US of A. So just go there, kindly subscribe, give us support. Give us support, please. We need to get to at least 1,000. We just out about 30 people to get to 600. Then we start our journey to 1,000. Kindly go there, like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Now, closing, we are starting with Abuya, Makiadi, Daudi, and then Stone PK. Abuya, twende kazi.
Okay, let me. There are words that actually traumatize me when I hear them, and these words are one of them. Top on the list is that we have a track record. I want to urge Kenyans that this track record is extremely important, as it is said, and would like you to examine the candidates, look at their track records, then make a choice, and you'll have absolutely no problem in making the correct choice. Thank you.
Makiadi.
Oh, two issues. I always say the politics of projection and propaganda sometimes work, and with reference to what happened today in Bomet County, where the billboard of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua was destroyed. I think last week the DP alleged that his billboard was also destroyed in Kisumu. However, it was confirmed that the billboard was still up. So I don't know if this is what we are going to see moving forward. Number two, I hope that we will return to the politics whereby we had a shadow cabinet. That's something that I was thinking today. I would want to see the lineup of UDA. You know, we see who William Ruto is expecting to work with if he wins the presidency. And finally, hashtag PSS kama kawaida, watu wapime suti sasa. Thank you.
Daudi.
Yes, I have two things. We all know the deputy president to be a very shrewd politician, and obviously he is getting desperate, and the kind of moves he will pull are going to be surprising each day. So the Azimio team, my humble request is that keep the foot on the pedal and keep pushing, never get complacent. You never know. There are always surprises. The second thing is just a humble request to those who will inherit power, the Azimio team, hopefully, and that is my prayer, is that we have seen the government adopt the Keynesian model of economics, where we are investing heavily on infrastructure. But that does not work in isolation. That model of trying to just infuse some gas into the economy works when we lower taxes, and we give the citizens some breathing space. So it is my humble request to the Azimio team that please bring down the taxes, give the common man some breathing space as you aspire to improve on the infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Let me first of all congratulate Abuya. Brother Abuya, you made my day today. You came up with very good descriptions of what these guys are in Kenya Kwanza. My 1 minute is that Kenyans now can see very clearly that Mr. Ruto has run out of the script, because all what he has been saying, the script has been lies, and lies are never sustainable. Okay, so I'm appealing to Azimio to now turn the tables. Azimio now has to go, giving a reason. They state this and they give a reason. When we go and talk about corruption, we don't only say the word corrupt, tutamaliza corruption. Tunataka tuchambue, spin it down. Say corruption is the same as looters, ndio wezi, and then we give examples. Examples at national level, living examples. Kenya Pipeline land was stolen by Mr. Ruto. That is corruption, okay? Or the SGR prices were exaggerated. I mean, cost was exaggerated. The money to take care of wizi. We now tell wananchi, because the word corruption has become wanaona ni kama wimbo wa kawaida, and they keep on saying everyone is corrupt. So for them to actualize that, we must give it national level and county level. If we are in Embu County, tunaongea kama sasa Embu County hospitali ilikaa bila stima miezi kama 6. Okay, why were the bills not being paid? That is what we call corruption. So now I would want Azimio to really go simple but straightforward answers to explain why the other team is comprising of thieves and liars. Thieves and liars. Thank you.
Thank you. Makiadi, some Katiba.
Okay, so today we'll be looking at 68, which is on legislation on land, and it says Parliament shall revise, consolidate, and rationalize existing land laws, revise sectoral land use laws in accordance with the principles set out in Article 61, and C, enact legislation 1 to prescribe minimum and maximum land holding acreages in respect of private land, to regulate manner in which any land may be converted from one category to the other, to regulate the recognition and protection of matrimonial property, and in particular the matrimonial home during and on the termination of marriage, to protect, conserve, and provide access to all public land, to enable the review of all grants or dispositions of land to establish their property or legality, to protect the dependents of the deceased persons holding interest in any land, including the interest of spouses in actual occupation of land, and finally, to provide for any other matters necessary to give effect to provision of this chapter.
Thank you. Abraham Lincoln says this: you can fool some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. Time has come where we need to tell the deputy president, enough of the fooling. You cannot fool all of the people all of the time. Maybe some people have fallen for his foolishness. And like Some of them have said we might be poor, but we are not fools. Right now, there's internet. We live in the age 2013, maybe. We were probably struggling to get internet. Right now, nearly everyone in Kenya deals with M-Pesa. That means everyone can access some internet somewhere. And therefore, information can travel so fast, and Kenyans can access everything that he told us before. And every time after he says something, it comes online and we see it, and people can see it. So you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. And that time is now. Kenyans, we urge you to go make the right choice on August 9th, because that choice is not a choice for you, it's a choice for the future. Think about the future, think about your kids, think about the next generation. Let us go plant that seed on 9th of August, because we want our generation that is coming after us to enjoy fruits of good labor, fruits of their sweat, fruits of honesty, dignity, fruits where someone doesn't have to use trickery, doesn't have to use deceit, and doesn't have to use corruption and conmanship to get into leadership. That is not the Kenya we want to build. And that's why we are urging all of us, as much as we invite all those who support different factions in Kenya to come over here, we want to ask and persuade you to make that informed choice on 9th of August. Above all things, remember, it is the voter turnout, your vote that counts. Do not allow anyone to interfere with your conscience. Go vote with your conscience. Do not accept to sell your conscience to the highest bidder. Sometimes you sell it to the lowest bidder. What is 500 shillings when someone is coming to loot your future from you? What is 1,000 shillings if someone is coming to loot your future from you? We need to think about it, especially the youth. Your future relies on the decision that you're going to make on 9th. Let us call our people. Let us call someone, tell someone that the time has come for us to have that change, and that change is going to get in the ballot. You can do it. I can do it. We can call someone. We can make the change that we want. Voter turnout. Let us get out and vote. Remember to send the SMS to IEBC to confirm where you are registered. If you are registered, make sure you are in the register. Make sure that you will be there to vote on that day. And it will be the most peaceful election ever, as has been assured by the government. And of course, we can make it peaceful. Do not fight your neighbor. Do not pour blood. We are all Kenyans at the end of the day. For lack of a better way to get leaders, we have to have an election. Now, like we always do, I want us to have our prayer. The Constitution is one of the symbols of national unity. The other one is the national anthem. And I want to invite Abuya, Daudi, and Stone PK. Daudi will give us the first answer, Stone PK the second, and Abuya the last. Makiadi, kama kawaida, kuna jamaa wanangojea nyimbo pale chini. Kwa hivyo kabla tujafunga, kama kawaida leo wanangoja Papa Lolo, ingawaje simuoni DA. Amwana Yufin ndiye anangoja Papa Lolo na wengine, alafu kisha tuweze malizia kama kawaida. Haya Daudi, tafadhali.
Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane kwa mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asante sana. Boni boni baganga babelela ndokie. Haya.
Sasa Ndemba, mimi nilikuwa nimejipanga kuwachapia hicho kibao kesho. Leo nilikuwa nataka kuwachapia kibao kimoja hapa ambacho najua kitawatumbuiza wakiingia kwenye wikendi yao. Kibao chenyewe kinajulikana kama Sadu.
Shalu shalu
Sadu.
Oh, Sadu.
Hebu sikiza. Umesikia wimbo?
Safi kabisa.
Huo wimbo unasema Sadu makambo oyebisaka ngai soki na lobi na landa. Yani Sadu makambo ni maneno. Sadu kama yale mambo ambayo nilikuwa yale maneno ulikuwa unaniambia ningekuwa ninayafuata na kukuta basi nazalaka na bango. Yani I found women ningepata wanawake bango bato bazaliko panza basango ya lokuta spreading lies. Nilipata wanawake wakiongea uongo na kombo na ngai na kombo na yo wakiongea uongo juu yangu na juu yako. Alafu inaanza kuimba batela makila na ngai batela bolingo na biso, yani safeguard our bloodline, our heritage. Ningekuachia chapo kidogo. Hiyo sasa ndio chorus yake inasema batela makilana ngai, yani safeguard our bloodline. Batela bolingo na biso, safeguard our love. Bolingo na biso, bolingo ni mapenzi na biso my and yours our. Batela mondenge tobeta Sadu, safeguard the pact we have between us. Alafu inaendelea sasa namna hiyo. Sitaki kucheza yote kwa sababu ya wakati.
Zicheze yote. Ukitistaki.
Wanatutaki copyright. Sitaki kuachilia ngoma yote. Robert Abuga naona ni kama unataka icheze yote.
Hapana, umeniroga sasa. Unajua sasa umeleta mambo ya actually you're messing around with my weekend budget now. Because I have to go and enjoy myself.
Amechoma. Anachoma. Itabidi sasa unaenda pale wanacheza rumba kitoko uanze kusikia. Huyu anataka Papa Lolo, anataka tu kusikia mambo ya wachawi bwana. Unajua Bandoki ni wachawi.
Huyu Papa Lolo, Yufino Otieno, nimepata request yako. Papa Lolo niko nayo. Anataka kusikiza mahali nasema nzambe akila mukili, yani Mungu aliumba ulimwengu atia mapema na mupepe, aliumba pumzi, hewa, upepo ama uhai. Akila biso na Edeni, akaumba pia shamba la Edeni. So kesho tafadhali.
Kesho respect Yufimo Otieno, Papa Makiadi ataletea wewe hiyo ngaletea wewe hiyo wimbo ya Papa Lolo ngafurahia kesho. Alafu hakikisha wewe ngaleta pia fine wine. Kama ngaleta fine wine mambo yote ngakuwa sawa. Alafu pia wewe ngaleta raso. Hapana ngakaa tu hivi ngacheka bila ngaleta kitu mzuri watu wanakula. Sasa wewe Yufino tena hapana kuja tu hapa wewe ngaitisha tu majibu batoto banataka saa zingine banaleta vitu watu wanafurahia kidogo.
Makiadi, I hold you responsible for the assault on my wallet this afternoon. I cannot. You will not go scot-free, man.
This afternoon you must go somewhere, listen to that wimbo hiyo. Lazima uende hapo utilize. Kuna vile hiyo nyimbo ya Franco na ya Pepe Kale, hiyo nini kidogo inafurahisha, inaleta kidogo watu wanatulia
You know,
kidogo.
the only other option is to get some fine single malt whiskey, and then you have to relax in the house. And a single malt whiskey does not come cheap, my friend.
No, a man like you should not drink cheap. What's the problem?
Yes.
Why do you drink cheap?
Robert, squeeze mnaenda wapi? Squeeze mnaenda wapi?
Mombasa.
Squeeze,
Mombasa. Mombasa iko kitu iko associated, hata kama iko associated na Murkomen or is proxy inaitwa Kingston. Iko mzuri sana.
Ina live band.
Kabisa.
Okay. Sawa.
Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Kevin Oyugi anasema I'm following you from Champai Springs Hotel Narok. Safi sana. Yufi Notieno anasema Makiadi nimefurahi sawa tu but kumbuka kicheza Nzambe part 2. Kidogo Yufi anasema Makiadi temba na wewe. Bana. Kidogo batoto lazima balete kitu. Batoto bakongo hapa ngaimba hivi bila kula kitu. Tafadhali Yufi. Bana.
Unajua mimi nataka kuleta siasa. Mimi nataka kuleta siasa. Kwa sababu
hii platform ni ya siasa, si kanisa. Wewe umeona hii platform ni ya nini bana? Hapa ni mahali pa siasa.
Ile siasa mimi naleta ni kwamba Mise and Julia are missing. This is very telling.
Nani Friday bwana.
Nani Friday bwana.
What?
Kwani Abuya, you are nursing a heartbreak and you don't know.
But with what Makiadi prescription ya Makiadi nadhani roho yangu itatulia.
Weenda kunywa vitu expensive bana. Hapana kunywa vitu cheap. Temba hiyo Zambe dedication yangu kwako. Hiyo Zambe ni
Azimio UDA coalition, you know. So
ati unasikia Makiadi Yufi Notieno anasema hiyo dedication ilikuwa yangu hapo kwa Zambe hapo. Mungu aliumba nini? Ebu imba tena nione hiyo dedication kama ebu imba tena hapo. Sasa Yufi amefanya nisikie, sasa wimbo tena nitishe vizuri, sasa nisikie. Ebu sema hapo inasema nini?
Hapo kwa Nzambe ya kila mukili. Mungu aliumba dunia atia mpema na mopepe, aliumba pumzi, hewa ama uhai, akela biso na Edeni, akatuumbia shamba la Edeni. Nzoka atia biso na bowumbo, akatufungia out creation. Alafu sasa unajua nenda pale kwa kora sasa.
Umekwama hapo mwisho rudia.
Pale mwisho kabisa. Okay, inasema Ntango Nyoso unajua ni I love you. Sasa sijui mnatoana wapi na Yufin. Ukianza kuambiana Ntango Nyoso kwa studio. Ntango Nyoso alafu papa lolo namna hiyo. Sasa Ntango Nyoso I love you. Sasa hiyo sehemu ndio I think ulikuwa unataka kusikiza pia. Ntango Nyoso.
Makiadi. Chibashi, naona mmeamua kurogaroga weekend imeiva. Unaona hata mpaka Abuya ameamua sasa yeye anaenda leo tayari anaenda kuchukua expensive. Yeah. Joseph Mwanza. No, Ruto is laying ground for violence. Kana Chibashi rafiki yako Makiadi hapa anaongea, anasema ni mapenzi. In the meantime, tafadhali Julia na Mise, don't do anything funny. Abuya is having a heartbreak up here, so tafadhali We need the voter. We need the voter. Tutaki Abuya aende akunywe hiyo kitu Makiadi. Na Makiadi amesha set pace. Ameset the environment. Ameanza na wimbo msafi. Wimbo safi ambayo inaleta weekend. Ngataka ngaanza na wimbo kasuri sana. Ngaimba vizuri sana hapo Makiadi. Batoto ba Kongo bakatoroka. Sasa tuambie akina Abuya, tafadhali Abuya, kama wewe ngakunywa ile wine, tafuta fine wine.
Inaonekana mimi ngatafuta batoto basofti. Ngatafuta replacement.
Iko mtu anakuprescribia hapa, anakuambia Abuya, you should get Grant Monroe whiskey.
Royal salute ndio yangu kabisa.
Terry anabambika pale chini kabisa, anasema kweli hawa watu sisi hapa ni watu hapana taka stress. Hii ni azimio la umoja, si mahali pa stress. Wale watu hasira nation tuliwaacha wakaenda kuwa na hasira. Sisi hapa ni watu waleta watu wanapenda roho safi tu. Sisi wanapenda roho safi. Tuko na Makiadi hapa natupatia wimbo soft ni wimbo ambayo inaleta amani katika roho yako. Kama wewe naona kwamba roho ngakuwa na hasira kidogo, wewe ngakuja hapa ngawasikia Makiadi ngatafsiri. Yeye ngatafsiri wimbo ambao wewe nataka, wewe ngafurahia. Batoto bande kumokili wote wanasikia vizuri.
Mimi nataka kuambia Terry kule chini awache azimeze mate, atangaze yuko wapi.
Terry amesema yuko Narok. Nafikiri Terry amesema yuko Narok.
Narok kombali.
Ni Kevin Oyugi ndiye amesema yuko Narok. Terry hajasema yuko wapi.
Terry asema tu yuko wapi, tutume fare.
Kasherehe kanaanza kubamba mapema.
Yeah, Madaraka Express to Mombasa.
Yeah, Madaraka Express inakuja Mombasa. Yufimo Tieno, asante sana. Die leo Makiadi Friday, kwani birthday ulituma birthday dedication, watu wakaenda wakazama kabisa.
Inaonekana Die alianza weekend yake mapema.
Mise
bana Ndusi anaharibu bwana. Anazaje niambia mimi nikunywa Chrome bwana? Hiyo ni tabia gani?
Anachoma. Terry Odhiambo anasema yuko Nakuru kidogo, sijui wewe kaya express afike Mombasa SGR. Yinyi ngaleta raha. Sisi ngaleta raha, watu ngafurahia. Maisha ni dezo. Weka maisha dezo. Haya basi. Asanteni sana jamani. It was always good for us having you here. It's always good for us to enjoy ourselves when it lasts. We have to appreciate us being alive and also being Kenyans. Kenya is our business because we are Kenyans. Makiadi unasema nini?
Nimesoma comment hapa ya mtu anasema Abuya I'm salivating yawa. Huyo ni Terry Odhiambo anasema namna hiyo. Sijui SGR ni kwa nini ilisimamia Naivasha mimi. Nitauliza siku nyingine.
Atulie kabla tujapiga kura amejipata Mombasa bwana.
Wewe father ombea watu. Unaona Abuya yeye bado anataka kukunywa vitu kali. Sisi tulisema vitu kali si atukunywe bado. Hata Stone PK atumii vitu kali. Stone PK anatumia vitu safi tu, vitu soft.
Mimi naelewa
Kabisa,
kwamba
kabisa.
Terry ile maji ameona pengine mingi zaidi ni ya beseni. Mimi nataka kuja angalie bahari.
Robert, hiyo ni manifesto kali sana.
Nani anaingia kwa studio saa hizi jamani? Selina lala. Selina, tunafunga show.
Sasa mama akiingia tuweze ongea.
Selina, tunafunga show. Sasa anakuja kufanya nini kwa studio saa hizi? Selina.
Mimi silali, nasikia. Nani anakwambia nalala?
Umesikia hizi vitu zote tumesema hapa, Mama Selina.
Mama Selina amesikia bahari akaamuka.
Nimesikia yote. Nasikia mkisema yote.
Ay.
Otherwise nakusikia. Ni vile tu natulia.
Umesikia yote hii? Ay. Sasa sisi
Abuya umeambiwa itabidi usongeshe SGR hadi Nakuru kwa sababu iko vitu ya dezo, iko vitu ya bure huko
Iko vitu ya dezo pale.
Nakuru imefanya nini? Mimi natoka Nakuru. Mwache mkesho.
Mimi sasa ninaonekana nimetoroka bana. Wacha niende nishughulikie hii mambo Makiadi ameleta bana ya kutuliza roho.
Muendelee kusema wenye wanachukua opinion polls wanachukua kama ni yao. Na kumbe wanapotea. Nasikia yote. Nairobi.
Kumbe Selina, mimi hata sikujua hapo ulikuwa tunafikiri umelala. Sasa sisi tunapiga tu story hapa, kumbe Mama Selina, wacha sasa tuache watu wakalale. Makiadi
Amujasema kitu mbaya kwa sababu hakuna watoto hapo, so muendelee, mambo ni poa.
Hapana, Abuya amesema nenda kuchapa vitu zake. Sasa unajua ukasema hii
wamama watatoroka, lakini tulisema wavumilie, baba apite.
Haya basi, asanteni sana Makiadi, Daudi, Stone PK, Abuya na Selina. Tuonane tena majaliwa. God bless you. Bye everyone.
Bismillah.
Yeah, inshallah.